Day 9, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Today's going to be a heater. I think we're getting two of the treating doctors/nurses who treated Lindsay Clancy after PPD had set in. It's going to be a banger. Kevin's going to be going hard. Let's get right into it. Good morning, beautiful humans. I am Bob Motta. This is Defense Diaries. This is day 9 of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the Commonwealth will be resting at the end of the day today. Maybe it goes to Monday, but I feel like today is going to be the day. And I fully anticipate that we will see the most electric, antagonistic cross-examinations by Kevin Reddington today as the doctors and I believe a nurse who treated Lindsay after postpartum was starting with her, the depression side of it at least. And we know how that went. So I fully anticipate that there's going to be some fireworks today. And I'm here for it. I am here for it. How you guys all doing? My beautiful and brilliant co-host will be joining us imminently. I tried to get her up a little earlier, but you know, morning time moves quickly when you're on the roll. So trying to get ready to jump on. All right, let me pull it up, see what we got going on. I hope I don't have the weird echo shit because I hated wearing the headphones. But for y'all, I'll do it. I hope that's not happening today. Truly, it was super annoying. It was definitely a glitchy StreamYard situation. So, as always, I will have the Get Bob's Ask to Mask grift going today via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, all those things. And then obviously I'll have the goal going as well. You guys are absolutely crushing it. I'm so grateful. Ali's so grateful. Thank you for helping us do this. We think at the end of the day, it's going to be worth it. Because I again, like, I'm not just going there to watch the jury. I'm going in there to get kind of the inside dope and what's going on with the lawyers beyond what maybe reporters may realize what's going on. So it's going to be some real, hopefully, insider stuff. And I think it'll be excellent. And the way that we're going to do it, like I said, Alia will stream with you guys during the day. Cam's gonna be there for at least a few days, maybe all of it. I don't know. Hopefully she gets sucked into it and she doesn't feel like she can not stream with y'all, because I think Alia and Cam will be fabulous. And then in the evenings, I will be jumping on to give, and lunch as well. Like, I'll be working full time. So I'll be in the courts, taking notes, making observations. On lunch, I'll jump on with Ali, give you guys what I saw in the morning. I'll also be live tweeting, I'm sure. I think it's going to be great coverage. I think it's going to be really, really great coverage. So hopefully you'll join us. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Make sure you're liking this stream, because that lets the algorithm know, hey, these guys are streaming the trial. Sharing, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, and subscribing. And those things are all free. So I'm giving you some relief from the grifting by asking you to do those things. And that's a great way to support the channel, which really helps us continue to grow. All right, let me pull it up. Let's see what we got cracking today. They never start right on time. You know, you have judges that start right on time, and then you have judges that don't. And Judge Sullivan does not start right on time. All right, so right there, am I echoing? Am I echoing? Let me know. Is there a bizarre echo happening right now? Or is it good? You got to tell me. You got to tell me. I'm dying to know. Good. Blue Babe says nope. Sarah B. Creative says nope. MJ says nope. Tony Bailey says nope. Nessa Sampson says nope. All right, good. Pause and order. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, all of you guys. Love seeing you here. JT Lawson, good morning. Gina, good morning. Covery Cat, good morning. Janine, good morning. Karen, good morning. Melissa, good morning. Odie Doty, good morning. Pause and order. Love it. Sunshine Mitch, good morning. AB, good morning. Sharon, good morning. Iceman, what up, doe? Sub Rosa, good morning. The lovely Bailey B, good morning. Ima, good morning. Kelly, good morning. Julie, good morning. Laura W, Chicago. My neighbor, love it. Mark, what's up, Mark? Good to see you. Scorpio, good morning, good morning, good morning. Candace, learned hand knits, or is it learned hand knits? I like learned. Sounds more erudite. I don't know. So good, Lady Di, good morning, good morning, good morning. Modern Oak, Sharon, beautiful mod, good morning. Heidi, good morning. Anne, always love seeing you. Shenanigans, echo free, love it, thank you. Shiloh, welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Milky Joe, love it. Good morning. Let's see, what is that? Is that Punani Queen? Oh, the old Punani. Good morning, Jen, Granny Jen. Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, Jedi Jess. Pink Staffy, love it. Good morning, Holly Ann. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Michelle, good morning. All right, Christine, good morning. Chaos Cramming, good morning. Nola's for Livers, good morning, good morning. Amber, good morning. Shanna Camacho, good morning to you. Add a stride. Hey, what's up? You creeping in? Who is that? Oh, Tracy. Good morning. I love you. 13L JT, good morning. Stephanie Hoffman, good morning. Lindsay Bay, good morning. Judgy Wudgy, good morning. Nikki, good morning. Nan in the Mirror, Cork and Court, Miss Rattle, Mary W, good morning, good morning, good morning. Miss Jaegermeister, it's great to see all you guys. Lady Laura, good morning. Kimberlee, good morning. The Wordy Pack, love it. Good morning. Bugaboo, oh, Bugapoo. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sassy Mom, good morning. See, I'm in a good mood now, like right before the trial starts, and then I'll start getting emotional, so I'll become more somber until Kevin starts getting in that ass, and then that'll fire me back up. I'll be ready for it. Sassy Mom, good morning. Jill Dupree, good morning. Philosopha, good morning to you. S. Waller, good morning. Candy Kane, Scorpio Moon, good morning, good morning, good morning. Go Blue. You got a Michigan fan in the house. It's just for the record, it's Motta, Motta, like Mott's applesauce with an A at the end. But good morning to you. Noodles, good morning. Nocta Brand, good morning, good morning, good morning. By the way, one of our, I'm assuming they're a sub, sent us some wonderful products, it's a skincare routine that Ali's been using. And we're going to start talking about that. Show yourself if you're in here. It's the wonderful products. But we're going to leave you wondering. I see Ducks. Good morning to you. Lynn, good morning. New Hampshire to Florida. NH2FL. Good morning. Good morning, Nanook. Hi, buddy. I love you. Hunter, good morning. Let's make sure I'm not on pause here. Okay, I'm not. We can always tell when they're coming live because there's a minor shaking of the camera as the cameraman grabs the grips. So we can, it's a little tell that they have. Amanda C, good morning. My Gemini, good morning. Prui, good morning. Good morning. KG, good morning. Christine P3, good morning. Caitlin Chandler, good morning. Midwife, good morning. Oh, that's Midwife Chells, excuse me. Kaylee Rose, good morning. What? Happy birthday. Happy day after your birthday day. Oh, what? Oh, family hug. Family hug. Kaylee, are you new to the channel? If you don't know what we do for our family birthdays over here is Allie and I sing Stevie Wonder's version of Happy Birthday because that's what we do at our house. We think it's more fun, it's more uplifting. Like the way people sing Happy Birthday, it's like a funeral march song. I'm like, I can't get people's. I'm like, this is a celebration. Why do we sound like we're all, down in the dumps here? So we switched it. It's quite, it's quite the battle with some of our family members. There's some consternation. People are, I'm not changing it. Why are you singing that version? I'm like, because it's better. That's why. And you can't stop Alia and I. Can only hope to contain us. But happy birthday. Let us always know in the chat if it's your birthday. We like to recognize birthdays because I promise you that every one of you that is on this planet has made it a better place to be. It's true. It's true. Skippy K, good morning to you. Farm Girl, good morning. Monsters Mom, good morning. Jeannie, good morning. Is that Marjana? Did I butcher that? Good morning. Hopefully not. Sarah Mess, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my God. I mean, the Sox game last night, red versus white, was like the Red Sox are hot as hell. I think it's 31-5 in their last 36 games. And last night was 13 innings. They're hard to beat right now. They swept us again. I'm surprised Mark Betteros wasn't in my, we were chatting this morning and put about something different. And he was like, I'm surprised he didn't give me the business because it's like, just I made a tweet last night that was spot on. I'm like, trying to beat the Red Sox right now is like trying to kill Michael Myers. It's exactly what it feels like. They just keep coming back over and over and over. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, it took us down in the 13th last night. Ellie, good morning. All the way from the UK. I love it. Haven, good morning. Legal Mama, always love to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Stephanie Hoffman, good morning. Let's see if I missed anybody. Carly, good morning. Rhonda, good morning. Golden Girl, good morning. North of Boston, good morning. All right. Joy and Love Forever. What a wonderful outlook on life type name. Joy and Love Forever. I love it. Bluebird, good morning. Always great to see you. Wild Goose. Calbrone dogs. Ciao from Italy. I love it. I love it. Boy, you think I'm grifting on the mass trip, like trying to find a place to stay. Wait till we come to Italy. The motherland. Well, I'm half Italian and then a quarter Scottish, quarter Irish. So I've got all the most inflammatory nationalities going on. That's why I'm so emotional. I'm so emotional. The hand talking, the emotions. Sunshine Mitch, good morning. Jay Fair, good morning. Jennifer from the block, or Jenny from the block. Oh, messed it up. Mike, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. Jamie, get the fuck out of here with the bow. Good morning. Good morning. Deidre, good morning. See you, Buff's mom. Thank you for all your help. See you, Buff's mom has been doing all kinds of research for me and figuring things out. And I'm so appreciative of you guys. Really means a lot to me. Squinty, good morning. Outlaw Pete, good morning. Real Crime Sisters, good morning. Biggly Wiggly. Hello, all the way over there in Germany. Snarky Rhubarb, all the way in South Wales. Love it. Love it. I love it. I love it. Good morning to you. Well, it's probably good afternoon, I should say, rather. Yeah, let me change that. It's good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at in the world. Let's see. All right. Now, you are a ride or die. So I want to say it's Alia, but I know that you're a fan.
Wait, but you don't have her name up, so none of us know who you're talking about.
I'm just running through, babe. I'm not reading supers. I'm just saying good morning to everybody.
Yeah, you're pretty perky. You're pretty perky.
Yeah, I warned everybody I won't be perky as soon as the testimony starts. I'll get right back down into my doldrums.
Oh, no, I just mean for this early in the morning.
Oh, I know. You're the oppo. You're the ops. You're the ops.
Oh, boy, he's pretty giggly wiggly for
I'm saying good morning to people. No one wants a grumpy pants saying good morning to them in the morning. Good morning. How's everyone? Leave me alone.
Why'd you make me get out of bed? Thanks, guys.
Yeah, not my vibe. West Aussie V, good morning. Cork and Court, good morning. Naomi, good morning. Claire.
Friday.
Pruy, I am. I'm excited. I'm excited about my trip to Boston. The only thing I'm not excited about is that I'm not going to have my wife with me. That would make it really, really exciting. That would. But if I get a sense of when closings are going down, might have to fly a sweet, beautiful, brilliant little lawyer I know who happens to live with me to come watch closings with me. Let's see. Pruy, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Polly Pocket, good morning. Cindy RN, good morning.
All right, so can I interrupt? The morning.
Fire lawyer. Good morning.
There's an echo.
No, what? It's you. There was no echo until you got on.
Because there's no other sound. When it's you alone.
I had the cord up.
I know, but what I'm saying is testing. Maybe not. I heard an echo and then it did.
I asked everybody first thing as soon as I got on. People are saying no echo.
So yesterday, when you talked, there was no echo. When the sound from the court went, there was an echo.
There better not be an echo. I did not like wearing those headphones.
All right, people are saying no echo.
Oh, good.
Test out another thread real quick, another stream. Okay.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. 1,000 points. Okay. Let's see. Oh, KK. Life goes on. Good morning. Good morning to you, Becky. Good morning to you.
All right,
Missy, so good morning.
Interrupt the echoes.
Good morning.
I know, but it's been a lot of good mornings.
So what? Did you guys see that? Allie just said that I've done enough good mornings.
And now we don't have time to do it because court's starting.
Oh yeah. Well, they'll have to bring the jury in.
Yes, please.
Yeah, but it was going to be too long anyway.
Miss Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel. Hi, good morning, Miss Clancy. All right, counsel, can I see you sidebar?
Oh, perfect.
See, there we go. We have our morning housekeeping.
Well, I was going to actually bring up the order from yesterday, but we don't have time for that. The ruling from the Supreme Judicial Court.
You mean the opinion?
The opinion, yeah. I got through most of it. But I do want to say because I got a phone call from our one of our friends, and who was just all about this whole Bo thing. And I was like, I am making sure Bob asks any other, like assistant district attorney or defense attorney or anybody in that room if that woman has ever worn a bow. Maybe she always wears bows. Maybe she's the kind of adult who.
I mean, I
always
think
wear
we could
bows.
probably find a trial of hers that's maybe been streamed before to see.
Probably.
Like,
she
I
does
thought
wear-
early on in the trial, one of our chat members was like, "Oh, I've seen her wear a bow," but I could be making that up. But I
So,
thought I
just got a-
remember seeing that in chat.
Just got a text from Tracy.
Making that up. What'd she
She
say?
says the court's echoing.
The court's echoing.
I'm telling you, it's your microphone.
Okay, that's bullshit. Why would that start all of a sudden after 3 years?
Well, we'll check. Rewind it. Let's see if we hear it.
Rewind what?
Like, just so we're hearing them say something.
Trace, don't make me get in that ass, girl.
Assistant District Attorney.
Testing,
Jennifer Sprague, and Assistant
testing,
District Attorney
testing.
Shane Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel. Hi, good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Did you hear an echo?
All right, counsel, can I see a sidebar?
A little one, not like yesterday. You're gonna have to wait, and you have to put on your headphones and see if it's gone again.
I couldn't hear. Yeah, I mean, I think that
Go live though.
there is a setting on the like in StreamYard, and it's
No echo.
called yeah, but I think what you are thinking is an echo in terms of me speaking is my mic picking up the fact that I have my sound just playing. That's different than what you guys were talking about yesterday. You guys
No.
were saying that when I was speaking, it was echoing.
No, that's not what was happening for me. Whenever you had your mic on, the rest of us were echoing.
Really? See, I have the echo cancellation as always on there. And this is what it says. Important, do not turn this off unless you have a high quality microphone, which I do, and are wearing headphones or don't have any guests. The setting enables audio processing features like echo cancellation, noise suppression, and auto gain control.
All right, so let's see.
I mean, I'll keep it on mute when I'm not speaking anyway.
That's
Daddy, good morning. Holy blue. Why outside? Put through glass.
So
Good
they're
morning,
saying
good
the
morning, good
echo is
morning.
only in court, but I still think the echo in court is because somehow your microphone. I don't know why.
Yeah. Not a fan of it.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice, Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, sit before the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you,
sounded
Madam
fine.
Clerk. Good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to do is, probably expect, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody's able to follow my instructions. I'll go a little bit into our schedule, and then we'll return to the evidence on this case. So, first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
When I mute your mic, it goes
Last
away. I
question
just
is
muted
there
it.
any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this
Watch.
case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for
I'm
following
over
those
it.
instructions.
He's muted.
Again, as I always say, I
I'm over
hesitate
it.
to give you the schedule because I'm, probably 50% right, 50% wrong. But the intention today, the thought is we'll probably go most of today. All right. And then at the end of the day, before I send you home, I'm going to talk to the lawyers, kind of see what the schedule is for next week so you can plan as best you can, and also kind of see where we are in regards to the timeline and the estimate of the case. So I'll try and give you as much of that information today before I send you home. All right. So with
I
that,
muted him.
we'll return to the case on trial. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
I muted you.
Witness today.
Good morning. Stop right there, read by the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant class, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as best you can and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Oh, that's good. All right.
Thank
Come
you.
on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
It is Kimberlee Hardy, KIMBERLEEHARDY,
And what city or state do you currently live in?
Cypress, Texas,
And back in 2023, where did you live?
Brockton, Massachusetts,
And in 2023, where did you work?
Kingsbury Club
Where's the Kingsbury Club?
in Kingston,
And how long did you work for that club?
4 years.
What is the Kingsbury Club?
It is a tennis club, but it also has like a gym. It's kind of like a Y where people can come and drop their kids off in the playroom and stuff like that.
Okay, is it a private facility?
Yes.
So members only.
Yes.
And you mentioned dropping kids off. What was your role at the Kingsbury Club?
So I was the child service director, so I ran all the kids programming and the playroom.
So what is the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
So the playroom is a room where parents can drop their kids off for 2 hours a day so that they can work out.
And what's the procedure when a parent or a guardian drops a child off at the playroom?
We have our system where we sign them in.
And that's something on the computer that logs when the child comes in?
Yes.
And it also logs when the child leaves, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the protocol for who can drop off and pick up a child at the playroom?
So parents, usually we say whoever drops off should be the one picking up as well, unless the parent notifies us that another parent will be picking up.
And as far as that system that you have to log the drop off and pickup, if fair to say that system is geared towards the guardian who drops off and picks up.
Correct.
So it's a separate log for each child based on who the guardian is.
Yes.
Now, what is the security like at the Kingsbury Club? How do you get into the club?
Oh, you sign in. You have a key fob and you go to the front desk and you'll sign in.
Are you familiar with some members using like a scan app to
Yes.
sign in? And as far as
What about a
where the
secret
playroom is
handshake?
in the club, where is it in relation to kind of when you come in the front doors?
It is right to the right. There is a long hallway, and at the end of the hallway, that's the playroom.
Now, is there kind of a rule there at the Kingsbury Club when you drop your child at the playroom that you have to remain on property?
Yes.
And other than the gym and the tennis courts, what other facilities are on property?
We have a pool and a spa.
I'm going to draw your attention to, one more background question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that there's other programs that the Kingsbury Club runs for children, right?
Mhm.
And you as the child service director were involved in that.
Yes.
Is there a particular age that the children can start participating in the other group activities?
Camp starts at 5, and at that point, too, we had tennis that started at 5, but swim lessons can start from babies.
Okay, and so is there an age limit to the kids that could be in the playroom at any given point?
Typically, we only take 3 months old up to like age 10. Normally, they don't want to be in there.
And then you said that the time limit is 2 hours per day.
Yes.
Is there a schedule or sign up in advance, or was there one in 2023 if a member wanted to bring their kid into the playroom?
Yes, but in 2023, parents normally didn't sign up in advance because we were just getting back from COVID and we had low numbers. So we just took walk-ins.
And it was a first come, first serve?
Yes.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with Cora and Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
Did you often see them in the playroom at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And who would be the party that would drop them off and pick them up?
Mainly Patrick.
Did you, or were you present in the playroom when Lindsay Clancy at times dropped them off and picked them up?
Yes.
And when Lindsay Clancy came to drop off and pick up the children, did you interact with her?
Yes.
And how would you describe her demeanor during those interactions?
She just seemed very shy.
You got a date, maybe just to focus on the time frame.
Well, that's fair. I'm going to draw your attention to maybe the September of 2022 to
Yes,
January of
fair.
2023,
Mhm.
that fall into the winter. Did you see Lindsay Clancy drop the kids off at the playroom during that time period?
Yes.
And you had the occasion to interact with her?
hmm
And during that time period, in the fall to winter, what were your observations of her demeanor?
She just seemed shy. She was just, we'd come in and pick up. I would usually try to start a conversation with her, but nothing else. Yeah, just shy.
Okay. And it was only Cora and Dawson that came to the playroom?
Correct.
Were you aware that there was a third child?
Yes.
And
She's supposed to
do
bring
you
her-
know of any reason why that child didn't come with the other two?
Oh my God, pause it.
I asked a couple times.
Well, let's see what she says first. Because, I mean, no, why would you bring, if you can avoid taking your baby to a playroom where there's other kids and germs? It's like these women are ridiculous, but maybe there's
Well,
another answer.
Beyond that, I am so over the how does Lindsay appear, as if like it's like the zombie werewolf
Frothing at the mouth
raving
thing.
lunatic, like she's got to be exhibiting these external I'm over this shit. Is this woman for real? This isn't a movie, lady. Oh man, I can't see. This shit puts me in a bad mood immediately.
Because I said that he can come in because he's over 3 months. And the answer was because they were scared of sickness.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Who the answer was from who?
You could just find out.
So this conversation that you had when you said you asked about Callan, was that with
See?
Lindsay or
She's
Patrick?
afraid of sickness. You don't bring
Lindsay.
a
Okay,
newborn.
and so what did she tell you about Callan?
She was nervous about colds because it was cold and flu season.
What
Okay,
a
and
controlling,
so,
horrible mother.
Obviously, when Cora and Dawson came, there would be other children in the playroom as well, right?
Yes.
This lady's crazy.
When,
That
Lindsay
is-
would
that
drop
is
the kids off during this
insane
time
right
period,
now.
September 2022 and January of 2023. Did she ever tell you what her plans were at the club?
No.
But there were other
Did you
kids
see
there.
or make observations of
knows
how she was
nothing
dressed
about
when
being
she
a
dropped
mother.
them off?
I
Yeah,
would
she
never
had
bring my
workout
baby there
outfits on.
if all could be avoided.
And would she come back before the end of that 2 hours to pick the kids up?
Yes.
Did you notice anything different about her when she came back to pick the kids up during this time frame?
No.
Was she ever late picking them up?
No.
Did you ever learn that she had left the property after bringing them to the playroom?
No.
And that is a very strict rule at the club, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Lindsay Clancy and Cora and Dawson at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In January.
Would it have been closer to New Year's or a few weeks into the month?
I think it was a few weeks in.
And how is it that you remember them on that particular day?
Just their usual selves. They came in, played, nothing.
That's.
If
I'll
I
explain it later, babe.
tell you that Cora and Dawson were dropped off by Lindsay on January 13th at 9:07, does that sound right to you?
Mm-hmm.
And that they were also dropped off on January 17th at 9:30 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Did Cora and Dawson usually come in the mornings
Yes.
around that time? And what time does the playroom open?
We open at 8.
And what time does it close?
It closes at 2.
Did you ever have occasion to see Cora and Dawson in the playroom during that time, September to January, later in the afternoon?
Sometimes, not usual.
Is it fair to say that generally when Lindsay dropped them off, they came in the morning?
Yes.
And is there anything about that day with Cora, that last day that you saw her, that sticks out in your mind?
Not that I recall.
What kinds of things would the kids do in the playroom?
They liked to color. They would play with the dolls, dress up toys, the cars, the train set.
What would the
And
kids play
on one
with
of those
while they were there?
last days that you saw Cora, did she draw a picture?
Yes,
Did she take it with her or did she give it to you?
she left it.
No. What is the admissibility of this? Please, Lord.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit the Kingsbury Club records.
Absolutely not.
All right, they may be admitted.
Oh my God.
Exhibit 218.
This is what is
Thank
wrong
you.
with this
Nothing further.
judge? This is the kind of shit he does
All right,
that
counsel.
is
Morning.
Good
fucking
morning.
outrageous.
So you saw Lindsay with her children, dropping them off, picking them up on a fairly regular basis. Is that correct? And Patrick, of course, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see how she acted around them? Did she appear to be, happy to be with them and take care of them? Or did she appear to be angry with them or at all?
No, never angry. She seemed happy to be with them. She always picked up on time, and they were always excited to see her.
And you certainly weren't close enough to her to know if she had any personal issues in her life as far as her mind or her body or anything like that, right?
No.
You would be aware, though, that on occasion people are advised by their doctors or psychiatrists to exercise. It might be a good thing for them to do. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You may
Thank
step down. Thank
you.
you.
I can't for the life of me, for the fucking life of me, figure out
All right,
the
come on.
purpose of that witness.
Sarah Carney, please.
Other than to try and say, and one of you put it in there, that she favored. Well, I don't even know if it's that she favored the baby, but I don't know what they're trying to say. I think it's the whole she's so controlling. For the life of me, no fucking clue. But I mean, every one of us who is probably a parent, but definitely a mother sitting there is like, well, you don't bring an infant or a newborn to,
Good morning, ma'am. Stop
public
right there, raise your right hand.
childcare. It's going to be avoided. I mean, yeah, if you've got to, you've got to, but you want a sick baby? Come on.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could
morning.
you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Sure, Sarah Carney,
And how do you spell your first name?
Sarah,
And the last name?
Carney.
And what city or town do you live in?
Duxbury, Massachusetts.
And are you married?
Yes,
And who's your husband?
Kyle Carney.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How old are your children?
5 and 2.
Do you know the Clancy family?
Yes,
And how do you know them?
went to school with Pat and then met Lindsay later.
And so when you say you went to school with Pat, fair to say you went to Salve?
Yes,
And did you know Pat before school?
no,
And did you become friends with him in school?
yes,
When you graduated from college, did you remain friends with Patrick?
yes,
And is your husband also a friend of Patrick's?
yes,
Did they meet at college or just someplace else?
in college.
At some point, did you come to know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And do you remember approximately when you were introduced to her?
a few years after college, maybe 12, 13 years ago.
And where were you living then when you first met her?
Boston,
Okay, how about Pat? Was he living in Boston as well?
I believe so.
And what was your relationship like with Patrick after college? Were you close?
Yes, friends, close.
And as he began a relationship with Lindsay, did you become friendly with her?
Yeah.
Did you have that same relationship with Lindsay that you had with Pat?
No,
As time passed on,
They're like,
did
"All
your
right, here,
families
this one's not her friend."
remain friendly?
Yes.
And eventually, both your families ended up living in the same town in Duxbury, correct?
Yes.
What was the relationship like between your families starting in 2019?
Close, friendly, went to the beach together, had them over at our house, went to their house, that kind of thing.
And as the Clancys start having children and you started having children, did that remain throughout?
Yeah, probably fewer times just because we're all busy, but yeah.
And were you around after each of the Clancy children were born? Meaning after Cora was born, you were still part of Patrick's life?
Yeah.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Cora was born?
No.
And how about Dawson? When Dawson came along, did you notice any changes in Lindsay after Dawson was born?
No.
And then Callan, who was born in May of 2022, were you still friendly with them and still doing those trips and going to each other's houses,
Yep.
beach trips?
Yep.
So did you notice anything different about Lindsay after Callan was born?
No.
Do you recall observing Lindsay or seeing Lindsay when she was pregnant with Callan?
Yes.
Fair to say she was a pretty active person.
Yes.
And even in pregnancy, being very pregnant, she was physically active.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of exercise she did or seeing her exercise or?
I remember her posting videos of her exercising and the kids were in the background.
And where would the exercising happen? Could you tell where it was in their house?
I'm not sure.
Have you been
absurd.
inside their house before?
Yes.
So you know that they had the living room area on the first floor and basement.
She just said I'm
area
not
was
I have to
finished.
assume it was the living room. I've never been to the basement.
Okay, so what did you observe the kids doing in the background?
Playing on the couch, playing with toys.
What the fuck is happening?
And
What in
when
the
you
actual
observed this
fuck?
video, fair to say it was kind of like a beach body type exercise.
Sure. I'm not sure what that means.
What is
Did you
this?
see
Is
any
ridiculous.
equipment in the video, like workout equipment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall previously indicating that you saw the
I
kids
would-
playing with exercise bands in the videos?
Sure, if that's what I said. I don't recall.
Wow.
Now,
Thank
I'm drawing your attention to the summer of 2022 and the fall of 2022. Were you still going to the beach and getting together with the Clancys?
I believe so, yes.
Pause it a sec, babe.
Other than going to the beach, what other kinds of activities would you?
She literally went through all of that to say, essentially, without saying, the children were playing with the very bands that the mom killed them with. All
Wow.
of that was for that.
And this woman's not, like you said, this isn't Lindsay's body. Like, I mean, you think the entirety of this thing is the exercise bands being played with by the very
That was her
bands
big.
that were used. Like, you think that that's the big reveal here?
That was the big reveal, but I think she's mostly getting at that this was a woman who was obsessed with looks, and her exercising after pregnancy was just about getting her beach body back.
Oh, so when she was going through her manic episode,
Right.
this fucking bitch. I mean, come on, dude. Like, the Commonwealth is just sick and desperate.
Mm.
Like, let's find somebody that was a lifelong friend of Pat. She's probably way closer with Pat. You think Lindsay's sharing shit with this woman? Come on.
What this is going to teach the Commonwealth is that if they ever have a case that involves like mother or parenting again, they're going to make sure that the state's attorneys, what are they here? District attorneys? I always forget. Handling the case, confer with another adult, more adult, attorney to make sure if their like assumptions work. Well, we're going to go with this theory that, there's something nefarious about the fact that she didn't bring the baby to the public daycare.
See, and it's interesting because like these types of witnesses who, were friends or had relationships with Patrick and Lindsay, Kevin is not feeding into the Commonwealth's bullshit, meaning he's not challenging the relative strength of the relationship between Lancey and whoever's on the stand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I think you in particular, if we were trying the case, might be inclined to say, you know what? I'm going to put it out there that they weren't even fucking close.
Well, why
You know,
would we? They're
they're
saying good things. Why are you? What is happening right now? Do I know you?
wait, who's
Hello?
saying good things? No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
all the
about
people
when
are
they're
saying good things. Why would I? Why would I ever? You know what?
girl, I'm
Let's just.
talking about when they're saying things like, did she look normal? Was she acting normal? Was she like the whole suffering and silencing that the Commonwealth does not think that they're she left? All right, I'll keep going.
You invite them to do with your family?
They probably came over to our house once or twice.
Throughout the course of the fall of 2022, did you notice any changes in Lindsay's physical health?
I think I saw her one time at drop off and she just seemed thinner, more
You
frail.
I'm sorry.
Thinner.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with her
More
at drop
frail.
off about your observations?
No.
How about just observing her overall demeanor? Did you notice anything change about her in the fall into the winter of 2022?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with her about what
This is the shit I'm talking about. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about when you got all upset with me. It was
I didn't
crazy.
really.
I'm talking
But you're
about
yelling now.
this kind of wait, I'm not yelling. This is the shit that I'm talking. It's because I'm irritated that they keep doing this with these witnesses. And all I'm saying is like Kevin's not even feeding into it at all in terms of establishing they hung out like never. Like they go to the beach occasionally. Like this isn't a confidant of Lindsay's. You know what I mean? It's like it's just disingenuous of the state to be putting this kind of shit on as if this is somebody who is in the know when it's clearly not somebody who's in the know. You know what I mean? Because like I think if we were trying it, we'd like not just you, I think we'd be inclined to kind of be like, oh, well, you know, do we need to point out the fact that this woman doesn't know shit? You know what I mean? And like Kevin really hasn't been feeding into it at all. Because I mean, his entire concept is I'm basically ignoring this portion of the case. But now they're starting to get into the mental health aspect of it, you know? So
postpartum depression or sleep
I'm
issues?
going to grab water.
No.
And I'm going to draw your attention to January 22nd, 2023. That was a weekend. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes.
And did you have something happening at your house that your family invited the Clancys to?
Yes, we had a bonfire.
And who came from the Clancy family to the bonfire?
Pat, Lindsay, Cora, and Dawson.
Where was Callan, if you know?
At home with Lindsay's parents.
Did you have the occasion to speak with Lindsay on that day?
Yes.
And fair to say, prior to that day, you hadn't really seen her much that winter.
Correct.
Were you happy to see her that day?
Yeah.
And what were your observations of her that day, her demeanor? Did she seem normal or off or?
Just quiet, but fairly normal.
Did you have the occasion to speak with her, just you and her?
Yes.
And was that outside at the bonfire or somewhere else in your house?
In the kitchen.
And did you ask her anything?
I was talking to her about my daughter's allergies, and then the conversation lulled, and I asked her how she was doing.
And what did she tell you?
Good.
And did you have any further conversation or ask any follow-up questions?
No.
Why didn't you follow up?
Because I figured if she wanted to explain or deep dive into it, she would. Wasn't going to press her.
But on this occasion, she just said fine, and you kind of moved on to the next topic.
Yes.
And throughout the course of that day or that afternoon that you were with her, did you notice anything change about how she was communicating with you? Like, did she start to talk faster or seem confused in any way?
No.
Was there anything that happened at that interaction that made them abruptly leave?
No, I think it was like nap time for the kids.
Okay. And was that the last time you saw or talked to Lindsay?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington?
Morning. So, what was the time frame that you knew Lindsay, not Patrick? I know you were very friendly with Patrick.
Yep.
What was the time frame that you knew Lindsay?
12 years.
And would you say that you were close to her, or were you social, or how?
Social.
Social.
Yep.
And on occasion, you had the opportunity to be in their house, the upstairs portion of it that you indicated, never in the basement or the office area, right?
Right, just the kitchen level.
Okay. Can you tell us, like in the fall of 22, approximately how many times you and your husband, Kyle, saw Lindsay and her husband, Pat, together? Not Kyle with Pat or you with Pat.
I think it was just the one time at drop off.
One time at drop off. Okay. You had occasion to ask her advice about the babies and things of that nature on occasion, did you not?
Yep.
She was always helpful to you or forthcoming?
Yes.
And this, the last time you saw her on January 22nd, this was a bonfire, is that what it was?
Yep.
And that was where, in your backyard?
In our backyard.
Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
Around lunchtime.
Lunchtime. And do you recall how long they were there for the bonfire?
A few hours.
And they were there with the two older kids, and Callan was home with her parents, right?
Yes.
And she appeared to be quiet to you?
Yes.
And she appeared, to your observation, around that time frame to be thinner than what you had seen before.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that you guys weren't that close that she would confide in you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any redirect?
As far as your observations of Lindsay over the course of 12 years, fair to say she was always quiet with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reeks of desperation. That witness just reeks
Come on.
of
The
desperation.
Commonwealth would call Alia Goodheart.
Stop right there, or is it right next to the clerk?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give in the court and the jury, no matter no penny between Commonwealth and the shall be the truth, and you may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you, when you sit down, if you speak loudly so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My first name is Alia. Last name is Goodheart.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Alia.
And your last name, please.
Goodheart.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background to be a psychiatrist?
I got my medical degree from the State University of New York in Brooklyn, the Health Sciences Center, and I came to Boston to do my 4-year residency at the Harvard Longwood Psychiatry Residency Program. I also trained for an additional 3 years at the Boston Psychoanalytic Institute and got my advanced training I attended the advanced training program, and
Are you licensed here in Massachusetts to practice as a psychiatrist?
I am.
Are you licensed into any other states?
No.
So you said that you're a medical doctor with a specialization in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work history in that field?
Yes. I've worked in several different settings. When I first started out, I was working at Beth Israel in integrated care, which means essentially that you work with primary care physicians, and if they have patients that they have questions about, they can consult you. And if there's a need, you can continue to manage the patient's psychopharm medications. And if it's simple, they can continue to do it, but you're available for them to consult with and to discuss cases. After that, I went to Emerson Hospital, where I worked on the inpatient psychiatric unit for a total of 9 years. I left for 1 year to be the medical director at another freestanding hospital. After that, I worked at the women's
Pause it, babe.
prison in Framingham for a year and
So this specific doctor, I just checked the civil lawsuit, is a named defendant in the civil lawsuit. So that's important. And I saw somebody in the chat say that somebody walked in behind her. It's probably the lawyer. It's definitely the lawyer. I agree. Whoever said that, it is absolutely, definitely her lawyer. Her lawyer's. Oh, I mean, she doesn't really need to be there, but she probably is just in case, because she could be watching it on the, on screen, and she doesn't have a Fifth Amendment right. But I just wanted to see real quick what else, if anything specific. So they said that she's the psychiatrist, sorry, who authored and signed Lindsay's physician discharge summary on January 5th, 2023, following her 5-day inpatient admission.
Oh, shit.
She was employed at McLean, so that's there. And then the allegation was that she failed to properly treat Lindsay, that following the Seroquel reduction recommended by women and infants, I think it was just
No, she can't take the fifth.
no, not
There's no
for a
criminal
civil suit.
implications here.
After discharge, Dr. Goodheart called Lindsay and spoke for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. And then they just argued that they negligently failed to properly evaluate her, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care. And the allegation was that directly contributed to the tragic events. So that's all I wanted to put out there.
Thank you. I'm glad to know that she's one of the named defendants for sure.
a half. And after that, an outpatient clinic affiliated with Tufts. I had a private practice for 2 years, and then I've been working at McLean for the last 5 years.
Okay. And what is McLean Hospital?
It's
That'd be
a
rough. So technically
freestanding
maybe, but-
psychiatric hospital that is part of the Mass General Brigham system.
What kind of services does that facility offer to patients?
They have, lots of services, including inpatient, outpatient, substance abuse, trauma focused. There are lots of specializations, eating disorder programs. They have residential programs. They have partial programs. So there's a really broad width of.
And what is your role at McLean?
I work on one of the inpatient psychiatric units.
And tell us a little bit about what an inpatient psychiatric unit is.
Patients who come to our unit are referred to us by the emergency department because it's been determined that they need inpatient level of care. You can come voluntarily or you can be sent involuntarily. And once you arrive, we work with the patient until, they're for a certain period of time, which isn't predetermined.
Did you
pause
want?
it?
Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't. You were pointing.
Oh no,
down
I
at
was
that
like
comment.
going to that person's comment because people have a lot of questions about this and how it works with her being a witness. But no, if her lawyer is there and they break while she is testifying, she's absolutely positively not allowed to talk to her lawyer.
No
That would
nos.
be-
You can't talk to
as
anybody
soon
when
as
you're.
we came back, I would ask her, "Did you talk to your lawyer?" And I'd be having eyes on her. So
I'm sure Kevin's going to ask her
if her
right
lawyer's
up
present.
front. Yeah. Do you know, was she named in Patrick's suit as well? I'm sure.
I've never looked at Patrick's suit. I mean, I can pull it up right quick, but
Yeah, take a peek. I'm sure that it's mirroring the same providers that Lindsay's suit is. We know for a fact Allie's looking at Lindsay's lawsuit that was filed by Rosemary Scapiccio.
I
Yeah,
don't
this
see the-
cross is gonna we're getting into it now. We're getting into it now.
It is flexible, so it isn't, until
She's not named.
There for a certain
Really?
period of time, which isn't predetermined. It is flexible, so it depends on what's going on. And when you're on an inpatient unit, it's not just that you're seeing the psychiatrist, you're working as a team. So there are nurses, there are mental health workers, there are social workers. And the way it works at McLean is that every day you have a meeting where people discuss what's been going on, and you share any information that you have, and that kind of guides treatment. It's if I'm on the unit while I see the patient, I'm not there 24/7, but the mental health staff and the nursing staff are there, and they contribute to
Passing the buck. She's passing the buck
I was
already.
going to say you got to mute because it got pretty echoey. Hey, I do want to say something because now I am surprised. I don't remember it coming up, and maybe there would have been a relevance issue with Patrick because I'm looking at Patrick's right now, and he sued the Dr. Tufts and Dr. And the CNP Rebecca Jolata. We've heard a lot about. That he wasn't allowed to ask him. I'm assuming that Reddington, if he could have, would have asked if he has sued these people. And the only reason I can think that he didn't is because they've somehow barred him from being able to. So maybe, but I can't see how they will be able to do that with this witness because, as one of you also so aptly pointed out, man, our chat is either has gotten smart through all their watching or just was already smart, but said, can they cross-examine her about her bias based on the lawsuit? So for this witness, since she is a named party, I can't imagine a ruling pretrial or why a ruling pretrial would allow them not to cross on this. I'd be shocked. But I'm also surprised that they weren't able to. Like with Patrick, it's different because it's not his bias. It's basically you want to use it to show Patrick thinks that someone else is at fault, which is the precise reason why they wouldn't want you to use it. But just as far as like, I don't know, like your recollection of how things were going was such that these people were not giving her the right treatment to such an extent that you filed suit. But I'm assuming they didn't let it in.
And Amanda says, as to the question whether or not Patrick had sued her, which you had answered in part, no, he did not. He sued Dr. Tufts, psychiatrist at Astor Mental Health, Gelada, certified NP at South Shore, and then Astor Mental Health in general we'll find out.
the assessment of the patient 24/7, but the mental health staff and the nursing staff are there, and they contribute to the assessment of the patient.
So in that team approach, when you have mental health workers, nurses, social workers that work with you, there's fair to say some combination of that team present all the time.
Yes, there are 3 shifts, and each shift has mental health workers, and nurses.
And in that team approach, sometimes particular members of that team may have direct contact with the patient, correct?
Absolutely. Each shift, each patient is assigned a mental health worker and a nurse. They're offered a check-in, which is basically time to sit and talk about how they're doing and what's going on, and if they're upset or distressed. And so, there is documentation of that, and that happens on a regular basis.
And even when members of the particular treatment team don't have direct contact with the patient, they're still there and observing what's going on, right?
Correct.
And are they trained to do that?
Absolutely.
And so even if they don't have a conversation with somebody that's documented, they're still observing to be able to report back if there's any concerns that they observe during any given shift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the inpatient unit at McLean, that they come from the ER departments of the surrounding hospitals?
Yes.
So you can't just walk in?
Not at McLean.
For the inpatient, in any?
Right, correct.
Okay. And so oftentimes when a patient comes from the emergency department or is referred over there, how do they get there?
They have to be sent on a Section 12 most of the time. Well, then it doesn't make sense. So they're usually sent on a Section 12, especially if they're going to be sent in an ambulance. And then when they arrive at McLean, they are seen at the CEC, which is the Clinical Evaluation Center.
If I could just stop for you for one second. Can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
A Section 12 is basically a doctor or social worker or psychologist states that you are being referred to a hospital for admission because you have a mental health condition.
And the Section 12 could be something that the patient voluntarily elects to do, right?
That's a Section 10. The Section 12 is it means that you have to go there. If you go there and they evaluate that you're fine and you decide you don't want to be at the hospital, you can choose to leave and they'll have to let you go.
So when you say that a person comes transported from an ER on a Section 12, they also can come transported on a 10 as well, a voluntary?
A Section 12 is required for transportation because in the time between when they leave the hospital and they're supposed to get to you, you want to make sure that something could happen and then they could leave. So you want to make sure that the physician sees them at that end and then somebody sees them at the other end to ensure that something hasn't changed. So it's evaluation.
Okay. And at the emergency department, there is a particular type of evaluation that's done before somebody is sent over to McLean, correct?
Correct.
From the Mass General, what is that usually referred to?
It's called the acute psychiatric consultation, APS. No. So the service is...
All right, she is brutal. If you're the Commonwealth and you put this woman up, how are you feeling so far about her testimony? I get that she's nervous and she should be. I think as a general proposition, anybody that sits their ass in the witness stand is nervous. She's got a different level of being nervous. You know, I can't help but wonder how many of these treaters deep down are feeling guilty and are thinking about what they did and didn't do with respect to treating Lindsay. You know, like in bed at night when you're alone with your thoughts, like at that time. You know, that time when we all worry about shit.
Psychiatric services, and it's an evaluation. So it's a complete evaluation by either a nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist, and they go over things like, why are you coming now? What is your history? Have you ever had problems before? What's your family history? They document how you're presenting. They inquire about symptoms, and that's how they find out what medications you're on, and then they, based on that, they decide whether you need, there could be several options. They can recommend inpatient treatment, they can recommend partial hospital program, but the patient doesn't have to do either. If they're not, unsafe, they can choose to leave. But most of the time, people take the recommendation and they've presented because they are seeking help.
And unless the patient is deemed unsafe in that involuntary realm, it's their choice.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that when they come to McLean, that they first come through and have a CEC. What is that?
It's a clinical evaluation center.
What happens at that stage at McLean?
They're seen by a psychiatrist, and there's a nurse as well. They review the history that was obtained at the emergency department, and they inquire about they actually do another evaluation, just like at the APS, basically reviewing all the history, but also asking their own questions. And if they have any concerns, they document them there.
And you said this evaluation is done by a psychiatrist?
Correct.
And when a person comes into McLean, can they come at any hour of the day or night?
Correct.
And when they first make it to the clinical evaluation center, they're always seen by a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Now, once they do this evaluation, gather all the information, do they also do kind of a physical exam to make sure that there's no medical issues to address?
Yes.
And after all the information is gathered, what is done at the evaluation center?
So they basically enter the order. May I have some water, please?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
No worries.
My fault.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When a patient is evaluated or seen in the clinical evaluation center, what happens after the evaluation's done?
So they determine the level of checks that the patient should be on once they get to the unit, because there are several units. There are at least 4 inpatient units. They decide what medications the patient is going to be able to get, thank you, until they are seen by a psychiatrist on the unit.
And when you say level of check, what does that mean?
Everybody who is on the unit, there's a mental health worker assigned the task of ensuring that all the patients who are supposed to be on the unit are present and that they're safe.
Her lawyer must have told her, look at the jury.
The lowest level is 15-minute checks. If there's concern about somebody, it goes up to 5-minute checks. And if they're extremely unsafe, it goes to a 1-to-1.
And what does 1-to-1 mean?
There would be a staff person with the patient at all times.
And again, this determination of which unit to be on and what level of security or what level of check is done by the psychiatrist that performs that first evaluation, correct? Cool. Now, when a person who comes through the CEC then gets sent to the unit, do they walk to the unit on their own, or how do they get to the unit?
They're escorted to the unit.
And you said there's 4 inpatient psych units, is that right?
Correct.
Now, when the person arrives at the unit, what happens?
They're seen by a nurse and a mental health worker. Their belongings they go through the belongings to ensure that there's nothing unsafe. There's certain things that are not allowed on a psych unit. The nurse reviews their history and takes some vital signs, sees if they need any medication, and then they show them to their room and the unit.
And again, people come through the CEC at all hours of the day and night, correct?
Yes.
So this whole process is pretty seamless and could happen at any point.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned previously that the length of stay or how long a person is on the unit or inpatient varies, right?
Yes.
Is there
Hey,
any
babe.
sort of minimum that's required when a person comes in for an inpatient?
All right. And sorry, because it's not like this is real compelling. I just was thinking it and needed to say it. Do you guys think she changed her last name? Like legally changed her last name to Goodheart? Because her accent doesn't sound like a Goodheart. She's in psychiatry. I don't know. I was just thinking that. That's all.
It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought. Goodheart, yeah, sounds like a British nanny.
Right. Right. And I think it is. I just Googled it. I was like, where is the surname? It says Goodheart is an English family name. It originated as a medieval nickname for a kind and or generous person.
Yeah, British nanny.
Right.
Hello, I'm Amelia Goodheart.
Stay at McLean?
No.
And if they are voluntarily there, can they leave at any time?
As long as the psychiatrist and the team assesses them and determines that they don't pose an imminent risk to themselves or anybody else.
Now, what if they're there on a Section 12?
Just a real
Is
good
there
name for a
a time
psychiatrist,
limit or a
that's all.
minimum amount of time they have to be there?
She wasn't there on Section 12. She was on a voluntary.
We haven't gotten there yet. I'm just asking background questions about the facility.
I'll allow some background questions, but let's kind of move it along.
So Section 12 entails that that the team and the psychiatrist has 3 days to evaluate the patient to determine whether they pose a danger to themselves or others. And if at the end of that time they do determine that the person poses a risk, then they have to apply for commitment, which would mean going in front of a judge who would decide if the patient should remain hospitalized or be discharged.
I think
And
the point becomes
if at the
real
end
quick,
of the
babe.
3 days you deem them to be safe,
I think the point becomes because Reddington's been pointing out that she went to a locked facility. Like you can get yourself inpatient mental health treatment without asking that you be committed, without going to a facility that has a locked ward. So I think the question becomes in the neighboring area, are there facilities that, don't have locked wards?
Remain hospitalized or be discharged.
and if at the end of the 3 days you deem them to be safe, are they allowed to leave?
Yes.
And is there something in the field of psychiatry or in your training and experience in your time at McLean about being discharged against medical advice?
He wasn't discharged AMA.
We'll allow set the really the terms and where we are, so you can go into that.
AMA is not applicable.
If we can approach,
Yeah, I don't think you heard me.
I did hear you.
All right, well then, I'm going to allow that question. There, your rights are safe.
My objection.
Yeah, I've noted it. Go ahead, counsel.
thank you.
I think we tend not to do against medical advice because if we are concerned about somebody's safety, we would not discharge them.
So you have another procedure available to you if you were concerned for somebody's safety.
Yes.
And that's this procedure you described about seeking
In
order for further commitment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, when a person comes and goes through that process and is placed on their unit and settled in, what is the plan after that? How often do they see providers?
That's not what
They're
happened. So
assessed
he's
by
right. Now he feels like
psychiatrist
he can't
every single
object
day
again.
that they're there.
The judge should be limiting
They
it.
have nurses who are checking in with them, mental health workers. They're offered group programming and medical monitoring, vital
But you can just
signs.
save it for cross.
Yeah.
What types of group programming are offered to people while they're inpatient at McLean?
We offer skills groups, which are
presentation.
things like they're meant to teach patients skills so that they can tolerate distress, they can kind of observe their thoughts. It's meant to shore up their skills. Then there are some groups which are more just relaxed, I guess, such as going for fresh air walks or going to the recreation center, just drawing or coloring, and yeah.
And are there other things offered to patients once they're on a unit to assist them in their care, like counseling?
Yeah, those are the check-ins, and when they meet with the psychiatrist and the social worker, the counseling happens in those sessions as well, and also by the nurses and the mental health staff.
Okay. Now, does this procedure, or how it operates for any given patient, does it change if there's a holiday or a weekend?
I think they're still seen by a psychiatrist.
She's thinking if she knows, I have no objection. I'm going to object to the way she's answering that.
All right. Why don't you rephrase the question?
I will, thank you. As far as your experience at McLean Hospital, is there...
I'm just going to say it. Judge Sullivan's in a fucking shit mood. You can tell. And I'm sure that opinion that came down yesterday probably has a little part in it. But this woman's a fucking hack. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Like, every vibe I get about her, and I'm a big vibe guy, this woman's a hack. And then Optipop had said, I don't want to address this right away. I would assume that you would spend the last day on experts, the state just not have any. The way that this is going to go is that the Commonwealth will be putting their rebuttal case on. That's where they'll put their experts on. So the defense, they're going to come in, they're going to put their case in chief on. It's going to be expert heavy. And then in rebuttal, that's when we're going to see the experts that the state / Commonwealth is going to be putting on, just so we understand. Like, the rebuttal case is going to be some heavy lifting for the Commonwealth in this case, much more than your normal case. Like, most of the time, sometimes you'll get a witness, maybe a couple, and they're really just trying, because remember, rebuttal cases are exactly that. You're rebutting what came out in the defense's case in chief. You can't use your rebuttal case to say, oh shit, we forgot to put this type of witness on or this evidence in. We're going to use our rebuttal case to get it in when it should have been introduced during our case in chief. That's not what rebuttal's for. So, but it was a good question. Thank you.
Does the schedule change when there's a weekend or a holiday?
The group schedule might change, but the staffing schedule doesn't change.
So the availability and the mental health worker that sees the patient, the social worker that checks in, and the psychiatrist and nurse, the team all stays the same even on a weekend or a holiday?
Other than the social worker.
Okay. And when I say stay the same, it could be different individuals, but
Correct.
It's somebody from that group, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your role as a psychiatrist, how do you get assigned patients when they are admitted to McLean inpatient?
It's random. There are beds that are open, and I carry a certain number of patients, and other psychiatrists have a certain number of patients, and whoever has an opening gets the admission.
Do you have to be there when the patient is admitted to have the patient assigned to you?
No.
And so do you rely on other psychiatrists to perform those tasks before you meet a patient?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy that arrived at McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st of 2023. Do you recall that patient?
Yes.
Have you had the ability to review the records related to that patient prior to coming in today?
Yes.
And do you know where she came from?
The emergency department at MGH.
Okay. And did she come voluntarily or did she come on some sort of section?
Again, for transportation, it's always a section, but then she signed in voluntarily, which is the section 10.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she was brought in the early morning hours via ambulance.
Correct.
And did she go through that process of the clinical evaluation center in the early morning hours, approximately 4 a.m. on the 1st?
Yes.
And who saw her there?
I think the psychiatrist's name was Dr. Outlaw.
Okay. And you're familiar with Dr. Jasmine Outlaw?
I've never met her.
Okay, but she is a psychiatrist on
Correct.
staff.
I don't know what on staff, what you mean by on staff.
Well, she works at McLean.
Correct.
And so you were able to review the information she gathered in that first evaluation.
Yes.
And in reviewing that information, did you identify that the patient was identified as medically stable, right? Meaning she didn't have any acute medical issues that you had to worry about?
Correct.
And she was screened on the suicide screening.
Correct.
What was the chief complaint of the patient when she arrived at McLean?
She was unhappy. She was finding it hard.
Thanks for sharing, Monty.
Yeah. Fucking hack. This woman's a fucking hack.
To sleep if she didn't take medications.
Okay. And do you recall reviewing in the records that it was noted that she reported that she felt numb?
Yes.
And that she was having some issues managing medication?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, that she had some complaints about side effects or symptoms of medication.
Yes.
Yeah, managing medications.
Now,
What the fuck?
when the psychiatrist and the clinical evaluation center gather the information, fair to say that it's primarily based on what's reported to the doctor by the patient?
Yes.
At McLean, do you have access to a patient's full psychiatric history or all of their records from other places?
It depends where the patient is coming from. I think that Dr. Outlaw did take an excerpt of the APS evaluation that was done at MGH, so I assume that she had access to that.
I'm sorry, assumptions,
I mean,
I
she
can
would
ask
have
it a
had.
different way.
She doesn't know, she doesn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
As far as the full record of this particular patient that you were assigned to and responsible for, you reviewed all of the notes and information gathered by Dr. Outlaw on that first interaction with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated a little while ago in your testimony that McLean is affiliated with the Brigham
Correct.
Hospital and Mass General. So is it fair to say that those records from Mass General are available to you at McLean?
Yes.
And again, you indicated that that APS evaluation is something that's done at the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And is it common that that information come along with the patient?
I don't know.
No, good. Just if you can answer that. You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, next question.
In this instance, when you reviewed the records, were you aware or did you see that there was some note to the APS evaluation from the Mass General ER?
Objection leading.
I saw the excerpt of the APS evaluation in Dr. Outlaw's note.
Okay. And that excerpt from the APS evaluation was conducted by somebody by the name of Dr. Hogan, correct?
Correct.
And did you review a portion of the record indicating that the patient
Objection.
said to Dr. Hogan or reported thoughts of wishing to be dead but no plan,
Yes.
and that there was no violent or homicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
And that there was observed at Mass General to have no evidence of psychosis, mania, obsessions, or current anxiety symptoms?
Correct.
So that's
Why is he
information
not
that you knew before you met with the patient.
Yes.
Okay.
And
thought
as
the other
far
doctor
as what's
summarized
reported
it.
when the patient comes to McLean, and in this instance, when Lindsay Clancy came, are you aware she reported during that clinical
another
evaluation
leading
center
question.
evaluation that at the beginning of December, she had started Seroquel and Remeron and started to have intrusive and suicidal thoughts,
Yes,
that she attributed that to medication?
yes.
Okay, and so what was the plan, the first plan that came out of that clinical evaluation center evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
She was continued on the medication she was admitted on. The plan, they do the checks, they decide what medical monitoring you need, but she basically was admitted and the
Okay.
medications were the same.
And what was the security level, or how long were the checks assigned to her after this evaluation?
15 minutes.
And was she considered to be a high risk upon coming into the inpatient unit, or was she minimal risk?
Low. Minimal, yeah.
And were you aware of what's called the provisional diagnosis that was assigned to this patient when she arrived?
I don't recall what the provisional diagnosis was, but I do know that they do assign a diagnosis. I don't recall it. I must have seen it in the records, but I think there are like 5 different diagnoses.
Just referring to what's already been marked as Exhibit 79, I'm going to draw your attention to page 24.
Thank you. Right. Okay. I
Still
think I
lay
remember.
foundation.
Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to the provisional diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was it?
Major depressive disorder, severe without psychotic features.
Now, what does the provisional diagnosis mean to you when you're assigned a patient?
That this is the assessment of the psychiatrist who saw her at that time.
Okay. Do you have to stick with that diagnosis, or are you free to change that based on your experiences with the patient?
The diagnosis I give the patient is dependent on what my interactions are and the observations of the team.
Now, for this particular patient, Ms. Clancy, on January 1st, when she got situated onto the unit after that first evaluation by Dr. Outlaw, are you aware that she was then seen later in that day on January 1st?
Yes.
And were you the doctor who saw her, or was there somebody else?
It was a different psychiatrist.
Okay, and who was the psychiatrist that saw her on January 1st?
It was Dr. Madva.
And that would be Dr. Elizabeth Madva?
Correct.
Again, is she a psychiatrist as well?
Yes.
And so this occurred while you were not in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And were you able to review the notes, the admission notes of Dr. Madva regarding her interactions with this patient on January 1st at approximately 12:47 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as these interactions go with the patient and the psychiatrist, it's more of a conversation, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's a conversation when you meet with a patient.
Yes.
You ask them how they're feeling, get information that you think is necessary. Is that fair to say?
It's a conversation, and also you gather information.
Okay. And so do you rely on things that were reported before?
Yes.
Okay. But you also ask follow-up questions, right?
Correct.
And as far as your review of Dr. Madva's interaction with Ms. Clancy on January 1st, is it clear to you that she did that?
Yes.
You reviewed her history with her and spoke with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
At the time she spoke with Dr. Madva, you were she said that she denied feeling depressed and denied any passive death wishes or suicidal thoughts, but reports feeling numb.
Yes.
She reports she can't feel any emotion other than mild anxiety at now being in a hospital setting.
Yes.
Okay. After Ms. Clancy was seen by Dr. Madva, were you aware of what the plan was regarding her medication?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Ms. Clancy complained, there were several symptoms. One of the things that she did complain about was the numbness, and Dr. Madva did, hear that and hear her concern, and that she had been sensitive to many different medications. So she
Well, let me ask, if I can ask a question.
Oh my fucking God. This is terrifying. This is terrifying. I wish I could get Psychosaurus Rex on here to ask her a million questions. Like, what is happening with this woman? I don't know. What is happening
I'm
right now?
wondering if it's possible that her lawyers got her so twisted up about what she can say and what she can't that she's
mean,
afraid to talk.
maybe.
That or what you're saying, that this is
Or
like,
both.
or both, right?
Or both.
Because
I mean,
like
what?
she can't even answer a direct question. She's unsure about everything. Like, you prepped before. I mean, there's no fucking chance in hell she didn't prep before getting on. Sorry, the hiccups.
Aw.
But
All right, let's roll.
yeah.
Like, I can't with this.
He's like, well, this other doctor like heard her.
I mean, if she hasn't gotten a sense that guy in the gray suit is about to get in that ass, she better wake the fuck up.
Finish with your answer.
So she determined that it was possible that the numbness the patient was complaining of was a side effect of the medication she was on, and the plan was to taper that medication and observe the patient to see whether the numbness went away and also if any other symptoms became evident.
So the medications, you were aware of the medications that Ms. Clancy came into McLean on, right?
Yes.
And what medications were those?
Seroquel at 100 milligrams a day, Valium, 2 milligrams. I don't remember the frequency. I think it was per day. And
Again, we're going to let her finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I have no problem if she looks at the record.
Yeah.
so Seroquel, Valium, and Benadryl.
Do you remember or do you recall
I'd let her
Remeron
struggle.
being one of the drugs that were described or reported by Ms. Clancy? When she came in, that she reported taking Remeron?
In the past, yes.
Okay.
In the past, prosecutor, don't try to make it sound like she was misreporting.
Again, in that report from the patient about past history, do you recall her indicating that one of the providers had suspected a bipolar disorder?
Yes.
In your interactions with Ms. Clancy and your review of the interaction she had with other psychiatrists, did she appear to agree with that diagnosis?
Did
Objection.
who appear to agree?
Ms. Clancy.
Rephrase that question, please.
Right, because
Ms.
that one doesn't
Clancy,
matter.
she disagreed with the diagnosis.
Okay. The fact that she came in and she was on 100 milligrams of Seroquel
That's so typical, by the
or
way.
more, would that have been something that was significant to you in considering a bipolar diagnosis?
Seroquel is used for several purposes. It is not just used for bipolar illness.
You didn't
Okay.
answer the
And
question.
Ms. Clancy also reported coming to McLean issues with insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Is Seroquel sometimes used in low doses to address insomnia?
Is this a low dose? No.
Now, as far as the plan from January 1st, you indicated that Dr. Madhva recommended reducing the Seroquel and then monitoring symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Ms. Clancy saw Dr. Madhva again on January 2nd?
Yes.
And again, that was prior to your first point of contact with her.
Yes.
As far as what you know from reviewing the record, you're aware that that Ms. Clancy reported that she slept well on lesser dose of Seroquel.
Yes.
Did she report any delusions, hallucinations, or suicidal or homicidal ideation?
No.
And as far as after the check-in with Dr. Madhva on the 2nd, was the plan to continue to decrease the Seroquel?
Dr. Madhva was going to continue her on 75 milligrams, and then the next day she would have gone down to 50 milligrams.
And on these first few days that Lindsay Clancy was at McLean Hospital from January 1st until you actually saw her on
Tracy
January
did slow it down.
3rd, you're aware that in addition to seeing Dr. Outlaw at the intake and Dr. Madhva on 2 occasions on the 1st and the 2nd, that there were also notes in the record for you to review from nurses who interacted with her on January 1st at 5:20 a.m., right?
Yes.
From nurse January 1st at 6:28 a.m.
Yes.
A nurse interacting with her on January 1st at 10:34 a.m.
Yes.
And that she actually participated in a group activity with a social worker at 12:03 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that a nurse interacted with her and made notes at 2:07 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And that she saw a mental health worker at 9:33 p.m. on the 1st.
Yes.
And in relation to January 2nd, a nurse made note of interaction with her on 9:46 on the 2nd, right?
I remember there were interactions. I don't remember the exact time.
But fair to say on the 2nd, she interacted with nurses and Dr. Madhva.
Yes.
Based on your review. Now, going to January 3rd, that was the first face-to-face contact you had with the patient, correct?
Yes.
Prior to meeting with her, had you reviewed all of these notes and all of the information up to that date?
Yes.
And did you go through, a report of history with her?
Yes.
Were you able to make an assessment of her mental status during that interaction with her?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her mental status?
I can remember certain elements, but I don't remember. She was dressed in, she was appropriately dressed. Her speech was of normal rate and volume. Behaviorally, she was polite and cooperative. Her mood, I don't remember exactly. It's a quote, so I don't remember exactly what she quoted her mood as being. It would be in the medical record.
Yeah, 1 moment. I'm just going to approach if that's okay.
Yeah. And just so the records are Exhibit 79?
Yes.
All right, so those records, you'll have those with you. Okay.
So I have pages 61 through 66. So I think that's your note. If you can just take a look at that and let me know. Does that refresh your memory as to what your observations were of her mood?
Yes.
What was her mood?
Anxious.
Okay. And did you observe signs of anxiety, or did she tell you that she felt anxious?
She appeared anxious.
And her affect, did you observe it to be congruent to her mood?
Yes.
And you examined her and found her to have linear thinking and appear goal-directed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as addressing kind of why she was there and what your recommendations were, ultimately, what were you trying to address or accomplish in the treatment plan with Miss Clancy?
That's a very broad question.
Okay, I could break it down if that's okay.
Yes.
So as far as once you had a chance to sit and talk with her, what did she identify to you to be her main concerns that she wanted to address during her stay at McLean?
She did not want to be dependent on an antipsychotic medication, which is what Seroquel's class is, even though it's used for insomnia and other indications, depression. She didn't want to be dependent on Seroquel to be able to fall asleep.
Okay, and so fair to say she was very concerned about wanting to sleep at night.
Yes.
And she was very concerned about her symptomology, or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms from various medications, right?
Yes.
And that concept, or the phrase numbness, did she use that a few times?
Yes.
And again, you mentioned Dr. Madva was concerned about the numbness with the medication. In your experience with Seroquel, is that also a common side effect for people to feel numb?
It can be one of the side effects that people can have.
Okay. And as far as the suicidal statements that you were aware of from the prior reports, did you go through that with her about whether she presented to you with suicidal ideation?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Did you talk to her about her thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether she had any specific plan?
Yes.
Did she have any plan?
No.
Had she reported that she had ever had a plan for suicide?
No.
And did she tell you there were reasons why she thought she wouldn't commit suicide?
Yes.
And what were those reasons?
Her children and her family, her mother.
So after this face-to-face interaction with her and kind of going through her history and having reviewed what you had, the information you had about her, what did you develop as a plan for her while she was at McLean?
I continued with the plan to taper her off Seroquel and to monitor whether her symptoms improved, but also to see if she could sleep while she was off of Seroquel. And to really observe symptoms and mood.
During this first interaction with her, was there any
Bullshit.
conversation about how long she would stay or what her plan might be after she left McLean?
When we met the first time, Lindsay said that
Thanks, Sarah.
she had her daughter's birthday coming up on the weekend, and that it had been planned months ahead of that date, and she was hoping that she could be there that weekend so she could be with the kids and family who was going to come for the birthday party.
Now, the concept of kind of tapering her off the Seroquel and monitoring her symptoms, did that seem like a realistic goal to you?
Yes.
And now, after having spoken to her and developing this plan, were you also cognizant or thinking about the potential for a bipolar disorder diagnosis? And so how did that affect how you approached this plan to taper?
Again, we were observing for any symptoms that would indicate that she might have bipolar disorder.
Look what
And
she's
where
doing
she had
here.
reported
Pause it
that
real
she
quick.
had issues with sleep, was that also something of?
Would a body language person tell us she's closing her eyes to recall the answer her lawyer told her to give? I don't know.
I mean, the whole thing is inexplicable to me. Like like she just does not sound like you said. It probably is a combination of both. I mean, she certainly was sat down by the hospital's lawyers because they're always concerned about liability, and she is like just a hack. She just is. I mean, she like how long has she known she's coming in to testify in this case? And how long has she known what Lindsay Clancy did? I don't know.
You would think it'd be the type of case that kept you up at night to go and look and see, what did I miss? What did I do? Like maybe on cross we'll hear some of that, because that would be what
I
you
don't
would
think
think
you
a
were on
normal
that
person would
saying
do.
that exact thing. Like, I
Oh.
mean, like this is the shit where you're laying in bed with your own thoughts, just thinking constantly about this shit. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, and the cross is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of objecting. I imagine the judge is going to be yelling at Red a lot.
Concern to you if there was the potential for a bipolar disorder
Yes.
and reduction of medication. What was the concern for the sleep?
I think people's mental health is negatively affected if they cannot sleep, whether it's bipolar disorder or depression. And so sleep is important.
Okay, and so a person that
Still not answering the question.
you might be considering for a bipolar diagnosis would lack of sleep make you watch for symptoms of hypomania?
Yes, sleep deprivation can lead to a bipolar episode, a hypomanic manic episode.
So you wanted to monitor her patterns in her sleep and her mood to see if there was any evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
Just feed her the answers, counselor.
In this
Yeah, take a drink.
first interaction where you
Take a drink,
identified a plan, did you also make a suggestion about a particular medication that she might consider after the Seroquel had been discontinued?
Yes.
What was the alternative medication, if you will?
It was Cymbalta, which is an antidepressant.
And was that something that you intended to prescribe for her while she was there, or was it something that you suggested that she could consider as an outpatient?
It was just a consideration. It would depend on how she was doing after she was off of the Seroquel.
Okay. Now, what about the Valium? Was there a plan to address tapering or weaning her off Valium, or an alternative to Valium?
Yes, I switched her from Valium to Ativan.
Okay.
Because it has a shorter half-life. And, in my experience, it manages anxiety well.
And were you aware that she had taken Ativan before?
Yes.
And did she report any concerns about Ativan or benzodiazepines in general?
Yes.
And what was the concern she reported to you?
Not wanting to get addicted?
She
'Cause they're
stated
addictive?
that her husband had concerns about her being on a benzodiazepine.
During this interaction with her on the January 3rd,
Wow, she's not
did
even-
you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
And in the notes and the interactions with the providers prior to your meeting between January 1st and January 3rd, did anyone ever note any symptoms or concerns for psychosis?
No.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also still in that, what was considered the postpartum period, right? She had had a child in May of 2022.
Then not in January, she wasn't.
That's a tricky question to answer
Right.
because different
3 months.
organizations or agencies assign postpartum a different length of time.
Okay, and so in your training experience and your experience as a person who diagnoses,
Babe, this is what we're talking about.
did you consider postpartum as part of what you had to figure out here with this patient, or was it
Yes.
really not a consideration?
It was.
Okay, and why was it for you?
I mean, she had a child, and the risk of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration.
Okay. Now, after this first meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 3rd, were you able to give her, in your own opinion, a diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
You said after the 3rd?
Right.
Wow.
Okay. So that would mean one meeting.
Yes.
One meeting.
I gave her a diagnosis of insomnia with a mental health condition, because one day of observation wasn't
override bipolar.
sufficient for me to figure out if she truly, to give a solid diagnosis, because it sticks with the patient.
Right. Fair to say you just didn't have enough information at that point.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is a valid concern. You know, they do stick with the
again,
patient.
you saw her on January 3rd, and that was approximately 9:15 a.m., right?
If
Do you
that's what
recall?
it says.
Yeah. Well, at the top of your inpatient progress note on page 61 of the exhibit, if I say the data service reads 1/3/23 at 9:15, would that be where you would note the time you were scheduled to speak with the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that on
Right.
that same day, on
Thanks,
January
Rachel.
3rd, that in addition to meeting with you, that she met with a social worker at 10:07 a.m., right?
Yes, the social worker and I would have met with her together.
Okay, but then the social worker would have their own note if there was any interaction that they were noting, and also a nurse as well.
Yes.
Right? And that on the 3rd, that Ms. Clancy participated in a group at 12:02 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And engaged with a mental health worker at 12:22 p.m., right?
I do know that she engaged with the mental health worker. The times are
Okay.
not something I recall.
If I indicate that the records show she
Yes.
did another group at 2:36 p.m., would that sound right?
Yes.
That she then declined a group at 3:50 p.m.
Yes.
and then saw another mental health worker in the evening before presumably she went to bed 8:52 p.m.
Yes.
Did you see her on January 4th?
Yes.
And so again, is this the same
It's here again, huh?
same protocol? You meet, you talk, you discuss. Did you talk to her about how the previous night's sleep went?
Yes.
And how was that night's sleep?
She reported sleeping well.
Well,
I don't remember the exact words, but she said she slept. And
okay.
Yeah.
And do you remember having a conversation with her again on that day, January 4th, about going home?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Originally, I think we were thinking, we had talked about discharge on Friday, and she stated that she was anxious being in the hospital, and that she wanted to be discharged so she could be home with her family and her children.
And so did she ask to leave earlier than Friday?
Yes.
And when she asked to leave earlier than Friday, what was your response to that?
Whenever I said she could leave provided she had psychiatric follow-up the next day.
And why did you do that?
I wanted to ensure that if she wasn't able to sleep that night after discharge, that she could speak with somebody about it so that they could come up with a plan to ensure she could sleep and to monitor how she was doing off the medication.
And was there a kind of a secondary reason that you had asked that she make sure she make an appointment before discharge?
Yes, it was also to assess whether she could think clearly and follow directions and get it together. We asked her to set up the appointment herself, and she was able to do that. She responded within an hour. She told the social worker that she had gotten an appointment, and the social worker had asked her for a fax number so that we could we could send the discharge summary, and she provided the fax number as well.
And now on this day that you had met her on January 4th, she reported that she slept well. Do you recall what dose of Seroquel she was down to at that point? Had she reached 0?
On which day?
On the 4th, when you saw her.
I'd have to walk myself through this. So I know she was on 75 milligrams the night of the 1st, 75 milligrams the night of the 2nd. On the night of the 3rd, we decreased it to 50 milligrams. On the night of the 4th, she would have been on 25 milligrams.
Okay. And fair to say that on the 4th, your plan was to continue to taper her so that she would be at 0 for Seroquel, take no Seroquel on Thursday night, right?
Correct.
And that she would be restarted on Ativan, and that she'd have the trazodone available if she needed it.
She was already on Ativan during her admission and was taking it at night. She also had trazodone, which is a sleep medication. It has sedating properties, so it can be used for sleep. So yes, she had that. She had the option to take that as well.
And so did you have a concern about her leaving on Thursday, the 5th, without having monitored her at no Seroquel?
I did not have any concerns about her safety or a risk for anybody else.
Okay, but as far as from a diagnostic perspective, would you have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns and her mood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you didn't have a concern for her safety. So what, in your time that you were with her, that you met with her, and all the information that we reviewed, what were identified as maybe protective factors that made you feel comfortable that she was safe?
She was, there's several things. She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother, just like a caring mother. She had her parents around to help her. She had family and supports. We ensured that she would have outpatient psychiatric care for follow-up. She didn't have a history of suicide. She had no history of psychosis, postpartum psychosis. She had a stable place to live. So
the statement that she made to you that she wouldn't have completed the act of suicide because of her kids or her mom, was that something that you considered?
Absolutely.
And the fact that during the time from admission on January 1st to the time she was discharged on January 5th, that she didn't make statements supporting suicidal ideation, was that a factor that you considered?
Yes.
And at no time during the time she was at McLean did she ever indicate that she had ever reported or had thoughts of harming anyone else, did she?
She had never stated that she had any thoughts of harming anybody else.
And ultimately, at the end of that conversation with her, or the hour later, she was able to secure that appointment that you asked her to on her own.
Correct.
And so knowing that now the discharge has moved up a day, what was your plan for medication for her upon discharge?
She would have continued on the Ativan to help her sleep at night. That was a short-term plan. Once she was feeling better or was able to sleep or her mood came back to baseline, she could taper off of it. She had trazodone to use as needed, and melatonin.
And as far as your recommendations for medication, it would be no more Seroquel. I guess, let me ask that question a different way.
Yes.
You didn't give her a new prescription for a different dosage of Seroquel, did you?
No.
And did you advise her to take Seroquel when she was home if she felt that she needed it?
I would assume she would take what I had prescribed.
Just to back up 1 second, as part of this treatment team plan for patients at McLean Hospital, is it fair to say that either you or other members of the team, either a mental health worker, social worker, or nurse, sometimes reach out to collaterals in order to try to gather information and assess a patient?
What?
Yes.
I'd assume
And in this instance, are you aware that somebody reached out to Patrick Clancy to speak with him about his wife and her care?
Yes.
So
And
weird.
were you aware that he reported that she hadn't ever had suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And that he actually reported to the social worker that she was concerned about dependency,
Yes.
but she had told you that her husband was concerned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why the fuck does that matter?
And that he felt that she had succumbed to social pressure to take psychiatric medications because her friends were taking them?
That's what he told the social worker.
And you're aware that he had made
Wow.
statements that he was unhappy with the medical care
Patrick.
she was receiving at McLean?
He said, I don't think
Were you aware that he said he was very unhappy with the medical care she received?
she received. Yes. She didn't specify. He didn't specify McLean.
Okay, thank you. And as far as you're aware, the patient themselves, Ms. Clancy, she never complained that she wasn't getting seen by staff or doctors, was she?
She never complained of that.
Did she ever file any sort of complaint with the
Yeah.
hospital?
No.
And is there a
filed one
mechanism
somewhere.
for a person to file a complaint if they feel like they're not being treated?
Absolutely.
And is that information posted all over the units?
It is posted on the unit and the forms are available.
And a person, even if they're not on a one-to-one or directly interacting with a mental health worker or social worker, do they always have the ability to request to speak to somebody?
Absolutely.
And so even when maybe somebody from their team is not there or working, is there somebody always on call, a mental health worker, a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, for a person to speak to if they felt they needed to?
Yes.
And in addition to your meeting with her on January 4th, and after coming up with that plan for discharge on the 5th, are you aware that she then continued to engage in groups on the 5th, and that she continued to engage with mental health workers and social workers?
Yes.
And do you recall when she was discharged on the 5th? Was it in the morning or in the evening?
Afternoon, probably around 3-ish is my recall.
Okay. And upon discharge, was she provided with information that she could use when she was home?
Oh, finally, it's about to end. It's going to get
Like
interesting.
resources?
Yes.
And do you recall that she had asked about resources to find a new doctor at some point?
Yes.
And that she ultimately reported to the social worker that she felt comfortable managing at home?
Yes.
I may have one moment.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Come back if you're gone.
So upon discharge, what
Oh,
did you
more?
actually prescribe her?
Oh, just clear it up.
A 14-day supply of Ativan and a 14-day supply of trazodone.
Okay. And when you were having conversations with her about her thoughts of suicide or her thoughts of wanting to die,
I thought she didn't have
was
any.
she expressly asked if she wanted to kill herself?
Yes,
And what was her answer, if you recall?
she denied that.
She denied that?
Yes,
And was she specifically asked if she had a plan to kill herself?
yes,
And what was her answer to that?
she denied it.
And was she specifically asked if she wanted to harm anyone else?
Yes,
And did she provide an answer for that?
she denied it.
And those are standard questions you would ask at every interaction with her, correct?
Yes,
And prior to discharge, she would also be asked those questions again, correct?
yes,
Because if her answers changed at any point, it would have changed your plan, right?
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take a break.
Nothing
Or-
further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Huh?
Just like to start off just by asking, District Attorney asked you about resources that were provided to her. What were the resources?
We had discussed going on Psychology Today, where
I'm sorry?
she was aware of the website Psychology Today.
She was aware of it.
Website.
Yes, she was given the name of a case manager through her insurance, who she could contact for assistance in finding new providers.
Well, those are the resources?
So other than telling her about the website for Psychology Today and
Also to get doctors.
talking about
That's
her
what it's for.
insurance company and what they would allow for her to reach out for what, other providers? Is that what it was?
Can you restate that?
Sure, of course. You referenced her insurance company.
Yes.
I mean, that's a major consideration in medical treatment, is it not? What a person has for insurance?
No.
No?
I don't understand what you mean by
You
that.
know what insurance is?
understand what I mean.
I mean, as far as like a person paying their bills for medical treatment or psychiatric treatment.
The insurance is important because who you can see is limited by what insurance you
Right.
have.
So that's what I was asking as far as the insurance. You referenced that on the resources, when the DA asked you about resources, and I asked you what were the resources, and you said going on the website for Psychology Today, right?
Yes.
And that you spoke to her about her insurance, right?
We gave her the name of a case manager who she could contact and her telephone number in case she wanted to find other providers. They would be able to look at their database and figure out what providers would be within the distance she was comfortable with, whether they were male or female, if she had a preference, and if she had any preference about any specialization.
And that's what Psychology
Okay.
Today does as well.
And in
Just a
reference
database.
to the insurance,
Well,
what is the
part of it.
insurance? You answered the question about insurance. I'm just asking, what is the involvement of insurance in that offer of resources?
I don't understand your question.
All right,
Yes, you
maybe I
do.
didn't understand your answer. That's why I apologize. You had indicated that in addition to telling her to go on the website for
Yes.
Psychology Today, that you spoke about her insurance and other providers that would be permitted, I guess, under her insurance.
Not every patient, the fact that she had a case manager at Blue Cross Blue Shield was an added benefit because they could assist her in finding providers.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
All right. Other than the case manager from Blue Cross Blue Shield and to do research off of the website for Psychology Today, what resources were provided to this woman?
There are numerous resources that are printed on the after visit summary. I don't know each and every one of them, but I think they would be in the medical record.
Okay. And that's something that is provided to a patient when they leave.
Yes,
She came in on a voluntary, is that correct? In other words, I know she was transported by an ambulance, but nevertheless, it was that she and her husband, Patrick, wanted her to be treated at McLean, correct?
she came in and signed in on a voluntary.
In other words, there were no orders of a court, no judge ordering that she be committed or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And she came in on, was it New Year's Eve? January 1st?
yes.
And do you remember what time she came in?
I think she arrived at the CEC around 4.
Now, would you agree that on New Year's Eve in McLean Hospital, that
There's a skeleton
ward
staff.
is pretty much running on a skeleton crew?
I can't speak to something I'm not there.
No, obviously you're not there, but what about other people? Was it skeleton crew New Year's Eve? Or
You would
was it-
have to ask somebody who was there.
Well, you've worked there for what, 7 years?
5.
5 years. And what is the ward that she was on?
AB1 South.
81 South?
A as in apple, B as in boy, 1 South.
South. And how many doctors work at AB South, on whatever shifts that you may have?
There are 4 psychiatrists assigned who work on AB1 South.
Now, go ahead.
Yes, that's it.
And does that include you?
Yes.
And approximately how many nurses work on AB South?
I wouldn't know, but I know that there is a nurse assigned to each team and that there are 4 teams. Sometimes, yeah, in general.
4 teams
Yeah.
on AB South, right?
Yes,
Okay.
One
and when
nurse
you say a
per
team, that consists of what? A psychiatrist, a nurse, perhaps, or what?
a psychiatrist, a nurse, a social worker, and an assigned mental health worker.
And what are the shifts that this team would work?
There are 3 shifts.
Okay. And would that be like, 7 to 11, or 11 to 4, that type of thing?
I think there's 7-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts. I don't know the exact times.
All right. And are you assigned a shift, or do you just go whenever you want?
We are not assigned shifts.
And when she was presented to the hospital, she went through that initial evaluation that you told us about, the CEC. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
CEC, maybe you were talking about the
Yeah,
CEC.
can you repeat the question?
Sure. When she admitted herself and was escorted onto AB South, that's where she was evaluated?
She was evaluated in the CEC by the psychiatrist. Then she came to the unit and was seen by Dr. Madhwa later the same day. So she met 2 psychiatrists on January 1st.
Okay. So you have a woman that has admitted herself to McLean
Yeah.
on New Year's for help, right?
Yes.
And she was evaluated at the CEC. Is that on that ward, or is that a different part of the hospital?
It's a different part.
Okay. And how long does that evaluation typically take?
I can't speak to that. I don't work in the CEC.
What do you do in the CEC? What happens in the CEC? Does this person sit down and they get interviewed, or what do they do?
There's a full psychiatric evaluation.
And a full psychiatric evaluation consists of what?
A chief complaint, a history of, so basically a history of present illness, which would be what brings the person into the hospital.
Okay.
They review past psychiatric history, substance use history, social history, family history. They do a mental status exam. and then they make an assessment.
And they would be the CEC?
Psychiatrist,
And that would be the psychiatrist that you were referring to,
Dr. Outlaw.
Dr. Outlaw. Now, how long does a CEC typically take?
I do not know. It
I
depends on the
imagine-
speed of the person seeing the patient.
I imagine that at some point, a psychiatrist or a social worker or somebody must get into the prior history that the patient had prior to coming to your doorstep, right?
That is a part of the evaluation, yes.
Okay. And you had a chance, as the district attorney asked you, as to whether or not you were able to review the medical records that involved Lindsay Clancy's treatment at McLean Hospital for the 4.5 days, right?
I was able to review the CEC note, which had an excerpt of the MGH evaluation and the notes that were available to me since January 1st at McLean.
Now, as a psychiatrist, I mean, when she goes to the hospital, she's your patient, right?
She's
your patient.
Yes,
Yes. And as a doctor, what you want to do is get all the information that's available on why this person is in your locked ward, right?
yes.
So did you do inquiry into her prior history, or was that left to the CEC person or the social worker?
That is part of the evaluation.
And the evaluation is CEC.
And when I see her as well.
All right. So do you sometimes, when I say you, I mean you or the social worker or the CEC person, do you talk to people like third party, I think you said third party contacts?
Yes,
All right.
the social worker does.
Okay, so, and you reviewed the records. So when did the social worker talk to the first psychiatrist that she went to see?
The social worker contacted Patrick.
Well, I know you told us that he contacted Patrick and that Patrick gave some history about the benzodiazepines that he was concerned about and thought she wasn't getting good medical care. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. You know that she had medical treatment before she came to McLean.
yes.
Okay. Who's her psychiatrist?
The nurse practitioner she was seeing prior to coming to McLean, I was aware of that person.
Would that be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Did you speak to her?
No,
Did you look at her records?
I did not have access to them.
Why not?
They aren't in the same medical record system.
Well, the same medical record system is just so that you have access to MGH, you have access to Brigham and Women's Hospital, because it's all part of some big computer information access you have. What about other healthcare providers? Can you get access to their records?
Not immediately.
Well, how about if you have a release signed by a patient under the HIPAA law? You know what the HIPAA law is, obviously, right?
Yes,
And just tell me, what does that actually mean, that a patient allows someone to look at their medical records?
yes,
And Lindsay was very, very cooperative with you guys, wasn't she?
yes.
Did anyone ever ask her to sign a HIPAA release for anyone to get access to nurse practitioner Gelada's records?
No,
How about psychiatrist Tufts' records?
no,
How about nurse practitioner Paul's records?
no.
Who's Letitia Dukes?
She was a social worker, I think, that Lindsay saw at South Shore at the perinatal program.
Okay. And do you know when she went to the South Shore, Rhode Island perinatal program?
I know it was prior to admission. I don't remember the exact dates.
Do you know what recommendations that she had received at that point?
No, other than the medication.
Do you know what medication she was actually on when she presented to McLean Hospital?
Seroquel and Valium.
What is it?
Seroquel and Valium.
You knew that Dr. Tufts was the first psychiatrist that she actually consulted, correct?
I believe so.
And when again, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you made reference to the fact, or maybe the DA made reference in questioning you about the fact that she was looking for doctors for some type of medication or something. Is that fair?
That's a very vague statement. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, actually, she saw Dr. Tufts because Dr. Tufts advertised that she was an expert in perinatal care, right?
Correction.
Overruled.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't know why she saw Dr. Tufts.
Do you know what medication Dr. Tufts prescribed to her?
From what Lindsay told me, yes.
What?
Zoloft was the first.
All right. So Dr. Tufts, according to Lindsay, provided her, Lindsay, with Zoloft, which is an SSRI, correct?
It's an antidepressant in that class, yes.
Okay, so when you say an antidepressant in that class, the class would be selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, right?
Yes.
And that's pretty powerful stuff, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean by powerful.
No? Well,
Yeah, drink that
are you
water.
supposed to prescribe Zoloft or sertraline to a person that has bipolar?
I think it all depends on what you're seeing when you see the patient.
All right. So it's important, I would imagine then, to be fair in your evaluation of this young woman that came to your hospital for help on New Year's to find out what any evaluations were of her condition, her presentation, her symptomology when she saw that first psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, right?
Lindsay was cooperative and she was forthcoming. I had no reason to think that she would not provide us with what other providers thought, just like she told us that Tufts said she was worried about bipolar disorder. And
I apologize.
Yeah.
Tufts advised her that she was worried
no,
about
sorry, it was,
Gelada?
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
That's all right, no problem. And again, if you have records or you want to look at them, that's fine, because I know it's tough to have all this stuff in your head.
Yes, thank you.
And so Dr. Tufts prescribed the Zoloft to her, and you knew that right after the initial prescription of Zoloft, do you know how many milligrams she was prescribed initially by Dr. Tufts?
Lindsay, I think, stated it was 25.
Okay. And then Dr. Tufts increased it to what, 100?
Lindsay said it was increased to 50.
50, all right. So, and again, you're in a, I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but you're in a mental institution, right? That's where you work at McLean
Yes.
Hospital. Okay, and it's a locked ward, right?
Yes,
And she's a patient that's coming to you for help, right?
yes.
Is it appropriate for a doctor to take what that patient is telling you as a history? Or do you have to verify it or talk to other healthcare providers to make sure that they're not just running off and making something up?
I had no reason to believe that she was not a reliable reporter.
Because she seemed very forthright, right?
Yes,
She seemed very honest in her disclosure of her symptomology, right?
yes.
One of the things, or one of the tools that you in the mental health field have access to is psychiatric testing, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have, for example, one tool, and I think psychologists, and there are psychologists that are on staff, I would imagine, at McLean as well.
no, not on that unit.
As a psychiatrist, you don't administer psychiatric or psychological testing, do you?
No,
All right. But for example, you've got the Beck inventory test, or what's called the MMPI test. You're familiar with those, right?
these are forms and forms that the patient can fill out.
Right. And one of the tests is the MMPI, which is Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
I have heard of that.
Okay. And you know that one of the things that it determines is if they call it the K scale, whether or not somebody is lying or minimizing, or not minimizing, but lying about their symptomology, right?
I don't know much about the scale.
Well, that's a tool that can give someone information as to the person's presentation of their symptomology. That would be important as to their honesty of whether or not they're trying to minimize or whether or not they're trying to falsely project their symptomology, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Were you aware that there were ever any psychological testing administered to Lindsay? MMPI or Beck or anything?
No.
Okay. How many times did she call or reach out to help for a suicide hotline?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that be something important to find out if the person who you're suggesting was denying suicidality or suicidal ideation upon your evaluation that she called out to suicide hotlines?
She was telling, she told us that she was having suicidal thoughts,
Right.
but had no intent or plan. So I do know that she was struggling with suicidal ideation.
Right. Anybody else that you talked to? Or did you
Patrick.
talk to anybody else?
I know the social worker talked to Patrick, and he did give the information he gave.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, as you're investigating the history of this patient, you're not aware, no idea that she had reached out on not one but two occasions to a suicide hotline. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you know that when she was first prescribed the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts at 25 milligrams, then increased to 50 milligrams, that she then reported that she was unable to sleep?
She
For
shared
40
that with us. Yeah,
Was that?
sorry. I'm sorry. I
Go
didn't.
right ahead, no problem. What is it?
I'm going to let you finish the question.
Okay, thank you. No big deal. It's just that she reported that she went for 48 hours without sleep.
I don't remember that time quoted. I know she had difficulty sleeping.
You indicated in your testimony that, and I quote, "I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns," right? Do you remember saying that?
Following the changes in the medications that we were making.
So sleep pattern would be just what it says, sleep pattern. Like you sleep from 9 at night till 7 in the morning or
Yes.
12 at night, whatever your pattern would be, right?
Yes.
And why is a sleep pattern important for you as a psychiatrist trying to evaluate your patient?
Because difficulty sleeping is a symptom of several different conditions, and it can worsen several different conditions.
And you know that she had reported severe anxiety, right?
She was struggling with anxiety, yes.
Struggling with anxiety. And she was having not just insomnia, but she had very, very severe insomnia, didn't she?
She wasn't able to sleep.
And you would prefer to have more information about sleep patterns, is what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said.
I know that we were able to observe her sleep while she was on the unit. Once she left the unit, I would not know how she was sleeping, which is why we referred her to somebody else so that they could continue to monitor her symptoms.
Obviously. So let's put the time that you are observing her, or that your social workers are investigating to whatever extent they did, her background. What were her sleep patterns that were important to you prior to New Year's 2023?
The amount of sleep is important.
Yeah, and you said that. You already said, I would have preferred to have more information about her sleep patterns.
After she was in if I was going to continue to evaluate her, I would want to observe her sleep is what I meant.
Oh, so you didn't mean that as an evaluator of her prior medical history, trying to get a history of your patient for purposes of diagnosis and treatment, that you wanted to know what her sleep patterns were. You didn't mean that you meant prior?
The history of whether somebody is struggling with insomnia is important, and the patient can relay that to me.
Okay. You ever heard of patients that minimize their symptoms and lie about their symptoms sometimes?
Yes.
Okay. So it's important to corroborate what the person is telling you, right? I mean, you want to talk to somebody else objective to find out what, if any, evidence there is of symptomology.
And we did that with Patrick.
I'm sorry?
So when a patient presents and they're talking to us, it is not just about what they are saying. It's about their body language, their eye contact. You can get a sense of whether a person is being honest or whether they're lying. And we are not, we're providers. The patient is there to get help. They're going to tell us what is bothering them and what they're concerned about. That's why they're in the hospital.
This woman was in a locked ward. She couldn't walk off your unit, could she?
That is what a psychiatric unit is.
Right. And she was very sick, wasn't she?
I don't know what you mean by very sick.
Really? You indicated that you would assume that she would take what I prescribed. Do you do that with all of your patients? Assume that when they have mental disease or a defect that they would do what they're told?
If they are cooperative, and they have been cooperative and reliable, yes.
One of the things that's referenced would be she stated that she had intrusive thoughts. Remember that?
Yes.
What were the intrusive thoughts?
From what's stated in the medical record, thoughts of suicide.
Okay. And how often would she have the intrusive thoughts?
I don't recall if the frequency.
Would you agree with me that in addition to anxiety and in addition to inability to sleep, that she was in what was self-described as a brain fog, right?
She complained of feeling, you can complain of feeling foggy.
She also complained about that she felt as if she was a zombie, right?
She did not use those words.
Anybody else use that word describing her in your investigation?
No.
Did Patrick tell you that he was concerned about the medications that she had been prescribed over the past 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
And you knew what the medications were that she was prescribed, correct?
She told us.
She told you, okay. And she told you that she was prescribed, in addition to the SSRI Zoloft that was increased from 25 to 100, that she was then told...
I was aware that...
I'm sorry, 50.
Correct.
She was then told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
She reported not being able to sleep, and they agreed that she would not take the Zoloft.
Okay, so the answer is yes. She was told to stop taking the Zoloft by Dr. Tufts, right?
I think you would have to ask Dr. Tufts that.
Oh, I will. But I'm asking you, as investigating her...
I know that she stopped taking the Zoloft, and that she saw Dr. Tufts, so I assume that they would have come to that agreement.
All right, so as you're evaluating this patient, you're assuming that she voluntarily stopped taking the Zoloft?
Because she wasn't able to sleep, and she discussed it with Dr. Tufts.
She did. You knew that.
She told us she did.
Okay. How many patients have you treated? How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis.
I don't recall. I don't remember, but I think it would stick in my memory, so I don't think that I probably have.
You don't think you probably have?
I don't think I have.
How
I
about-
haven't seen any.
How about postpartum?
Wow. If this doesn't scare the shit out of you, I don't know what will. And Psychosaurus, I see in there. I understand the concept of what psychiatrists and psychologists are allowed to do. None of that excuses what's going on here. It's terrifying.
Depression.
Yes.
How many patients have you treated with postpartum depression?
Over the last 20 years, I wouldn't, there are lots of patients I have seen. I
Okay.
don't keep a record of what diagnoses and what people I see.
Now, one of the things that you, when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, psychologists, use in your evaluations and diagnoses of patients would be what's referred to as the DSM, correct?
Yes.
And that would be DSM, it means Diagnostic Statistical Manual, right?
Yes.
And it started out with DSM-1, then it went to 2, then it went to 2R, meaning revised, and then there were a number of revisions, and now we're all the way up to DSM-5, correct?
Yes.
And DSM-5, also the most recent would be -TR. What does TR mean?
I don't actually know.
So the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, is really, it's about this thick, right? If you have a regular sized book. I just have a little one, but.
I think so.
Okay. Do you rely on or do you use in your evaluation of patients the Diagnostic Statistical Manual?
The diagnoses are based on the criteria that are stated in there.
Okay, so you do use, for diagnosis purposes, what is stated in the DSM, correct?
Yes.
And it's kind of like a cookbook. I mean, it basically tells you what the ingredients of a particular mental disease or defect would be, right?
Yes.
And you know that it's basically a group of people that get together and they discuss what should or should not be included in the manual that psychiatrists and psychologists use to diagnose patients, right?
Yes.
And they try to keep up to date and stay on top of any recent developments, right?
I would assume, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't speak to this.
That's all right. So here we are in 2026, not 1928. Is postpartum depression in the DSM?
I think it's a subcategory.
You think it's a subcategory of what?
Depression.
Depression. How about psychosis? Postpartum psychosis in 2026. Is that in this manual?
I don't exactly know where it is.
Have you ever seen it in this manual?
I don't recall paying attention to where it's categorized.
So if you're treating a woman who is, as you put it, postpartum because she had the child, and then you told the jury, well, there's a time frame, a cutoff as to whether or not a person is still postpartum, still subject to mood swings, and still subject to hormone imbalance, and there's a cutoff, is what you said, right?
Different organizations use different definitions.
How about you? You're here for the government testifying in this case. What's your understanding of a cutoff of postpartum, if there is one?
For the DSM-5, it is 4 weeks. For ACOG, which is the American Academy of Obstetrics or something, I don't remember what it stands for. It's 12 weeks. For the CDC, it's 12 months. For the CDC, it's 12 months.
Okay, so CDC would be Center for Disease Control, right?
Yes.
So they're pretty much all over the place as far as the time frame that a woman can still be involved with postpartum symptomology, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a doctor by the name of Meg Spinelli?
No.
Have you read anything about the efforts being made to have the DSM-6 coming out include
Objection.
No, overruled.
postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Have you read or are you aware of efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 that will be coming out within a couple of months?
I think it's clear that there is question about where it should be placed or categorized.
Okay, so are you aware of any efforts being made to include postpartum psychosis in the DSM-6 when it comes out?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. How vague?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know that there's question about where it should be categorized and that the DSM is reviewed every time and they try to move things around based on what clinicians and researchers think.
What, if any, impact does the thyroid have on a woman who has just had a baby and is in the postpartum period, whatever they decided it is, 6 months, 4 months, a year? What impact does the thyroid have?
I am not an internal medicine physician. I am a doctor. What I do know about the thyroid is that the thyroid can affect one's mood and anxiety, whether one is pregnant or not.
So is it fair to say that thyroid levels are important in evaluating a woman who is in postpartum?
It's one tiny component of the entire. It is one component.
Okay. So what does that mean?
It's one of the
It's a tiny component. What does that mean?
Can you let her finish?
Sure, you'll let it finish. Go ahead.
It's one of the tests that can be done when a patient is admitted.
Okay, was it done by McLean Hospital?
No.
What?
No.
Are you aware that your records indicate that she had a thyroid read that are part of the records?
My recall is that the TSH was not from 2022 or 2023.
Right. It was from 2000 and what?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to refer to the record.
So in other words, it was imported into McLean records by, I guess, computer access or something from MGH years before, right?
Things move forward, yes.
I'm sorry?
Labs do populate from the past.
Okay, so in the past, as a psychiatrist, as her treating psychiatrist at McLean Hospital, trying to do an investigation, evaluate this woman to tell her what your diagnosis was and what you guys can do to help her out. Did you look at the thyroid reads?
It was one of the labs that I would have reviewed.
You would have reviewed. Okay, as you're sitting here today, do you have any memory about what the thyroid reads were?
It was within normal limits.
And that would be coming from how long before? A year, 2, 3?
I don't remember.
So there were no actual thyroid tests done while she was at the hospital at McLean, right?
No.
What is the Edinburgh the EPDS or something like that? What is that?
It's a scale.
A scale. What kind of a scale?
It's a postpartum scale for depression.
And it's used by psychiatrists and psychologists to evaluate the risk factor of a woman who is involved with postpartum, right?
I think it's to assess the level of depression.
In a woman who's involved with postpartum, not some guy that got injured on a soccer field, right?
Yes.
So what does the EPDS mean? I'm probably butchering that. What is that an acronym for?
Edinburgh's postpartum depression scale or something.
Okay. The Edinburgh postpartum depression scale. Was that administered to Lindsay when she was in for the 4 days and a half that she was in your hospital?
No,
Why not?
because we don't necessarily administer scales.
You don't necessarily what?
We don't administer scales.
Why? That's an accepted tool to evaluate a patient as a psychiatrist or a psychologist, isn't it?
It is a tool, but it doesn't in the end determine the diagnosis.
Oh, no, of course not, because the doctor who supposedly has access to the person's medical history and all of the other aspects of your evaluation is the one that gives the diagnosis, right?
The psychiatrist makes the diagnosis based on the presentation, the history of the patient.
Right. So far, what we've got is a presentation of the patient who was in the locked wards at McLean Hospital, and the presentation was from her, right?
Her presentation is how she presents, how she is observed. It's not what she's telling us.
Well, isn't what she's telling you part of what you consider?
Yes,
Okay. And what Patrick's telling you is part of what you consider?
yes.
So other than what Lindsay, who was in the locked ward, tells you, and her husband who tells you, what, if any, investigation did you do?
We did not do any additional collateral contact.
And you didn't do any tests either, right? You didn't do it. Did you do a blood test?
Psychiatry as a field is not dependent on blood tests. If it was that
Well-
simple, it would be much better for everybody. It's based on the evaluation of the patient who's sitting in front of you.
So you're suggesting to this jury that it's not a valid medical step for one to take blood from a person who is on a cocktail of drug medications to find out what their levels are?
No, not a regular procedure at all.
Okay. Now, McLean did not take any blood. McLean did not do the Edinburgh scale, but that would be something that you would be interested in, right? As to whether or not anyone else gave her the Edinburgh depression scale.
Let me clarify one thing. McLean did draw blood. They did do testing. There was no testing for levels of drugs. Just
okay.
let me clarify that. So
That's fine.
Okay.
So they took a CBC or maybe a blood count evaluation, but it had nothing to do with what was on board, as they say, as far as tricyclics, antipsychotics, SSRIs, anything, right?
They check for substances of abuse, but nothing else.
Well, there were no substances of abuse in her blood, were there?
No.
How about the tricyclics, the antipsychotics, the SSRIs, the benzodiazepines, the Z drugs that they call some of their categories? They didn't test for that, did they?
Those are not tested on a regular basis.
How about on her basis?
I don't know why I would have tested for those.
Well,
What would have been the indication?
How about if she presents and the history that she's giving you is that she was on a number of drugs for that 3-month period or 3.5-month period. Would it be of interest to you as to what was on board in her blood?
Medications have different half-lives. So if she had taken something, it would depend on what the half-life was. If it was a day, it would be out of her system. We would not be able to catch it at that time. It would depend on what she'd been taking and, what was in her bloodstream at that point.
So the admission note that was noted in the medical records would be on page 64 of the medical records that you were presented by the district attorney. Do you
I don't remember what page it's on, but
That's understandable. Okay.
thank you.
Sure, no problem. Can you tell me what I'm looking at? Exhibit 79, page 63. And that would be the record from McLean Hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what this means when it says clinical summary?
That's the social workers note.
Okay. And is
Can,
that
can
what
you, Doctor, can you maybe move that microphone just so that the,
Sorry.
oh,
That's the social worker's note?
Correct.
And that's what the district attorney was questioning you on when she referred you to symptomology?
It was just a conversation with Patrick. I'm not sure I don't recall what you're talking about.
All right. You can read along with me, all right?
Okay.
Clinical summary says the case was discussed in rounds, and would that be like on Grey's Anatomy? You have rounds, and they see patients in the rooms and that type of
No.
thing. No. What does it mean when it says in rounds?
It's when we meet in the morning, the social worker, the psychiatrist, the nurse, and the charged nurse, the utilization reviewer.
Okay. So that's why it says on page 63, discussed in rounds, SW and PIC met with Lindsay as part of the intake interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. Presenting problem, then it says HX, that's history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And psychosocial HX history was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, she stated that she was hoping to be home by next weekend for her daughter's birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that then she relates her history as far as having a third baby on May 26th. That would be Callan, right?
Yes.
The youngest baby. And she then told you all that 12 weeks after she delivered, the baby wasn't taking the bottle. It was around the time that she was supposed to go back to work. Husband also went back to work, and she was experiencing a lot of, and then someone puts in quotes, situational anxiety. Is that correct?
That's what it states.
All right. So as a result, is that coming from her, or that word situational anxiety, was that her words because it's in quotes, or was that you guys put that in there?
I didn't write that note.
Okay. But you factored that in your investigation, right?
I read it.
Okay. And as a result of this, she subsequently saw a psychiatrist that prescribed her Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And that would be Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And 1 week after prescribing that, it says after 1 week of taking it, that she developed insomnia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an indication of a reaction that the patient had to the medication that was prescribed to her, being the SSRIs, Zoloft, right?
It could be a side effect, yes.
Could be, okay. And the psychiatrist told her to stop taking Zoloft, right?
That's what it states.
And do you know from your investigation and your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, when the doctor told her to stop taking Zoloft? It was like, I mean, you can guess, it was like a week later, a couple of days later?
It would be, if I don't recall off the top of my head, but if that information was available, it would be in my note.
Do you know, can you find your note in here? I just don't know how to navigate that. Would it help you if you had a break or a little recess just to look at this?
No,
No?
I can find it right now.
You know, Mr. Redding, that's probably not a bad idea. We've been sitting here, kind of missed that morning recess. So we're going to take that at this point, just a short morning recess. I'll let all of you kind of stretch your legs a little bit, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, close your notebooks, take them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
Said I should.
Your Honor, can she have permission to take that and look at it, the exhibit, out of the courtroom?
I think it's probably best if you want to look at it, keep that in the courtroom.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you can look at it, but just you'd have to stay in the courtroom.
Okay?
She wants to take a break, as we all do.
Leave it here. All right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll come back. Great, thank you.
Court, all rise.
I mean, wow. It's disconcerting, which is probably the biggest understatement ever made. What happened with Lindsay Clancy when she arrived at McLean. I don't know if Dr. Tufts is getting called. And I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to know what doctors should and shouldn't be doing in a situation like this. But what I can tell you is to not look into her medical history pertinent to this time frame is unthinkable to me. I mean, Dr. Goodheart here did nothing. This was some trust me bro shit when Lindsay is giving her the information that she's asking about in a mental health facility. I mean, to me, it seems to indicate a deep lack of knowledge about what she does for a living. You know, and the interplay of the fact that she's personally being sued, the facility's being sued civilly, is of course impacting her testimony to some extent. But in terms of her not being able to answer basic questions, you have to think about what it looks like to a jury. In Reddington, this is a masterclass. You know, I talk about how an attorney in particular a defense attorney going into a particular cross-examination of a witness, and I'm talking like months ahead of time. You know, we have a deep understanding once we familiarize ourselves with the case and the facts in the case and the records, which way we're going to swerve during the examination, and we think deeply about temperament in terms of how to handle and treat a witness. And it's unequivocal that this woman is a massive part of the problem of why we're here. All to say that he could have come in hot, aggressive, and it would have been acceptable. I mean, we see it all the time. Lawyers aren't robots. We're allowed to be outraged. We always have to maintain decorum within the boundaries of what's ethical and allowable in a court of law. But he's coming in like a surgeon. And if you were with us yesterday at the end of the day, you know that Kevin Reddington was coming off 4 major trials leading into this one. And I'm here to tell you, this is what a prepared defense attorney looks like. He has no script. He's 75 years old. And he is sharp as a tack. And this is not a cross-examination of a lay witness talking about an accident scene. This is not a cross-examination of a cop, which defense attorneys are obviously extremely familiar with in terms of how to conduct that type of cross-examination with a cop, because we do it all the time. This is an attorney who has gone outside of what he's educated on and learned everything. The terminology alone is overwhelming. I could not be more impressed with him. I could not be more impressed with him. What an outstanding attorney. I mean, I said it early on that he's the man for this job. This case is so important. So important. Beyond just the facts of this case, it's this case can advance how mental illness is handled in this country specifically. And I know that we have a ton of viewers outside of the US, but I'm not so sure you're not dealing with the same shit that we are here in the US in terms of our healthcare system. And it's difficult to know exactly where to point the finger, because there's just so so many things to blame. The system is broken on a massive level. You know, it's like we had a comment the other day in chat about, you know, suing this person and that facility and, you know, and that it should be criminal what they're doing. But who do you charge criminally? It's the slipperiest slope you can imagine. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. I forgot we had a fair amount of blooping. All right, let me.
To the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the side.
He's in the middle of it.
Your Honor, first of all, I want to raise an issue with you, and I think it's
Why don't
really.
we- why don't we come
No, I
on
don't want to go to the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're gonna talk about before.
I want to tell you that
You know-
they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale, where you're going to tape them up.
So I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then.
Wow. I had 3 people message me about that exact situation, wherein the Commonwealth, and I'm assuming her is Lindsay Clancy, sobbing while they were going through the autopsy. Man. What an advocate. This isn't The Handmaid's Tale where we tape her mouth shut. God damn.
Was the witness?
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, right.
I get sidetracked by that. All right. All right, ready for the jury? Yeah. wait a minute.
Can I keep it? Judge?
Ryan Steele, another great lawyer.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah, we'll definitely, next break, we'll go back and watch that. It's brief, but worth it.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
I think it's page 63, I'm pretty sure.
My note.
Yes, I believe. Look for it. But you know what? Yeah, but this- we don't have to worry about it. Doctor, you'd agree with me that your notes are contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you had mentioned is that at the end of Lindsay's treatment at your hospital, she was discharged, ultimately, correct?
Yes.
And that was not against medical advice, was
No.
And finally, you had made reference to the fact that postpartum psychosis is a serious consideration for you when you or your staff when you're evaluating a patient in McLean, correct? For
Yes.
postpartum. And one of the recommendations that you made was that she should follow up with other healthcare providers. And if I understand correctly, she actually sent a text or an email or something and confirmed that she did within the hour, right?
She made an appointment with Dr. Tufts for the next morning.
Right, and she told you guys that, right?
She told the social worker that.
So she was very responsive to your advice about you should reach out to your provider, and she did that, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, council redirect?
Wow.
Dr. Goodheart, you're familiar with the discharge paperwork that a patient gets, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 146. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And you know that to be discharge paperwork for, or what's called the after visit summary for Lindsay Clancy at her stay from McLean, correct?
Yes.
And in this discharge paperwork, there's actually two packets. So it's pages 1 of 6, and then there's another one of 7. You see that?
Yes.
And it gives instructions on if you need immediate help. It gives phone numbers, right?
Yes.
It gives a crisis plan and where to call for the suicide prevention lifeline, right?
Yes.
It gives instructions on what the patient's supposed to do or what you've talked about as far as what to do as follow-up, right?
Yes.
And in this instance, it says, what's next? Call Cassandra Wolfson. Give her a call for assistance with finding community behavioral health providers. And that's identified as the Blue Cross Blue Shield case manager, right?
Yes.
And was that based on a conversation that you had with Ms. Clancy about the fact that she wanted a new provider?
She had a psychiatrist or a prescriber. She stated that she was going to be assigned a therapist by the individuals at the South Shore. And if she wanted to have more options or more choices, she could always call that person to get more choices.
So she was looking for an additional provider?
Yeah.
Okay. And also part of this discharge packet, you see that there's a section that's labeled community services, right?
Yes.
And there are a number of online resources as well as the direction to contact your primary care physician and insurance company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these are resources that were discussed and told and available to her when she was discharged from McLean.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the resources that were given at discharge, you're aware she did participate in particular groups that would have given her some information and skills while she was there, right?
Yes.
And those skills were about illness and symptom management, correct?
Yes.
Self-compassion was another one, right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of cross, which is, I think, a legitimate objection. So,
All right, sustained.
Counsel on cross-examination kept referring to this, the unit at McLean as the locked unit, right? You
Yes.
remember that line of questioning? And fair to say, it is locked for the safety of the patients, right?
Yes.
And in this circumstance with Ms. Clancy, when she arrived from Mass General via ambulance, she voluntarily agreed to be at this locked facility until it was safe for her to leave.
Yes.
Now, when she came in, she was identified, I think you said, as low risk
Yes.
and at the lowest level of checks, correct?
Yes.
And she was very vocal with you about how long she wanted to stay and when she wanted to leave.
Yes.
And you respected that and you worked with her to come up with a plan, correct?
Yes.
And when counsel says she wasn't discharged against medical advice, would you have preferred more time with this patient to assess her symptomology?
objection.
Overruled.
I think you're asking me to go back and do.
Well, at the time, let's talk about the time that you had the conversation with her about leaving
Yes.
early.
Yes.
You said the original plan was to stay till at least Friday, right?
I think I didn't have a set time on when she would leave. I take it a day at a time based on how the patient is doing.
And at the time that she indicated that she wanted to bump up her discharge to Thursday,
Yes.
had you had the opportunity to observe her symptoms for more than a day or two?
Yes.
Had you been able to identify if any of the issues that she came in with were resolved?
Yes.
And so she was sleeping better, right?
Yes.
Was there any indication that her mood had vastly improved?
Her mood had improved. I don't know what you mean by vastly.
Well, did you have enough time to get to the root causes of why she was having the insomnia or why she was feeling numb?
No.
Okay, and so with more time, would that have been something that you could have explored more at least?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about asking Lindsay Clancy to sign releases, and you said that you did not do that in this case, correct?
Yes.
With more time with a particular patient, is it possible that you could have determined that you needed that more information and then asked her to sign releases?
Sustained.
Well, as far as your protocol for asking for releases, is it something that you do with every patient?
No.
What are the circumstances that would lead you to ask for releases to be signed?
And it's outside the scope of cross-objection.
No, overall,
It depends on how the patient is presenting, whether they appear reliable, whether their history that they're giving is consistent across different times when they were evaluated. For example, she was evaluated in the emergency department in the CEC, then on the unit by Dr. Madwa and myself. And also we had obtained collateral information from Patrick. And so I didn't feel like there was any urgent need to obtain the collateral from the other providers. And she was telling us what she liked and what she disliked about what the providers were doing.
Okay, and so you were responding to those conversations in
Yes.
coming up with a plan.
Yes.
And again, the team is not just you and your team, but also the patient as well.
Yes.
And during this time period that she was there, in addition to what she was reporting, you were also making observations of her.
Absolutely.
And was there anything inconsistent about what she was reporting to what your observations of her were?
No.
When she arrived at McLean, you were advised of what medication she had been on, correct?
Yes.
And any of the treatment plans that you or any of your colleagues recommended, did they require different medications?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you were asked about the blood work.
Yes.
And so you indicated that McLean does draw blood upon admission, right?
Yes.
But that you did not look at the blood work or ask or evaluate it for levels of medications.
Correct.
Was there any reason to do that based on the medication regimen that you were advised that she had been on?
No.
And with your treatment plan as far as medication, would there have been a reason to do that to either verify or not verify that she already had things in her system?
No.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant reporting that she complained of brain fog or being foggy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you also recall that she was observed by nurses to have improved memory and improved concentration, over the time that she had been at McLean?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about suicide hotline. And
Yes.
Are you familiar with suicide hotlines?
Yes.
And what do they assess for when you call one?
Risk. And if somebody's calling and they're feeling suicidal, I think the point is for them to send somebody or to help them through it.
So it's a point of intervention, correct? But in order for a person to receive intervention, they have to identify that they have an intent or a plan.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, based on your experience and your conversations with this particular patient, did she ever indicate that she ever said she had a plan?
No.
You were asked some questions about the DSM-5, and I actually have a big version of the most recent version, the DSM-5 TR, meaning text revision. You're familiar with this book?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes.
And counsel asked you some questions about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and whether they appear here in the DSM-5.
Yes.
Recall that line of questioning? And fair to say they do appear. They're not their own category, correct?
Yes.
But they do appear in conversation of bipolar disorder 1, having major depressive symptoms or episodes, as well as psychosis.
Yes.
And it's very brief mention, but it's in here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a psychiatrist, this is just a tool that you could use.
Yes.
What other things do you rely upon when making a diagnosis other than a tool like this?
Observation of the patient, the history that they're relating, the information from family, and other, that's essentially it, and other records if available.
Okay, and you use that information based on your own training and experience
Yes.
to come up with a diagnosis.
Yes.
And your diagnosis, does that have to agree with anyone else?
No.
And when you're treating a patient that comes before you for help at McLean, you're treating the patient in front of you, or you're treating the patient from several months ago?
You take the history into consideration, but you're treating the patient in front of you because that's the presentation.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right,
Thank you.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Jennifer Tufts.
There we go.
Good afternoon. You start right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and I now coming between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
I'll just stop there.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'd ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Okay.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Tufts. JENNIFERTUFTS.
Your date of birth.
December 31st, 1989.
Where do you work?
Astor Mental Health.
And how long have you worked there?
For 3.5 years.
What is your role there?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
I've been officially fully licensed psychiatrist for close to 4 years.
I want to ask you if you could just explain to us your educational background and your training background that qualifies you to be a psychiatrist.
Absolutely. So I went to medical school at University of Vermont, graduated in 2018 with an MD. I did a postgraduate training in psychiatry at Boston Medical Center. That was 4 years, going into 2022. And then I began working at Astor Mental Health in 2022.
And are you a licensed psychiatrist in Massachusetts?
Yes.
While you were working at Astor Mental Health, did you have a patient named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the records of Lindsay Clancy for Astor Mental Health as the next exhibit.
Okay, they may be admitted.
Do you recall when you first saw Lindsay Clancy as a patient?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in September of 2022.
And was that first appointment on September 15th, 2022?
I believe that it was.
And prior to a patient coming in for their first appointment, is there paperwork that they fill out, either online or that's provided to them to fill out?
Yes.
And what type of paperwork is that?
It's fairly extensive. It includes past health history, past psychiatric history, medications they have taken in the past. It includes names of any therapists or other doctors they work with, usually primary care. It includes any report of substances that they may use or may have used in the past. It includes a number of scales, so scales assessing things like anxiety, depression, ADHD. So it's a fairly lengthy document.
Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy filled out those documents on September 12th, 2022, 3 days prior to her first appointment?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review what Lindsay filled out prior to meeting with her for that first appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what you learned from those documents about her prior mental health treatment?
Yes.
What was that?
That she had previously taken some medication. I believe it was in nursing school. It may have been fairly brief, but she had tried the medication Prozac.
Do you recall that she also listed that she had tried Wellbutrin as well while she was on the Prozac?
That was listed as well.
Okay. And do you recall that when she listed that she took the Prozac and the Wellbutrin while in nursing school, she listed that she had no side effects from those medications?
That is correct.
Prozac, is that an SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. So Lindsay reported that she had previously taken an SSRI while in nursing school with no side effects, correct?
Correct.
Did she also report that she had no history of any kind of abuse that had occurred to her at any point in her life?
Correct.
What did she report in regards to alcohol consumption?
I believe she reported 1 to 2 drinks at a time, and possibly up to 5 times a week.
And is there a portion when the patient fills that in, how much they drink? Is there a question there about whether they feel guilty about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Am I allowed to go check that just to make sure?
Is there an objection to her reviewing the records?
Yes. She indicated yes.
And so in that section, is it correct that she listed that she was drinking 5 times per week and feeling guilty at that time about it?
Yes.
And did she list her height as 5'6" in those documents? I believe on the same page, page 20.
Yes.
Now, did those that initial survey or questionnaire that she filled out get into what symptoms she was experiencing at the time?
Yes.
And what symptoms did she report experiencing at that time?
Anxiety attacks, decreased appetite, depressed mood, easily distracted, excessive worry, guilt, unable to feel pleasure, unable to fall asleep, and racing thoughts.
And would it be fair to say that there's a checklist of symptoms and the patient checks off which ones they're experiencing, correct?
Yes.
And so on that list, engage in risky behaviors, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
And excessive energy wasn't checked off, correct?
Correct.
Feelings of hopelessness, feelings of abandonment, feelings of emptiness, none of those were checked off, correct?
Correct.
Impulsive behavior, that was not checked off, correct?
Correct.
COVID doctor.
Now,
She got her degree
was
while
there
she
also
was
a suicide
COVID.
risk assessment form that Ms. Clancy filled out?
Yes.
And what is a suicide risk assessment?
Well, it assesses various factors that may increase a person's risk of committing suicide.
And the form that Ms. Clancy filled out, the first question is, have you been so distressed you seriously wish to end your life? And her response was no, correct?
I'm just looking.
Page 23.
Correct.
And the second question is, has anything happened recently to make you feel you don't want to live? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Fourth question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself. And the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The fifth question is made a serious suicide attempt. And the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The sixth question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
Seventh question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In September.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Was there also a substance use assessment form that was filled out on page 24?
Yes.
And there were no issues with substance use, correct?
Correct.
Is there also an ADHD self-report scale that's filled out?
There usually is.
Direct you to page 25.
Okay.
And ADHD, is that attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Yes.
And given the answers that Ms. Clancy gave on that self-reporting form, were there any concerns about attention deficit hyperactive disorder?
Not significantly.
Were there any concerns at all?
Well, she reported often to some of the questions. Yes.
And is that significant to you based on your training and experience?
You have to look at this form within the entire picture of the patient. So no, I didn't suspect that Lindsay had ADHD.
So these forms are a tool, and you use them together along with your observations of the patient to come to conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was also a I believe it's entitled a GAD screening. Is that generalized anxiety disorder?
Yes.
Okay, and did Ms. Clancy fill that out as well? Page 27.
Sorry, my pages are a little bit different than yours.
Oh, I apologize.
I'll find it.
What's up?
She looks exhausted. She looks run down.
She looks how I feel then. But I mean, I didn't note it, so I don't know. I'll look again. She could have been nervous, right?
You
Is
can
that what you're
tell
thinking?
it's
Like she
the
didn't get a good
eyes. It's the eyes. She just looks like she's. I don't know. All right, let's
So
keep
you're
going.
taking from that like she was nervous about this. She didn't have a good night's sleep because she's going to testify, that kind of thing.
Oh, she slept in months. Not well, at least.
Okay.
Ms. Clancy's answers to these questions, did they give you cause for concern based on your training and experience?
They were highly suggestive of anxiety and an anxiety disorder.
And for example, number 1, feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge, she responded nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Not being able to stop or control worrying, she answered nearly every day, correct?
Yes.
And so several of these questions were either nearly every day or several days, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. Can I just ask what days that are?
27, I'm sorry. And then is there also a patient questionnaire that the patient fills out? I think it's...
yes, I believe so. Yes.
And what is the purpose of this patient questionnaire?
I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. It might be the one that asks about things like whether the symptoms affect their daily living, what their history is. Is that what you're looking at?
It's entitled Tools-PHQ-9 Patient Questionnaire. And the date is 9/12.
You want to go over shower.
Are you able to? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So this form that's entitled PHQ-9 Patient Questionnaire, what is the purpose of that form?
It's a screening tool for depression.
Okay. And can you talk about the defendant's answers to those questions and what they told you based on your training and experience?
Well, some of the answers were positive. So that really indicates that she should be assessed for depression. She might have it.
Okay. And when you say positive, what do you mean by positive?
So for example, she said for number 2, feeling down, depressed, and hopeless more than half of the days, a positive response means indicating yes.
So it's not a positive, happy response. It's a positive, this might be an issue response.
Yes.
And on the next form, A1, initial diagnostic assessment.
Yes.
There is a place there. Again, well, this is for September 15th, the day you actually met her, correct?
Yes.
So the patient fills out the forms in advance of meeting with you. Do they then again fill out the forms when they meet with you?
No, these are the same forms.
Same forms, just the different date on them.
Yes, because they're included in the intake note, which is what I write, but some of the information is from the patient's self-report.
Okay. So would it be a combination of the forms they fill out and then what you observe and ask about during your initial meeting?
Yes.
And that initial meeting with Ms. Clancy, was that in person or was that a telehealth?
Telehealth.
Okay. Does who controls whether it's an in-person meeting or a telehealth? You or the patient?
Both.
Both. And if a patient told you, I don't want to do telehealth, I only want to do in person, is that an option?
Yes.
Good.
Sorry.
I'll let that stand.
And can you just tell us when you met with Ms. Clancy on that first day, did you ask her questions such as, do you have suicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal intent?
Yes.
What was her response?
That she did not.
Did you ask her if she was experiencing any auditory hallucinations or visual hallucinations?
Yes.
What was her response?
She did not.
Did you ask her questions to determine if she was experiencing any symptoms of mania?
Yes.
What types of questions you asked to determine that?
Well, a lot of it can be assessed without asking, but questions may look like, have you ever had a period of time in your life where you were excessively energetic and euphoric? I might leave it there and then follow up with some of the other symptoms.
Did any of the questions you asked Ms. Clancy related to mania or manic episodes, did any of her answers to those questions indicate that she had experienced mania or manic episodes?
No.
Now, in that first meeting, what's your exam process? Like, how do you start the meeting and how does it flow?
Sure. So I start the meeting by introducing myself,
She's being sued by
explaining what
both
we're going to be
Clancys.
doing for the day. Then I ask the patient why they're there. We talk about why they're there. I assess for different mood symptoms, anxiety symptoms, psychosis symptoms, mania symptoms, safety concerns. Then we start talking about the history. We start talking about the past psychiatric history, the past medical history, substance use. We start talking about other medicines that they have tried in the past or may still be taking. And it's not always in that order, but that's the general order. Sometimes things come up sooner. And we talk a bit about what the patient's goals are, what they're looking for in this time period, and then I may give some of my recommendations.
And did you follow that process for that initial meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you part of the initial evaluation is looking for signs of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
What types of things are you looking for to see if someone's experiencing psychosis?
So there are a number of things. They start with how the patient appears. So some signs of psychosis might be that they appear disheveled. I assess what their attitude is, if they might be agitated or very uncooperative. That's a red flag. I will assess what their speech is like. Is it very loud? Is it very fast? Or sometimes it could be the opposite, where they're not really even speaking at all. I assess what their mood is like, what they're saying that they're feeling, and how they appear visually. I assess what their thoughts are like. So are their thoughts disorganized, where it's really hard to understand? They're jumping around and you can't follow their line of thought. I assess what the thought content is. If it's particularly about anything very bizarre or very paranoid, that would be potentially indicative of psychosis.
And you conducted that type of evaluation on Lindsay Clancy in that first meeting, is that correct?
Yes, that assessment is done with every patient.
And did you note any signs or symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Clancy that day?
No.
Do you also, in addition to the observations you're making of the patient that day, are you also asking questions about their past behavior and things that have happened to them in the past that might indicate whether psychosis is an issue?
Yes.
And what types of things are you asking them about their past?
Well, I may ask, have you ever heard voices? Have you ever seen something that other people didn't see?
And did you ask those questions of Ms. Clancy?
I believe I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Do you, and as part of this evaluation, are you making an assessment about the patient's judgment and insight?
Yes.
And when we talk about psychiatry, what are we talking about when we say judgment?
So judgment indicates their decision-making process, and whether it is a logical decision-making process or perhaps not.
And same question in terms of insight. What does that mean in psychiatry when you're assessing their insight?
So that's more about a patient's awareness, both of their inner feelings as well as mental health a bit more broadly.
And in terms of orientation, when you're assessing a patient, what does that mean?
Orientation is awareness of where someone is, who someone is, what day it is, what's going on.
And based on your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy that first day, September 15, 2022, did she appear to have any issues with judgment, insight, or orientation?
No.
Do you also assess the patient's memory?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, it depends. Often, unless there is a specific concern about memory or dementia, it's based off of my conversation with them. Are they able to recall medications that they have taken? Are they able to recall, things that they have done with a lot of detail and specificity?
And did there appear to be any issues with Lindsay Clancy's memory in your evaluation of her?
No.
And what about attention and concentration? What are you looking for as a psychiatrist when evaluating attention and concentration?
I'm looking for whether they're paying attention to the conversation, if they can follow it, or maybe if they get distracted, it seems like they're not listening, something like that.
Did Lindsay Clancy appear to have any issues with attention or concentration?
No.
There was something in the records called fund of knowledge. What does that mean?
Basis of knowledge, what someone understands about the world. So maybe if somebody has a very low education, they might have a low fund of knowledge.
And was there any issue with Lindsay Clancy's fund of knowledge?
No.
Are you also assessing mood?
Yes.
And how do you assess the mood of a patient, and why do you assess it?
Well, it's very important. The mood is based on what the patient says, what they say about how they're feeling.
Okay. And so are there circumstances where a patient might say they're feeling happy, but you make observations that they appear depressed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see mood in the records, that refers to how the patient is reporting their mood is?
Yes.
So if it says appropriate mood and affect, or actually if it says patient description of their emotional state, it says okay, does that mean the patient said okay?
Yes.
Is there a place in the record where you describe what your observations of the mood are?
That's the affect.
Affect, okay. And so affect is how the patient presents?
Yes.
This first meeting with Lindsay, what was her mood?
It was okay.
And what was her affect?
Anxious.
So she was reporting to you, she felt okay. You were seeing she looked a little anxious.
Yes.
How do you, or what is it about a person that tells you they look anxious? Like, what were you seeing with Lindsay Clancy that told you she looked anxious?
It's hard to recall exactly what she seemed like. Sometimes, a person might look anxious.
Sometimes, Rhoda.
Sustain.
In your general observations of patients, what things would you look for in a patient to determine whether their affect is anxious?
Is their voice quivering? Are they shaking a little bit? Do they appear very nervous?
And what is psychomotor behavior?
So psychomotor behavior refers to someone's body and their movements. So sometimes that can be abnormal.
Okay. And did you notice anything abnormal about Lindsay Clancy's psychomotor behavior?
No.
This first meeting, was that approximately 40 minutes?
It was a little bit longer than that, maybe 50 to 60 minutes.
Is that typical for that first meeting where you're doing this initial assessment?
Yes.
And was she, did she appear alone in that virtual meeting, or was she with anyone?
Alone.
And what are treatment modality and interventions in general?
So that section is referring to therapy treatment modalities. It's not asking about medications. So different forms of therapy that might be done in the session.
And what would be treatment goals?
Goals that we are working on or will plan to work on, since this is only the first visit.
So how do you determine for an individual patient the treatment modality or interventions that are needed?
It depends on the patient.
So basically on what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and the history they provide?
Yes.
And how do you determine treatment goals?
So a lot of that is driven by what the patient's goals are.
And you mentioned earlier that as part of your evaluation, you asked the patient why they've come to you, what they're concerned about. Do you recall Lindsay's response to that question, why she was there, what she was concerned about?
I believe her biggest concern was about anxiety.
And what was the treatment modality or interventions that you determined would be needed for Lindsay Clancy based on this initial evaluation?
So I recommended a medication sertraline as well as individual therapy.
And the medication sertraline, is that Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you recommended that the Zoloft to her, was that you telling her you have to take this medication, or did you have a discussion about it?
A discussion.
And during that discussion, did you get the patient, Ms. Clancy's, input on whether she wanted to take the medication or what her thoughts were about the medication?
Yes.
And do you recall the details of that conversation with her?
I recall that she was generally reluctant to take medications, but at this point she was considering it and was interested in learning about what medications might be helpful for her.
And as part of that discussion, did you explain what the medication was and the side effects and all of that?
Yes.
And did she have any questions for you based on your explanation of what the medication was for and what the side effects could be?
I'm not sure.
And why did you recommend that particular medication?
So it's a first-line medication used for treating anxiety disorders. It also is a first-line treatment when women are breastfeeding. It's the safest SSRI for babies.
And when you say a first-line medication, what does that mean?
It just means it's one of the medications that is recommended first. Sometimes you have to try a number of different medications, but that is often a first choice.
And is that based on studies and the experience of the psychiatric profession?
Yes.
What was the dosage that you recommended or prescribed for her for the Zoloft?
25 milligrams.
And were there instructions on the prescription in terms of how many milligrams to take the first week and then how many to take the second week?
Yes, it was 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increasing to 50 milligrams.
And that was your initial prescription and what should have been on the pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a call from the defendant where she called you and said that she was having trouble with the 25 milligrams and you recommended her go to the 50 milligrams?
No.
You said you also recommended therapy, is that correct?
Yes.
And Astra Mental Health, did they have therapists on staff that you referred Ms. Clancy to?
Yes.
And do you know if she took advantage of that that resource?
She did.
Do you know which therapist she saw?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jennifer McAllister.
And how does it work when a patient is at Astra Mental Health, they're being seen by a psychiatrist, they're being seen by a therapist? Is there someone that's kind of in charge of the treatment of the patient that oversees everything, or is it all just individual?
The psychiatrist is in charge.
Okay. So you would have been in charge of Ms. Clancy's treatment?
Yes.
And as part of being in charge of her treatment, would you review the records from her therapy sessions to inform and guide your treatment of her?
Yes.
What were the treatment goals for the defendant?
I don't recall exactly what her words were.
Would the goals be what your patient tells you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach and just ask that you look at page 41 of the records for Exhibit 219 to the treatment goals section. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the treatment goals according to Ms. Clancy?
So these are not her words. There's a list in the electronic medical record where I can indicate which ones might apply, or I can type out my own. So the treatment goals based on what we had decided on together were symptom reduction and improved functioning.
And you said that Ms. Clancy had been a little reluctant about starting medication. Did she tell you why she was reluctant?
Yes.
And why was that?
She was worried about having side effects.
And did she mention which specific side effects or just side effects in general?
I thought it was in general.
And as a result of that concern, is that when you went over the potential side effects of Zoloft?
Yes.
And after having that discussion and you explaining the side effects of Zoloft, how did the two of you leave it in terms of whether she was going to take the medication or not?
I told her what my recommendation was, that she should start the sertraline. I'm not sure if she told me definitively if she was going to take it or not. She might have needed some time to think about it.
And based on your evaluation with Ms. Clancy, everything you learned about her history and how she presented that day, did you have an initial diagnosis?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a generalized anxiety disorder, and it was an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
It's an anxiety disorder where an individual may have a lot of different worries. They may also have physical feelings of anxiety, but they're worried about a lot of things, not really just one thing specifically.
And what is adjustment disorder with depressed mood?
So adjustment disorder refers to the fact that there may be symptoms, but they are kind of secondary to the situation. So they don't meet the full criteria, say, of a major depressive disorder, but there were some symptoms of depression.
Is this a good place to start? All right. Members of the jury, this is, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to take the afternoon recess. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back at 2 o'clock. And again, same instructions and orders. Don't, during the break, don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't talk about this. Just kind of relax as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring it back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon. Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors, close your doors, please come to chairs.
So I think we should correspondingly take maybe like a 15-minute break. What do you think?
Yeah.
Grab something to eat, and then I think we go over Pat's
Civil complaint. Oh.
Yeah, Patrick's. Yeah, let's just see. Make sure they don't say anything else.
Or we could. So what I want to do while we're taking a break is I'm going to throw up again our primer that we did a few weeks ago, but I'm going to skip directly to the part where we're going through Rosemary Scapiccio's civil lawsuit on behalf of Lindsay, who
Here, wait,
both
the
of
judge
these.
is saying something.
Okay, hold on.
If anybody is found to make those comments, please be.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Wait.
Is this a good
Yes.
about
You
this
were
case?
right at it.
Similar as best you can for the next hour. We'll have to bring it back in. We'll continue with the evidence this afternoon. Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors, close your
Look
doors.
past it.
We have plenty of time, sis.
I
It's
know.
okay. It's all right, babe.
All right. Doctor, you need to sit down.
There we go.
All right. Before we recess, I just want to make a comment. I just want to make it real clear that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately escorted out and barred for the balance of this. All right, just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around. And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. There's going to be no warnings, no yellow cards. You're out. All right. So I just kind of want to make that real clear. And so with that, we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
All right, so now.
Yeah, well, I hope that the judge isn't misunderstanding. The implication was that it was one of the DAs that said it.
Said what? I thought it was
Get
the
her out
gallery.
of here or shut her up. When Lindsay it was yesterday. No, you missed it. You missed it. But I'm going to rewind it because people wanted to see it. Like this took place. Let me see. When was that, y'all? Was that during the break, I think.
In the meantime, I was going to hop on X to see because I thought maybe it was something going on today. So I was like, oh, are they commenting about this? I'll check just in case, but it sounds like you kind of know where it flows from.
All right, it took place right here. All right, you ready? You were not available during this interaction.
Can we get the witness on the back on the stand?
Ron, first of all, I want to raise an issue with you.
Can you?
No, I don't want to go to the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that I got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy. This is not like handmaid's tales with the people.
I'm not.
This is not like handmaid's tales with the people.
I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then.
So then they cut the sound.
Well, there he clearly knows the allegation was. So maybe I'm thinking something might have happened in the courtroom today, but that's pretty bad.
On.
Oh, wait, but I want to hear where they told her that.
Oh, I'd have to go through yesterday. If somebody can find a timestamp from yesterday,
Oh.
it was a hot mic moment.
All right, well, let me just see if there's any comments from. No. Oh wait, they go down.
Let's see.
It's hard to follow the posts because the last one shows it was 2 hours ago, but then there's one 30 minutes ago. I don't understand how this works. Didn't have this issue last time I went to her. Oh, because it's the pinned post. Okay, so I got to go like this. So no. No, I still can't. That's weird. Oh, well, I don't see any recent post from Sue O'Connell. Oh, I see. Okay, recent. I fixed it. 17 minutes ago was the earliest, so.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start this right here, I think. Okay.
What, Tufts from yesterday? Or are you looking at something different?
No. I'm for the 15-minute break. We're going to throw up our primer.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll put a banner.
Put this shit here live.
Lunch
Hey,
break.
remind us, y'all, to change the banner when we get back from lunch, please.
Well, this is.
Okay. All right, let me shrink this
Wait,
down.
let me edit this.
Okay. All right, it's instructive because the doctors we're seeing today, as Alia told you, have been sued and or the facilities. And so this again is Rosemary Scapiccio's civil lawsuit filed on behalf of her client, Lindsay Clancy. And it's gonna dig into the allegations, the civil allegations, and it's instructive and helpful for what we're going through today in criminal court. Lindsay Marie Clancy, born August 11th of 1990, was raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminating in a distinguished record throughout college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Mass Gen Hospital. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass Gen demonstrated notable professional competence and personal fulfillment. She was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick Clancy in December of 2016, and they established their family home in Duxbury, Mass. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over-dedicated, worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay, quote, loved our children and, quote, never took her frustrations out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in grand jury proceedings that she, quote, loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her kids, and she was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as, quote, the kind of person who cares deeply for the people she loves. She shows up for the celebrations and writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and husband. She had never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her children. B, Lindsay's postpartum history. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to an abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. During the postpartum period following her second child, Dawson, Lindsay was initially elated with the increased energy. Patrick described that, quote, she had manic behavior for multiple days. In October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to, quote, simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt, quote, amazingly on top of things, end quote. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, meditation, and several therapy sessions. These prior postpartum episodes, including the hypomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. The third pregnancy and initial postpartum period. Lindsay gave birth to Callan on May 26th of 2022. Both Callan and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation and hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m., ran 3 miles, did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton, and then 30 minutes of aerobics. On July 4th of 2022, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a Beachbody multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines, posted them on Facebook, and encouraged friends to join the program. These early postpartum behaviors constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any competent psychiatric provider who obtained an adequate history. Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. Sorry, put this thing on mute. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore to dress or shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for the children. Recognized that something was seriously wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On September 12th of 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment with Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, EPDS, score was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay awaited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medication, still concerned about its effects on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October 2022 because she knew she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dose from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams as prescribed, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October 20th of 2022. Rather than recognize the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing to determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay's profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by distressing cardiac palpitations. Her condition continued to deteriorate. On November 16th of 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe that she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted the South Shore Prenatal Behavioral Health Program on November 20th of 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was, quote, very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours per night, and having racing thoughts. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November 21st of 2022. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers, and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder that the providers failed to recognize. On November 25th of 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications, Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. And on November 26th of 2022, after taking them, Remeron, Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her body, from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. Okay, Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms. What are you guys doing? Man, I'm on a live here, and I got kids in bathing suits running behind me. All right, pick it up where I'm at.
I'm gonna have her mom being like, "Hey, you guys, let my..."
Wow, you really had my kid on the internet there, naked, basically. Wow.
All right, you have to scroll. Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her provider on November 28th, 2022, noting she was struggling, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours, and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November 29th, 2022, Lindsay began treating with nurse Gelada. Lindsay reported that she was, quote, anxious and frightened about what was happening, and that she blamed herself. Nurse Gelada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and mood stabilizer. Now, I know those of you who have, well, never mind. I'm not going to talk about it. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, quote, "I will not be the same. I want to die." Lindsay openly communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound, effective blunting to the Seroquel. I mean, this is a huge problem. This is what people start to suffer when you start to take, antipsychotics, things of this nature. This is the first thing that people say. Who wants to keep taking any medication? I feel like a zombie. They have no emotion. It's like they're just not there. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. So on December 2nd, 2022, Lindsay reported to Nurse Gelada that she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On December 4th of 2022, Lindsay was so frightened by hallucinations that she called the New Bedford suicide hotline seeking help. She was told there was no emergency because she said she had no specific plan as to how she would kill herself.
Jesus. You fucking kidding me?
I mean, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, because you don't want them forcibly admitting somebody for psychiatric help to a mental hospital when they're calling saying I have these suicidal thoughts. And so they've come up with a criteria for when it's the next sentence here. So but for a criteria of when someone needs to be like forcibly hospitalized. And that's one of the things they're trying to decide, is it active or passive thoughts? But they're all things that all these doctors should be taking together to come up with the proper diagnosis. And I think that's a lot of the plan, of a lot of the point here in the allegations. So scroll up a tiny bit.
Down, I mean, like this?
Right there. On December 5th, 2022, Lindsay met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician, again seeking help. She was told she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicide plan. On December 6, 2022, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Gelada. Patrick connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Gelada that, quote, Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she has taken medication. And he asked if they could, quote, get Lindsay off medication and start from scratch to see what is going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like using the wrong medications. Nurse Gelada acknowledged, quote, it is possible. Despite this, Nurse Gelada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage towards 400 milligrams per day. Now, I'm see if they are going to get into this in the allegations, but typically you're also told, don't just stop. Don't, follow what I'm telling you to. Trust your doctors. You cannot just shut it all down and stop taking it. But let's see if that's something that was an issue here. On December 13, 2022, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had suicidal ideation. She wanted, quote, this to be over. On December 15, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Gelado's office to report that, quote, Lindsay has had a devastating week, and that, quote, it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day, end quote. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud and continued all day, saying, I will never be the same. I will never be me again. And you are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die.
Jesus.
Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, I have thoughts of harming the kids. She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts, and she would be locked in a hospital and have her kids taken away. Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December 20th, 2022, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. You want to take over E, or you want me to keep going?
I'll pick it up. So E, Women and Infants Hospital and Dr. Diaz's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Hold on, let me blow this up for me. Okay, on December 20th of 2020, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for patients with postpartum depression. This was yet another step Lindsay took to seek her help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint at Women and Infants was, I feel numb and crazy depressed. She reported feeling, quote, crazy depressed, numb to all emotion. I can't feel love. That her, quote, life is becoming a disaster, and that she couldn't, quote, feel fear, and that she was, quote, messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it, quote, it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale score at Women and Infants was 23. indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7 item GAD-7 score was 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. Despite these severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist at Women and Infants, concluded that when Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected a bipolar disorder diagnosis because of, quote, no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. What the fuck?
I don't understand that when it's a postpartum bipolar. Like, I understand them being like, well, there's no family history of bipolar disorder, so this probably isn't. But postpartum depression, you can be the
This
first
woman
to
is
have
a
it.
quack.
Right?
Is that
right.
like real?
You've got all the symptoms.
What does
of
she
this
think she
disorder.
has? Does she think that she's malingering? Wow, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. This conclusion. What are you doing?
It wasn't allowing me to pull, so I had to change us back to this setting here.
Oh, did you have to switch places? Did you have to be?
No. It wouldn't allow me to pull the, like, if you're going to go on a rant, I'm going to do that.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. That was a short rant. So this conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety, a relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned about the hypomanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder, as documented in Lindsay's record, stating that she was started on Seroquel and a concern for bipolar. Wow, these doctors, man, are like unreal. Like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't, whatever. I'm not going to get into a long trope about doctors. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to overmedication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were, quote, more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive, end quote. Dr. Diaz's assessment plan documented that the WIH-DHP is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay, yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternative treatment, and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. Women and Infants Hospital determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Cholada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Cholada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz and Women and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. Their recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternative treatment plan or ensuring adequate follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration.
So before we get into F, I just want to mention what Hildo44 says. As a depressed person, everything you guys just read about her, it's true. Getting treatment is hard. It took me 2 years to see a psychiatrist. I don't know what period of time that was that you suffered through this, Hildo, but I can tell you right now, the waiting list is extreme. It is extreme. People are having such a hard time getting mental health evaluations and treatment right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, F, McLean Hospital and Dr. Goodhart's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Do we know, do you have this on another screen where you can, or that a screen that you can duplicate? I'm wondering when the youngest was born. You look for that and I'll read it. But if you change it on our screen, yeah, you just changed it for us.
All right, hold on. I'll find it.
Okay.
But I won't be able to scroll as well.
All right. So while you're doing that, I'll just look and see if there's any other comments we'll talk about. Because I want to find the answer to that while we're going through all these dates.
The baby was 8 months old. That I know.
Okay. So, all right. We can keep going. Kate Coco, Zegtress too. Welcome. Welcome. Family hug. All right. So that's all I needed to know, babe. Following the Seroquel reduction recommended by women and infants, Lindsay's suicidal ideation resurged. By December 29th, 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December 30th, 2022, Lindsay went to the Mass General Hospital emergency room, which suggested admission to McLean Hospital. On December 31st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and suicidal ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression.
Callan was born May 26, 2022.
Okay. No appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as, quote, limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute suicide checks. However, the care she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a, quote, skeleton crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind a desk and glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January 3rd, 2023, 3 days after admission. On January 3rd, 2023, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop Seroquel and benzodiazepines and prescribed azodone for sleep. On January 4th, 2023, so that's just it, cold turkey, stop. On January 4th, 2023, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decreased, she was approved for discharge. Lindsay was discharged from McLean Hospital on January 5th, 2023, after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodheart authored and signed the psychiatric discharge summary, approving Lindsay's release despite her documented, quote, limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideation. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same outpatient providers who had been providing allegedly substandard care. After discharge, Dr. Goodheart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke to her for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medications that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, quote, I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope. She decided she must appear like she was okay and, quote, had to do her best. Dr. Goodheart and McLean's hospital negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodheart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days, despite her documented limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. So G is continued deterioration under Dr. Tufts' care. Do you want to take over, babe?
Yeah, Lindsay returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th of 2023, the day after her discharge from McLean. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with, quote, chronic major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th of 2023, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled but could not converse. She avoided talking, could not make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean On January 10th, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will add an antidepressant. On January 16th, 2023, Lindsay was still experiencing debilitating depression and had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. On January 20th, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January 23rd of 2023, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being, quote, a little more anxious with heart racing and more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat, anxious, and that she had no motivation and was numb and had to force herself up and out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor, and her insight was poor, and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline 20 milligrams per day. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. January 24th of 2023.
Such a great place to pause. Let me go try to get him to pause. Oh, he paused. Okay. Because that is directly where the, event starts. I have it actually here, so we don't need us telling you guys about it. And then we're going to just follow up with Patrick's and try to stick with the just the relevant stuff. You guys were right at the end there of everything. So, because then the rest is just allegations, like general legal terms of you were negligent based on everything we just said above. So let me share this. These are only a couple paragraphs, so it's worth hearing again. I know we keep kind of going over it, but so this is the day, okay? On January 24th, 2023, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomach ache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is the last chance." And obviously they all in all caps to make it the force and the loudness and the boomingness of it coming through. Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations, a demanding, powerful male voice. And that's a quote. Okay, so that could just be like how Lindsay described it, a demanding, powerful male voice, or that she had described it to someone in the past, or, just how she is describing it for the purposes of this. I guess we won't know. This was filed January 27th, 2026. Explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dream-like state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived, quote, her body was just acting, end quote. And she was merely, quote, watching herself do it. She, end quote. She reported she had, quote, no choice, end quote, but to follow the compelling directives. Lindsay described, quote, so this sounds like described to someone at some point in time before outside of the lawsuit. I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was following commands, all action. This voice demanded action. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these actions, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrist and neck, and jumping from a second floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. And then it just goes through the injuries. I might as well read it. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including the thoracic spinal cord injury, resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures to her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died that day. Callan succumbed to his injuries on the 27th of January. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. So I think we kind of broke off here last time when we were doing this because we were sort of focusing on the facts. So, I mean, just to do this now, I guess, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, a clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and founder of the women's program in psychiatry at Columbia University Medical College, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. Dr. Spinelli met with Lindsay for 5 hours on June 11th, 2024 at Tewksbury, and subsequently spoke with her by telephone for 3 hours on September 6th, 2024. They interviewed Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's sister, Lindsay's mother, and Lindsay's mother-in-law. She diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder 1, severe with psychosis and anxious distress with postpartum onset. Okay. So, and that's how the DSM, they don't call it like postpartum depression or postpartum bipolar. They just call it when you have the disorder, if it's because of postpartum onset, if that's when it started, that's what it is. So that's why this is basically brought on by, postpartum bipolar disorder, severe with psychosis and anxious distress. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimum symptoms after her second childbirth, and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. The doctor noted an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypomanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has a bipolar illness. This is well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. So Spinelli opined that the providers never seemed to communicate with one another. No one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants instead of a mood stabilizer. The failure, he talks about the initial Zoloft reaction, that if practitioners had recognized the hypomanic activation after Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. And then these are basically just that the women's and infants did not review mood symptoms of the last pregnancy in this postpartum period and did not review the hypomanic episode immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Miss Clancy's postpartum psychosis. So, and the doctor says she did all that she could have done to get treatment. You've got Dr. Paul Zeisel, a forensic psychologist, extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. And he is in concurrence with Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Resnick to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Miss Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Further, the psychotropic medications she received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. So and we're going to hear from, from all of these doctors, that the doctor notes that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound, quote, shock and devastation at the depths of her psychological decompensation, quote, indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's condition to take appropriate action. And then we really don't need the standard of care as far as I'm concerned. But let me see what you guys are saying, and then we will get to Patrick's. Let's see what's over here. We're just going to start at the bottom, guys, because I don't know where Bob left off. Thanks for all the trophies and the Uncle Alerts. I think Bob's got this queued up. Hey, babe, I know you're back there. Don't worry about clipping it. Just pull it up for us and play it. I know you're out there. I know you hear me. I want to keep this one up, but I think he's on it. Spitfire says, tell the truth on questionnaires, y'all. That's how doctor helps you. Who knows how bad it was in September? I don't know if someone's keeping I kind of use the civil suit as my timeline because I'm like, they can't go any different than that. Like, that's when she's first says, the words, they being the defense. But welcome, old dog, SJ.
I've got it queued up here. Okay, so let me just
remind people what it is.
So they were taking a break. Dr. Goodheart was on the stand. They were coming back from the break. Kevin clearly was on social media, or somebody sent it to him. This clip from yesterday, wherein the doctor was on going through the autopsy, and it was the thought process is that the hot mic picked up one of the two ADAs saying either shut her up or shut it off. And you all know where I stand on this case. I think she's saying shut it off. And once somebody says something, the cognitive bias is like planted. Like, you're going to hear what you want to hear. It's like, it's a really frustrating thing. So at any rate, he comes back from the break. He wants to put it on the record. He wants to state it in an open court. The judge says, no, come over for a sidebar. He says, no. So I don't want to do this on a sidebar. And so that's where we're at.
Wait, but I thought you were going to play us.
I don't know what you want me to, like, what did you want me to play?
I wanted you to play us the part where she's either saying shut it off or shut her up.
Wait, was I echoing again? Why did you mute me?
Okay, I'm going to explain how it works, but only when I'm muted. While you're unmuted, I echo when I talk and the court echoes when it talks. You never echo. So as long as I don't talk while your mic's undone, we're good. So go.
I think I think it's because you're across the hall. Like that's the only explanation. Because this is in 3 years of using StreamYard with this exact setup in this room, I've never had this issue. It's the only explanation. I downloaded the Motive Mix to try to. I had done everything prior to. I always have echo cancellation on. This is the exact setup. My mic's right here, and it's like cardioid, so it's like only supposed to be picking up what I'm saying. It's not picking up like ambient sound. So I don't know. It's got to be because you're right across the hall. It has to be. But whatever the case.
So the only thing I muted you. The only thing is that I've been doing this across the hall and we didn't have this problem until just the other day. But did you get to that point? I thought that somebody sent us that. It's right
Get the
here.
witness on the, back on the stand.
Your Honor, first of all, I want to raise an issue with you. And I
We
think
saw
it's-
this.
Why don't you
No,
come
I
over
don't want to go to the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're gonna talk about before.
I want to tell you that
they
they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale, where you're going to tape them up.
Listen, I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues, and then you can tell me that, and then if
Do is I'll pull up my Twitter because a bunch of people tagged me on that. And then you guys can decide what you think you're hearing. Again, just be cognizant of your. All right, so let's see.
Cognitive bias.
No, it's not cognitive bias. It's like auditory seed planting, kind of like where you think you hear something and then that becomes the thing that you think you're hearing. It's just like the down the hill fucking video, like I don't know how much time we spent trying to figure that shit out. It was like, what is it? That be a gun? I don't like that whole thing was crazy.
All right, I just muted you because every time we bring that up, I can't say that all of a sudden the children just stopped knowing how to speak English and said, that be a gun.
Let's see. Okay, let me.
I don't think even her.
I heard you. I did hear you.
That I
Hold
muted.
on. No, I heard you muted me. I mean, how much am I going to whine about it? I mean, we got to do what we got to do. Let's see. I'm trying to find where people were clipping me. Sending me the clip.
All right, then I muted him again. So here's the thing, like Bob's theory about, well, it has something to do with me being across the hall, but it's not only me echoing, it's the court echoing, which clearly has nothing to do with me being across the hall because the sound's in my ears. So I don't know. I don't know, people. I do not know. But I was saying welcome to Old Dog. That's where we left off. All right, I'm unmuting you. Well, I have to keep you muted while you play this for us. Is it playing? We don't hear it.
It's a hot mic.
Oh, so we have to listen.
Yeah. But let me see. Maybe
I heard nothing.
I mean, I've got it cranked. Is anybody? You guys aren't hearing jack shit.
No, but you're not on that screen. Like we're seeing the screens below it, aren't we? Which screen's playing?
Okay, share this tab instead. I'm gonna have. I got the force quit application window that keeps popping up, and all I have open are 3 things. So
I know. I think that's what's going on. I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah.
Tracy sent us a thing. You're muted. That about what it could be. Oh, he's gone. I was gonna say it could be that he's too. Oh my God, you guys! No, this is not good. that it could be that he's got too much shit open on his computers. He needs to reboot the whole damn thing. That's what I think at this point. I'm gonna try to see if people have been tagging, but it probably been tagging Bob, not me. So let's see. The dads seem to convey those thoughts. Okay, I found it. Kiki did it. Or Kiki tagged us. All right, I'm gonna try. All right. Oh, I heard shut it off, you guys. If you want a fair assessment, I'm gonna put it up right now. All right, here we go. Right there. So let me see if you guys are hearing it. See if you're hearing. Did you guys hear it at all? Because I could hear it, but I'm also in my headphones. Yeah, I heard shut it off. Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least you know we're honest over here, right? So, I mean, some of you, oh, definitely not shut her up. Yeah. Play it again. All right. Does the captions pick it up? Well, that's what I'm saying. We need to. All right. I should just go to the place where somebody gave us the thing. So I'm going to go. I think it was, what she say, 103. It's not listening. This is what I thought my husband was doing this whole time. All right. Let me try that. Let me do it. Um, let's see. So what? That's not what I want. I want day 8. They make it so hard to find nowadays. Like, I don't even understand how it works. Oh, view full playlist. Okay. Where's just day 8? Are we on day 8? No, we're on day 7. Okay, day 8. That's so weird. It went backwards. What does it say? 103 something. All right. It's coming up. There it was. Yeah. I hear shut it off. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, we all hear the same thing. Well, somebody got Reddington all worked up about it, and he accepted it as true. But I mean, I can't, like, as I kept listening, because like when I first was doing it, I heard it real quick while I was pulling it up to get you guys, and I was like, oh, like, so I wasn't even really paying attention for it, and then I heard it, and I was like, oh, what I just heard was shut it off. And then as it kept playing, I could hear my mind kind of hearing it both ways, but I really think it's shut it off. Um or yeah. Um Let me go see what that, I guess I can't go see what that man's doing. Maybe I should just pull up the dad's lawsuit. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. All right. So Jennifer Tufts is in this. I'm assuming that this was a pretrial a motion in limine that they won but I'm very shocked because bias is bias is bias. And you know, but if they're only asking them specifically about the records and they're not drawing any conclusions from it, then I don't know. Maybe it's was the issue. So he says prior to the alleged murder, Lindsay sought medical treatment for anxiety and increasingly poor and deteriorating mental health conditions. As alleged herein, her providers, Jennifer Tufts, Rebecca Jolata, Astor Mental Health Inc., and South Shore Health Systems, exacerbated her mental struggles. Indeed, the bevy of diverse and powerful medications they misprescribed, coupled with their abject failure to appropriately monitor Lindsay, resulted in Lindsay's mental health deteriorating to the point of suicidal ideation and requiring inpatient care. Now, this was filed 6 days earlier in Norfolk. The other one's in Plymouth, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me see. No, it's also Norfolk. So, okay. So they're just saying that the complete failure or negligent treatment and complete failure to recognize and address the radical erosion of her mental health resulted in tragedy, namely allegations that Lindsay took the lives of her children. If defendants had not acted negligently and rather had provided adequate care, it is more likely than not that Patrick and Lindsay's children would still be alive today. And I'm just going to get, like, we don't have much time. I should actually keep the court. Oh, there's my husband. I heard a beep. Let's give him a second. Desperate to check out this thing. Say, hey, I'm not echoing.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
It worked?
It worked.
Oh my God, I did it.
What'd you do? Restarted your computer.
Yeah,
Oh
always.
That's what I said when you left. I was trying to tell you that, and then you were gone. I was like, I really think you just have, when you said, dismiss this application or whatever, I'm like, okay, he's got too much shit open on his computer.
Yeah, the computer was rejecting it, all of it. All right, good. That makes me feel so much better. So much better.
He's back to Perky Bob.
That was like seriously pissing me off.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was irritating,
You know what it was? Your brain, it even started firing on more cylinders because you ate during that little break we took.
It's true. It's true.
So,
all right, so
stick the trial up in your end.
Wait, what? Okay,
So, like,
well, there's talking
back?
heads on there right now. No, they're not coming back till 2, and
it's 2.
I'm live. Yeah, they're not back yet.
Okay.
I've got it up.
It takes them like 10 minutes to get the jury.
Well, I mean, they'll come in though. All right, but I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna share it, but we just won't put it on screen just so you can see it down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh.
And then I'll remove it.
Okay.
All right. So while we've got a couple minutes, I want to go through some of the Venmos. You guys are
I was gonna give
amazing. I want to go through the Venmos, please.
All right. We don't really have time to do the
right.
We
don't have any time to get into that. And I want to read through some of the comments. Okay. Let's see, where did it start? Okay. Oh, wait. These are all the Venmos in the world. Okay. So Tony sent get your ass to mass. Thanks for allowing me to be part of the fam. $10. Thank you so much, Tony. And thank you for being a part of the fam. Robin, ass to mass, $25. Thank you very much. And then Tiff, your echoing isn't just you. Been on a ton of streams lately. StreamYard has rolled out major core updates to its settings panel and back-end audio engine, including AI-driven background noise removal and highly requested granular background music controls. Interesting. Interesting.
I know that.
Thanks, Tiff, for that $10 Venmo. And then Jenny sent $5. DD for your mass trip. Love the content. P.S. Can you say hi to my dog, Bubbles?
Hi,
She
Bubbles.
loves your voice.
Oh, loves yours. You got to do it.
Oh, hi, Bubbles. Hi. Hi. I love you.
Say the name again.
Bubbles. Oh, what a guy. What a guy. Or what
Or
a
a
gal.
girl.
What a
Right.
gal. Thanks, Jenny.
Oh, Court's
Appreciate
back.
that. Okay, let's go. I'll finish those later. But keep sending the Venmos. We love those.
Yeah, Bloop back.
Because you know,
He's saying something.
YouTube doesn't get their cut. Okay. They're a little late. Wait, are we sure they're back or
No, I'm not. Now I see the thing still says that. But you're mute.
Through their case, that this was not a serious
this is yesterday.
suicide,
Yes. Okay.
right? I mean,
Go ahead. Go
and
on.
There's questions about she would come up.
Yeah, he and for people
Don't
that are
pause it.
wondering, huh? I didn't
Don't.
what?
Position of the Commonwealth isn't.
Oh, you just muted it? I thought you paused it.
Yeah, no, I just muted it.
Okay, go ahead.
So he has not ruled in writing. He has not issued an order as to that. La Posada is coming in, but it appeared that he was going to be limiting her in terms of what she was going to say. I think he's going to allow her to say that the injuries are consistent. And that's as far as he's willing to allow her to go, as opposed to her saying,
This is what I see
she
people who
dove out
commit-
the window.
Or
Like,
this is what
that
I
it's
see.
my opinion that she dove out the window.
Or that this is what I see with people who attempt suicide. These are the types of.
That's a different thing.
Oh, that was a different doctor?
Yeah, I think so. That one.
His serious suicide doctor.
Yeah. Because he was like, well, because he was waffling on that a little bit with that doctor. It's going to be very curious to see how yesterday's SJC opinion that just came down, reversing him and remanding, a new trial for the defendant in that case. I mean, how, if any way, that's going to affect him on these rulings? Because, I mean, it's almost on all fours. It's very close factually. The fact pattern's very, very close. And it was a denial of allowing medical records to come in. So it'll be interesting to see how he's going to rule. Like the judge was saying yesterday,
I'm sorry, I gotta be right back, babe.
you let the stuff in. Like the goal is always to not have to do this again. And the safest bet, and again, for any lawyer, judge that ever hears it, when the state or the government or the Commonwealth, whatever iteration of that it is, talking about they deserve a fair trial is outrageous and completely incorrect. Completely incorrect. They have no rights. Only the defendant has those rights. We as citizens have those rights. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to go back to reading the Venmos. Remember, if you guys want me to use your YouTube name, you got to put it in the Venmos, because otherwise I don't know. Okay. So thank you for that, Jenny. And then Beth, thank you for your coverage. Please announce your meetup on stream. I 100% will. When I land on the location, I'm leaning towards next Friday for the meetup, either in Plymouth. I'm going to probably try to take the temperature on where the most people will be able to make it to, because I want a good turnout, and I know that not everybody is going to be willing to drive an hour and a half, whatever, with traffic. And I'll probably wait to start it until like after rush hour. Because if rush hour in Boston and the surrounding areas is anything like the traffic in Chicago and the surrounding areas on a Friday, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So, but Beth sent 50 via Venmo. That's the only place that I'm likely to see it, talking about the meetup being announced on the stream. And I'd love to meet you. Well, I'd love to meet you too. So I hope you can make it. And I will I'll be announcing it many, many times on the stream throughout the course of the week. Andrea says, I'm sending you an email and I got it. At some point, I'm going to read it. And she said, you can read it. You can read out loud right now coming from a nurse at a state mental hospital. So I get that. And we will read it. We will read it. And thank you for the 15. Appreciate that. And then Lisa said, thank you for being a man that cares for women and everyone's mental health. Go to mass. I'm going. And that was an incredibly generous $50 Venmo. Thank you so much, Lisa. And I appreciate the sentiment very much. And Anna says, I'm TVJ or the virtual jerk. Oh, geez. Sorry. I thought TVJ was some kind of condition initially. Then I saw it. PPP is not a unique standalone diagnosis in the DSM-5. The end. Brief psychotic disorder, mood disorders, and peripartum onset are other specified or unspecified schizophrenia spectrum or other psychotic disorders. I gotta blow this one up a little more. Is that it? That's where it stopped. I don't know if you put more in there, virtual. Because it stopped. Your comment just stopped right there. But thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. And then Bethany sent 5 via Venmo. Dee, thanks for your trial coverage. Thank you for watching with us. And then Jen sent 20. Thank you for your coverage on the Clancy case. It's a relief being able to watch with you and Allie. Well, we're thrilled that you picked us. We're thrilled that you picked us, truly. And thank you for that 20. Maria, buy Kevin a whiskey in Mass. 20 via Venmo. Thank you. I'll do just that. Kevin looks like he might enjoy a nice old fashioned, nice cup of bourbon. For sure. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. Beth sent 10, said the judge's comments about looking at similar cases must be directly related to his overturned case yesterday. The timing is awfully suspicious. All right, now we're really getting started. All right, let's jump back to it. Okay, I'll take that banner down. Put the grift banner back up. Oh, that banner. Just watch a second.
I do appreciate this so much. Thank you.
All right, we all set?
Court, all right, jurors entering.
Peaty, very peaty scotch.
This court's now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Tufts, back on that first appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 15th, 2022, as part of the record, did you detail a section, history of present illness?
Yes.
And in that section, you put in here initial presentation, nursing school, Prozac helped, got treatment after second baby, 2 for anxiety, Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, initial side effects. Can you just tell us where that information came from?
My conversation with the patient.
Okay. And where it says Zoloft 1 week, was nervous about breastfeeding, what does that mean?
So she had tried Zoloft before during the postpartum period after her second baby.
And did she tell you whether she had any side effects when she took Zoloft after her second baby?
She mentioned something about initial side effects, which are pretty common for many people. I didn't detail what those side effects were, but they sounded like the very normal ones that people might experience that are transient in the beginning of the treatment.
And what would those side effects be?
Possibly upset stomach, appetite issues.
I apologize. Can we know what related to this patient rather than somebody?
All right, so why don't you ask if she remembers what the defendant said the side effects were?
Do you remember what the defendant said the side effects were?
I don't remember them exactly, but they were ones that did not seem concerning.
And in your experience, in your training and experience as a psychiatrist who prescribes Zoloft, what are the common side effects that you deal with, that patients deal with from this medication?
So in the first couple weeks of treatment, we described that there's a lot of serotonin in the gut as well as the brain. So the medicine often affects the gut first. So you might have diarrhea, constipation, difficulties with appetite, nausea, things like that.
And you also wrote in the note about history of present illness, 3 months postpartum, also 4 and 2-year-old feeling overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that came from the patient, Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And furthermore, you wrote that the baby needing more attention, other kids more challenging too. Is that coming from the patient?
Yes.
And does she also describe she's having trouble leaving the baby, too anxious to do anything when she leaves, physical tension, heart racing, worries he won't eat or sleep because he's refusing the bottle?
Yes.
And did she say that makes her irritable?
Yes.
And in that same note is where you detail that she denied audio hallucinations, visual hallucinations. You also, correct?
Yes.
And you also detail suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, denies, no concern about hurting baby. Is the no concern about hurting baby, is that an observation you're making or something that came from Ms. Clancy?
It came from our conversation.
So at some point in time, she told you she had no concerns about harming the baby.
Yes, it was.
I object.
Just an objection? If you could rephrase that question.
What did she tell you about her thoughts about the baby?
I asked if there were those thoughts, and she denied them.
And did you also provide information to her about what to do if in between appointments there were emergencies or issues?
Yes, I believe that I did. I usually do when I meet a patient.
And in the page describing treatment follow-up plan, which would be in the initial diagnostic assessment from September 15th in that treatment follow-up plan section, is there a part, there's a part there that says, if having urges to harm self or others, go to the nearest emergency room, call 911, or call the National Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline, correct?
Yes.
Is this page given to the patient?
They can access it online on the portal.
So Ms. Clancy would have the ability to go on here, look at the portal, and see what to do if she was having a crisis.
Yeah, just this this plan section, yes.
Just the treatment plan section.
Yes.
So is it that she would have to search through the records, or is that something you can click on to see the treatment plan?
I'm not sure exactly what it looks like for a patient.
Okay, but that's one of the sections that's available to the patient, Lindsay Clancy, if she goes onto the portal.
Yes.
There's also in here, if you feel you're in crisis, you may
Sounds super helpful.
text home to a certain text number from anywhere in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that do when you text that text number you text home to that text number?
It connects you to a counselor.
Now, what was the treatment or follow-up plan for Ms. Clancy?
To start the search for Lane, to start individual therapy, and to follow up with myself.
So your recommendation wasn't just that she take pills, you recommended that she attend therapy, correct?
Yes.
And when you recommended the therapy, did you, and the medication, did you also go over with Ms. Clancy alternatives to the medication that you were recommending?
I believe she was aware that the alternative was that she could not take a medication, which is what she had been doing before.
And after you went over all of this information with Ms. Clancy, did she convey to you that she understood the plan and was agreeable to the plan?
Yes.
What is informed consent?
Informed consent means you communicate with a patient what the risks and benefits are of treatment, and they understand that and they agree to the treatment.
And did Ms. Clancy show that she had informed consent to everything you discussed?
Yes.
Now, was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on September 28th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And so during that appointment, did you discuss the medication, the Zoloft, that you had prescribed to her?
Yes.
And what did you learn from Ms. Clancy about whether or not she had taken that medication?
She shared that she decided not to take it.
Did she tell you that she had picked it up but had decided not to take it?
Yes.
Did she tell you how she was feeling?
She said a little bit better.
And did she elaborate on that?
The baby was getting some more sleep, so she was also able to get some more sleep, and that helped her feel better.
And at this appointment, did you go through a mental status exam of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an assessment of the patient at the point of meeting. It can change at different times, but it's comprehensive, referring to how the patient appears, how they cooperate, how they speak, how they describe their thoughts, how they're able to communicate with you, and what their mood is like.
And do you do that at every appointment with every patient?
Yes.
And so on the September 28th, 2022, when you met with Lindsay Clancy for that second meeting, did you do a mental status examination?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
So I can, is it okay if I read it from the note, or do you just want me to?
There's no objection.
Go ahead, you may.
She was alert, she was oriented, she was appropriate, her rapport, meaning how she worked with me, was appropriate, dressed appropriately, euthymic, meaning not depressed, not angry, kind of a normal mood. Her affect was full, her speech was appropriate, her thought content and a process were appropriate. She did not mention any hallucinations. At this point, I mentioned her insight was poor, her judgment was excellent, her cognition was did not show any deficits, and there was normal psychomotor activity.
And why did you list that her insight was poor?
So I think that must have been related to the fact that at this point, she did have some very clinically significant anxiety. Usually when people come to a psychiatrist, they believe that their symptoms are significant and that a medication is something that might be prescribed. But despite these symptoms, she still didn't want to try the medicine.
And what is the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist is a medical doctor. We go to medical school and then we specialize in psychiatry.
I'm ready to hear from psychologist. I'm sorry, psychiatrist or psychologist, because I think therapists know this as well, about poor insight, because whatever she just described there is not what I thought all that meant. So I'm going to keep an eye out in the chat here for someone other than me just going off half. Oh, I'm not live, so maybe you guys have been.
We have a lot of people in our community that are professionals that will help us out.
Yeah.
All right, can I hit play?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Psychologist does not is a medical doctor. We go to medical school and then we specialize in psychiatry. A psychologist does not go to medical school. They may do a lot of research in their training. They may learn a lot about psychotherapy, but they don't learn about the human body, about how we metabolize medications and things like that.
And so a psychiatrist, can a psychiatrist prescribe medication?
Yes.
Can a psychologist prescribe medication?
No.
Now, in the medical records, exhibit 219, page 47, it lists here recent lab work, no lab results were found. Is it that you had ordered lab work and you couldn't find the results, or that none were ordered?
None were ordered.
And why is that?
It was not necessary.
And why isn't it necessary at that point for Ms. Clancy to order blood work?
There's no blood work that is commonly done when a patient presents with generalized anxiety disorder and no other medical complications.
What types of situations would you order blood work for?
I mean, there could be a lot. Certain medications require laboratory monitoring. Maybe something that, could affect the kidneys or could affect the thyroid, could affect the cholesterol. These are things that we monitor to make sure that the medicine is prescribed safely.
And so Zoloft, is that not one of the ones that would need to be monitored because of its potential effects on the body?
Correct.
And at that time, she reported to you she wasn't even taking it yet, correct?
Correct.
She's really fucking
and your appointment that day, I think according to the records, it was approximately 17 minutes long.
Rationalize herself right now.
So can I explain that?
Absolutely.
Because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So the 17 minutes, I think people are looking at the note where it says a therapy start time of 10 a.m., a therapy end time of 10:17, so they're calculating 17 minutes. But those timestamps are specifically related to the therapy portion of the exam. They're not reflective of the complete duration of time when I met with her.
So what would be the complete time that you met with her on that day?
So I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but the appointments are 25-minute appointments. So it would be more or less a few minutes, about 25.
And so the 17 minutes that are for the therapy portion of the appointment, what comprises therapy? What does that involve?
It really varies based on the person, based on the situation. It
sounds
can,
like saying hello.
Involve, providing some emotional support.
I apologize. Can we talk about Lindsay Clancy rather than in general? That's all.
It's
I'm going to allow a little bit of the background, so that then we'll move into the defendant.
Thank you. So you were saying that therapy portion is kind of talking to the patient, seeing how they are, and getting an assessment of their current mental state?
Yes.
And the other 8 minutes, typically, what happens in those 8 minutes?
That's more focused on specifically medications and medication management.
So these appointments that you had with Lindsay Clancy, when it says 17 minutes, that's the therapy, the talk portion of the appointment. And then there was a separate portion where medication was discussed.
Yes, in the real world, those two segments are
Happening at the same time.
intertwined.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that we say this is the end of your therapy component. It's a bit more seamless than that.
Now, in your training and experience and the way you conduct
She's
your
so full of
practice,
shit
if you're
right
having
now.
a therapy portion,
That's my just
or
opinion,
you're
obviously.
conducting therapy with a client and that 25 minutes has run out, is it a hard stop or is there an option to continue?
It's not a hard stop. I do have limitations because I have other patients that are waiting. But if there's something urgent, I can go a little bit over. If there's an emergency, I can cancel the next patient if I have to.
And these 25-minute appointments that you have, if a patient were to request a longer appointment with you, is that
No.
available?
It's an option.
Did Lindsay Clancy ever request a longer appointment time with you?
No.
Do you tell people that? But you can make 2 appointments. She'd have to make 2 appointments, is my reading of this.
Now,
Did you book me for
that
2
appointment on September 28th, 2022, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy appear to be alone in that virtual appointment?
Yes.
And based on your conversations and assessment of her on that day, what was the plan going forward?
So at this point, she
Pause
was
it a
improving, and we decided.
And I'm not saying it's the case here, but here's the issue with the virtual appointment. Okay, so what are you seeing of me right now? You have no idea if I'm like going like this with my hands, if I'm nervous in the like moving my feet around, like little ways. I mean, could have on like mismatched socks and holes in your underwear, like sitting there and just putting on a shirt just to get on the session. I mean, I just don't know that you can do a full psych eval like on, I don't know.
No, I'm with
I don't
you
even know what I'm
100%. Like I know exactly what you're saying. And here's the problem with this case. In fact the reality is that we know now where she was mentally after the fact. We know as a result of what she did to her own children. So, we have the ability to be able to look backwards, and hindsight's always 20/20. But the problem here is that I'm not hearing the explanation by any of these treaters as to their understanding that people are not going to willingly say things, number one, that they may believe may end up with their kids being taken from them. Number two, that may end up be put into an institution involuntarily. Like, I mean, people are going to be guarded as far as what they're willing to disclose in terms of worrying about if what they say is going to have some kind of massive impact on their life. So, I mean, and these doctors have to know that.
Oh, of course. It's got to be like
but they're not addressing that issue. Like it seems
I think
like
the answer would be, if you're a doctor, I can only treat what people tell me. That's a flaw in medicine. It's a flaw in psychiatry. Yes, it's we always contemplate the fact that somebody is probably telling us there's more likely a little more going on than what they're telling us. And I generally consider that, but at the end of the day, if a patient looks like the other doctor said, if they look put together and they sound reliable and it seems like they're telling me everything, I'm going to accept it as true, and I'm going to treat what they tell me, but we do get to the point where she's telling them.
Wait, are you talking about like in a physical ailment or a mental?
I think that's what the mental health professional would say. I don't know, though. I feel like that's what
They
the other
can't.
doctor said.
They cannot.
That's what the woman
This
before her
woman, her
said.
mind was not operating properly at any point during any of this treatment. I mean, who's to say that the auditory command hallucination wasn't yelling at her in her fucking mind saying, do not tell them, do not tell them, do not tell them. You know what I mean? Like, we have no idea. And the bigger part of it is that they didn't go back, any of them, and look to see what the preceding treatment had been for her. That's where the problem lies.
Right. That's where the problem lies, because that's where you would have seen the signs of bipolar. And I'm not making that excuse for them. I'm saying that's what I felt like the excuse Dr. Goodheart basically had for herself. Like, all right, well, if you want to see it that way, then it's a flaw in our ability. We can only do what we can do. We're not mind readers, so we treat what the person's telling us unless we see with our eyes. That's what she was saying. Like, if they look put together and they don't look nervous and they seem like they're telling me everything, then I just am like, okay, that sounds about right.
You know, and the thing is, the really fucked up thing is the fact that we really don't know the answers. I'm talking about generally. I'm talking about even the most brilliant doctors on the planet, because we know so very little about the human mind. That's fact. That is an absolute fact.
I'll tell you this. One time I have a friend who's got a brother who's bipolar, schizophrenic, whichever. I don't know which.
I think he's schizophrenic.
Okay. So in any event, at some point he was hearing a voice that said something, and then I can't remember the story, but when she told it to me, I was like, well, holy shit, maybe he really was hearing like, how the fuck do we know that people who are schizophrenic aren't actually able to somehow connect to another plane, connect to another dimension, connect to the afterlife? I don't know. We're getting flooded with actual real voices. I can't remember the story, but it was like he called her and asked her if something had just like happened to her, and it had just happened to her. And I was like, it was way better than the story I'm telling. And I was like, yeah, it left me with like, for all we know, these people hearing voices are actually somehow connecting to something that we can't see and hear. And maybe,
yeah, I mean, that goes to my point.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It goes to your point.
I can't say you're wrong, and that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying I'm right either. Right. I'm just saying.
But what I'm saying is I have no ability to be able to say whether you're right or wrong, because we don't know.
So at this point, she was improving, and we decided to pause on the medication question and have her meet with one of our therapists.
So that first appointment was on September 15th. You recommended therapy. The next appointment was September 28th. So had Lindsay not scheduled a therapy appointment yet with Jennifer McAllister at that point?
I'm not sure when she called to schedule that.
Okay. And, but that was the plan going forward, that your recommendation was that she attend therapy with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
And did Ms. Clancy seem receptive to that plan?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was going to make an appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Now, according to the records, the next appointment was October 3rd, 2022, just 5 days later. Was there a reason that you had such a short time span between that September 28th appointment and the October 3rd appointment with Ms. Clancy?
I believe that the patient must have scheduled the appointment on her own, and that's why the span of time was rather short.
Do you recall Ms. Clancy reaching out to you about getting paperwork for a maternity leave extension?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you through the portal for Astor Health?
Yes.
And did you respond to her on that portal?
Yes.
And did you fill out paperwork for her to extend her maternity leave?
I think that I did.
I believe this is the doctor she reported, unless it was the other one that she actually starts to report the dark thoughts. We're going to get to dark thoughts at some point with the doctor, I'm assuming.
And so there is a message from Miss Clancy to you.
So pause it real quick.
On September 30th, 2022 in the...
Well, it's just going to, because you put Midnight Moon's comment up, and I was thinking that when you go back to the other doctor, Dr. Goodheart, who was like, well, I wanted to see if she could like get it together enough to set up an appointment. You know, Midnight Moon saying that the first psychiatrist, sorry, is a joke, seeing if she could get it together enough to set up follow-up care is not trauma-informed language. I'm a therapist, and I kind of thought that was weird. I understand how if you're talking about someone who's presenting as like unable to manage their daily affairs, I can't do that, you know, as opposed to someone who's like going through more of like what she's going through. Clearly Lindsay was going to be able to make an appointment. But yeah, go ahead, babe. Sorry.
Portal from Miss Clancy to you on September 30th, 2022 in the portal that states, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. Thanks again for all your help at our last 2 appointments. While I am feeling just better enough to function without medication, I did reach out to my employer about extending my leave for reasons of postpartum anxiety/depression. I don't feel mentally well enough to return to taking care of patients with a baby at home that still won't take the bottle. I know this will trigger my anxiety too much, and also having to stay up all night as a nurse, I don't feel it's possible right now. They asked that my provider could fill out a form so they could process this request. Can I please send you the form to fill out?" And you responded on September 30th, 2022 at 2:41 p.m. This type of paperwork often requires a lot of information, so it's best if we go through it together in an appointment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So would that have been why the October 3rd appointment was set up?
That may have been, yes.
And then do you recall receiving a message from Ms. Clancy on October 10th, 2022, stating, "Hi, Dr. Tufts. There is a part on the serious health condition form that you filled out for me that needs to be changed. On the second page, you put I could work a reduced schedule of 8 hours per day, 2 days per week. However, we discussed not working at all until January 1st. I think we talked about when I returned to work, that is what I could do, but that the way it appears on the form makes it seem like I can do that now. Do you still have the form to make the adjustment, or do I need to send it back to you?" And then you responded that you would send back an updated version. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Clancy at the October 3rd appointment about not returning to work and how long she should be out of work for?
I recall having a conversation about that.
And that January 1st date, was that something you decided or something Ms. Clancy requested?
I think it was something that we decided together.
And in that appointment on October 3rd, did Ms. Clancy tell you that she was on the verge of taking the medication?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
Well, she was having more anxiety again. It seemed like maybe it had started getting better, and then it was kind of where it had been when she initially reached out. And so she was feeling like a medication might be helpful.
And did Ms. Clancy tell you at that appointment that she wanted to try therapy before taking the medication?
Yes.
But she had not had an appointment with Jennifer McAllister yet, correct?
I'm not sure what date her first appointment was with Jennifer McAllister.
showing you page 57 of Exhibit 219. An initial therapy assessment by Jennifer McAllister on October 3rd, 2022. Would that have been the first time she saw Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
So that's on that same day that you saw her. It looks like from the record you saw her at 11:30. Is that correct?
I don't have the time on my paper, but I'm sure that's correct.
Okay, so apparently she saw you about the work form, and then she had an appointment with Ms. McAllister. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says here in the records that Jennifer McAllister is an LMHC. What is that?
A licensed mental health counselor.
And so is a counselor, a licensed mental health counselor, someone who can conduct therapy sessions?
Yes.
And why is it in your practice that you have a psychiatrist who does therapy and prescribes medication, but in addition, you would have a therapist doing counseling?
Talk
so
therapy.
Today, a lot of psychiatry is practiced as a team. At least that's how we practice at my office. So oftentimes the therapist is able to see the patient every single week. They're able to focus in more depth on certain aspects of the patient's well-being, and so it's helpful to have one person paying extra attention to the therapy component, especially when the psychiatrist does have to spend a lot of time discussing the medications and thinking about the medications.
And so is that the teamwork approach
Tony
that
Soprano got both.
Lindsay Clancy received in her treatment at Astor Mental Health?
Yes.
Tony Soprano.
And in that October 3rd assessment with Ms. McAllister, you reviewed those notes and records so that you could properly treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And in that first meeting with Ms. McAllister, the defendant described her relationship with her parents as very supportive and stable, correct?
I don't have Jennifer's notes in front of me.
Showing you page 60.
No, I would ask, see, this is where I would want open-ended. What do you remember at all, miss? I would have liked to know what she could remember at all, because I doubt she's reading, a therapist's notes. See, that's the downside of being too lenient and saying, just lead, I don't care. Letting her lead on everything.
Does that refresh your memory as to the notes that you reviewed from Lindsay's session with McAllister?
Yes.
And so in that session, Ms. Clancy stated that her parents were very supportive and stable?
Yes.
And
she knows.
She also mentioned having the support of an older sister who only lived 2.5 hours away. Is that correct?
That's what she stated in the note to Jen.
Did she also say that she was not close with her in-laws who lived in Scituate? She would see them often as they were her husband's parents, but she didn't generally allow them to watch the children. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And there's a quote in here, don't have a particular reason why, they don't bug me about it either. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
And October 3rd, 2022, when you met with her that day, did you again do a mental status exam?
Yes.
Had anything changed in that mental status exam from the September 28th meeting that you had with her?
Can I review it?
Yes.
So I think Lindsay was saying that, she doesn't typically have her in-laws babysit the kids, and they don't really bug her about it, that there was no real reason why. But, I feel like if it's not the mom's parents, you're not getting first access.
There isn't anything that stands out to me right now.
And I think that what you put on the October 3rd date was that her insight was still poor.
Yes.
And was that for the same reasons you described earlier?
Yes.
The next time that you saw Miss Clancy, was that on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what information did you learn on that date about whether or not she was taking the Zoloft you had prescribed?
So she told me that she decided to start the Zoloft.
And did she tell you how long she had been taking it?
For 1 week.
And did she tell you that the previous night she had increased the dose?
Yes.
And that's what was in the original prescription, correct? To take the pills at 25 milligrams for 1 week and then increase to 50?
Yes.
So if that had been done, taking the pills for 1 week would be 7 pills, and then increasing the dosage the next night would be 2 pills?
Yes.
And so that would be 9 pills?
Yes.
When she told you she increased the dose, she told you she now feels awful, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was it that was bothering her?
She was having increased difficulty sleeping. She had loss of appetite, diarrhea. She was feeling her mood was down. She was tearful and feeling very foggy and feeling very anxious.
Now, what is the lowest dose of Zoloft that you would prescribe a patient or could prescribe?
The smallest pill is 25.
And what's the highest dose of Zoloft?
200.
Okay. So she was on the lowest dose of 25, is that correct?
Yes.
And then according to what she told you, she had increased for 1 night to 50 milligrams, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you she was scared to start something new?
Yes.
Is that in terms of another medication?
Yes.
So what was your discussion with Miss Clancy when she's telling you that she's having these issues with Zoloft, but she's afraid to try something new?
So we discussed what to do moving forward. So we discussed whether it would make sense to switch to a different medication at that point. And at that moment, because of her negative experience with the Zoloft, she did not want to start a new medication at that point.
At this meeting with her, did you ask her if she had any suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you ask her if she was hearing any voices or seeing any visual hallucinations?
I'm not sure if I asked that in that appointment, but she was very clearly not psychotic.
And why do you say that?
Because of how I described some of the signs of psychosis that are on the mental status exam. None of those were present.
This woman, she needs her license
What was
taken
her
away.
affect during this
Am
meeting?
I crazy?
It was depressed.
And did you write that that she was? Strike that. What was it about her affect that made you write that she was depressed?
She visually appeared like she was feeling sad.
And her mood, how did she report that to you?
That was depressed as well and anxious.
What about her thought content and process that day?
That was appropriate.
And her speech?
It was appropriate.
And her judgment and cognitive skills?
Her judgment was excellent, and her cognition didn't have any deficits.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
So the main change here from previous visits was that she appeared depressed and anxious?
Yes.
Although she had appeared anxious that first visit, correct?
Yes.
So to make sure we have the timeline correct, the first visit she appeared anxious, the second visit she appeared to be doing better, the third visit she still had that poor insight when you met about the paperwork, and then this fourth visit she appears depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she also tell you that she was worried about getting suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
So that would have come directly from her, correct?
Yes.
And what was that? What were the details of that conversation?
So it was one of the things that she was anxious about. It was a fear of one day having suicidal thoughts if she were to continue to feel poorly.
Okay. And showing you page 77 of Exhibit 219. I know you said earlier you weren't sure if you asked her about audio or visual hallucinations, but just directing your attention to the interval history, if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
So did you ask her about audio hallucinations and visual hallucinations?
On the 21st, I did.
Okay. All right. So then there was an appointment the following day on October 21st?
Yes.
So why did she have an appointment that following day?
Because she was feeling pretty poorly after starting the Zoloft, so we were following her closely.
And at that point, you knew that she had had an appointment on the 3rd with Miss McAllister, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not she had followed up making another appointment or was struggling with that?
She was planning on making another appointment. I don't know when that second appointment was scheduled.
When that first appointment where she was seeming depressed and having issues with Zoloft on October 20th, did you tell her to stop taking the medication at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you discuss other options with her other than medication, like natural remedies?
Yes.
And what type of natural remedies did you discuss with Ms. Clancy?
So I mentioned things like fish oils, something called L-methylfolate or SEAM. These are supplements.
And why would you offer alternative remedies to a patient?
So it was because she seemed reluctant to start a prescribed medication. I thought she might be more open to something that was natural.
So you weren't pushing her to take a prescription medication, correct?
No.
Now, on October 21st, when you saw her, did she tell you that she hadn't been able to get any sleep the night before?
Yes.
You've already said she told you she wasn't having audio or visual hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she was having suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
What was her affect that day?
It was depressed.
And did she tell you during your conversation that day that she had been anxious all day, not depressed or irritable, getting better?
Yes.
Okay, so she's telling you she's not depressed, but her affect to you appeared depressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that for the same reasons you stated earlier, those visual cues that you saw?
Yes.
Did she appear hyper or manic in any way?
No.
Was there any changes in her rate of speech or pattern of speech?
No.
Was there any difference in her mental status exam?
No.
And this appointment, was this appointment virtual as well?
Yes.
Had all your appointments up to this point been virtual?
Yes.
Was she alone in that virtual meeting?
Yes.
What was the plan that was formulated on October 21st?
So the plan was that she start a medication called Ativan to be taken as needed, which means not necessarily every day, but in the instance of severe anxiety.
And how did you explain to Ms. Clancy when to take the medication?
I don't remember exactly how I explained that.
Okay. So in general, as a psychiatrist, when you're prescribing a medication like Ativan and you're telling a patient to take as needed, what does that mean?
So it means when the symptoms are present, and in this case in particular, when the symptoms are severe.
So with Ms. Clancy, what were the symptoms that she was experiencing that made you decide that Ativan would be an appropriate medication?
Anxiety.
So would it be when she was feeling anxious, feeling those symptoms of anxiety, that she should take the medication?
Yes.
And what was the dose again?
0.5.
What's the lowest dose of Ativan you can give?
0.5.
What's the highest dose?
Maybe 2.
Okay. So you started her at the lowest dose, the 0.5.
Yes.
And was there a specific time frame that you wanted her to try this in?
Yes, this was for 1 week.
And was the prescription for a 1 week amount, or is it hard to tell that because it's as needed?
It's hard to tell that without seeing exactly how many pills were prescribed.
And was there also, again, a recommendation to go to Ms. McAllister for therapy?
Yes.
And when were you recommending follow-up with Ms. Clancy?
1 week.
And why a short turnaround at this point?
Because she was still having very significant symptoms.
And did you in fact see her on October 26, 2022?
Yes.
And at that appointment, what was Ms. Clancy's affect?
Depressed.
What was her mood according to her?
It was anxious and depressed.
And did you discuss with her whether she was taking the Ativan and whether it was working?
She said that it was not helpful for her sleep, but it made her feel less anxious.
And in this appointment, there was a discussion of Benadryl. Is that correct?
So she reported that Benadryl was something she had tried and it was helpful. It was taken over the counter.
Had you recommended or told her to take the Benadryl at that point?
I don't think so.
And so when you met with her and she told you that she had taken the Benadryl and it had helped, what was your reaction to that?
I was glad that something was helping.
And did she tell you how often she was taking it or how much of it she was taking?
I don't recall.
Did you ask her that day if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was the response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Up to that point on October 26, 2022, had you ever had any difficulties in communicating with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And ever any difficulties understanding her or thinking she wasn't understanding what you were saying?
No.
At this appointment on October 26, 2022, did she tell you that she had scheduled an appointment for therapy with Ms. McAllister?
I don't remember. Oh, yes, she did. She said she has an upcoming appointment.
And what was the plan after meeting with Ms. Clancy on the 26th?
So at that point, we discussed trying a new medication because she felt that whatever side effects were caused by the Zoloft had resolved, but she still had the same anxiety that she had had beforehand. So we discussed starting the medication Buspar at 5 milligrams twice a day.
And what is the lowest dose of Buspar?
5 milligrams.
And what is the highest dose you can prescribe?
The pills probably come up to 30 and multiple 30 pills taken per day.
So you could prescribe someone more than 30 milligrams per day?
Like a total dose of 60.
Okay. So you started her again at the lowest dose?
Yes.
And why did you choose Buspar?
So Buspar is very well tolerated. It's a very mild medicine, especially for someone who is experiencing side effects from another medication.
And what does Buspar do?
It lowers anxiety.
And was she to continue taking the Ativan with the Buspar?
She could continue taking it as needed if she were to have those extreme moments of anxiety.
So would it be that the Buspar was twice a day, and then if she felt really anxious, she could take an Ativan?
Yes, because given that low dose of the buspirone, it might not have been enough of a dose to be effective right away.
And Buspar and Buspirone are the same thing?
Yes, sorry.
There's also a note in here prescribing hydroxyzine 25 milligrams daily as needed for anxiety. What is that?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's similar to the Benadryl that she had been taking for sleep. So I recommended that she try the hydroxyzine. It is a safer medicine to take compared to the Ativan. So if someone is feeling very anxious and they can take a hydroxyzine and that prevents them from needing to take the Ativan, that's good. So I wanted her to at least try that option instead.
So you gave her several options on how to deal with the anxiety as it appeared each day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why take hydroxyzine, which is an antihistamine, instead of just taking the Benadryl?
So they're very similar, but hydroxyzine is indicated for anxiety, whereas Benadryl is really indicated for allergies.
And you discussed this plan with Ms. Clancy, and did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And in discussing it with her, did you go over all the possible side effects and the interactions of the medications that you had prescribed?
Yes.
And did she voice any concerns about any of that?
No. I mean, I think she was still apprehensive about starting a new medicine and about potential side effects, but nothing specific.
Okay. So it was a general concern about medication in general?
Yes.
But after you had the conversation and explained what you were recommending and prescribing, did she agree to that plan?
Yes.
And was there any change in her mental status that day?
No.
Now, going to the next time that you saw Ms. Clancy, was that October 30, was her next appointment on October 31st with Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So you were able to review in the records in preparation for your next appointment that she had in fact went to a therapy appointment. Is that
Yes.
correct? And the therapy appointment, was that approximately an hour-long appointment with Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
When was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy?
November 2nd.
And on that date, was that also a virtual appointment?
Yes.
Do you know whether the therapy appointment with Ms. McAllister was in person or virtual?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was virtual.
Okay. And up to this point, had Ms. Clancy ever told you that she didn't want to do virtual, that she wanted to come in person?
No.
Now, on this November 2nd appointment, did you have a discussion about the Buspar?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
So she did not start it. She was too afraid to start a new medication.
Did she tell you that she had continued with the Ativan and the Benadryl?
She said she continued with the Ativan.
Ativan. Was there any further discussion about the Benadryl or the other antihistamine that you had prescribed, the hydroxyzine? I hope I'm saying that correctly.
You are, and I'm not sure. I don't think there was much conversation about the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine.
Okay. And what was her affect that day?
It appeared appropriate.
And what was her mood? How did she report feeling?
Euthymic.
What does that mean?
Euthymic means a normal mood, not necessarily sad or angry or euphoric. It's just kind of neutral in the middle.
And would that have been a word coming from Ms. Clancy, or just how you describe the word you used to describe?
It's a clinical word.
Clinical. Did you ask her if she had any suicidal or homicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
No.
Did you see any signs of psychosis present in her that day?
No.
That day, did you discuss alternatives to Ativan?
Yes.
And why were you discussing alternatives to the Ativan?
Because Ativan was not a medication I intended for her to be taking for a long period of time. It was a short-term medication.
And why is that?
Because it does have a risk of dependency when people take it for a long period of time, and especially at high doses.
So did you bring up this discussion about alternatives to Ativan, or did Ms. Clancy ask about it?
I think that was something I brought up.
And what were the alternatives that you discussed with her?
Remeron, trazodone, pregabalin, and hydroxyzine.
And what was it about those medications that you thought they would be appropriate for Ms. Clancy?
That they might be safer medications that could also help her with sleep, also help her with some of the anxiety.
And how are they safer?
So they don't have that risk of the dependency.
And while you're interacting with her and discussing the alternatives to Ativan, what was her mental status that day? Was there any change in it?
No.
And so after this discussion with her about the alternatives, was there a decision made on how to proceed?
Yes. So we discussed tapering the Ativan by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
And what does tapering mean?
It means slowly reducing.
And why do you slowly reduce a medication?
So when you are taking Ativan, like I mentioned, the risks of dependency, there's also risks of withdrawal symptoms if a medication like that is abruptly stopped. So that's why we gradually decrease it.
And so if the plan was to decrease it by 0.25 milligrams a week, what amount was she taking per week?
So it was by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks, okay.
So at first we were decreasing it from 1 to 0.75.
Okay. So it was a 1 milligram pill that she was taking, and then she would just take less and less and less until she wasn't taking it any longer?
Yes.
Okay. And then had you, with Ms. Clancy, decided on a replacement for the Ativan?
At this point, I don't think there was a medicine that we had decided on.
Okay. So the plan at that point was just to taper off the Ativan, but nothing was added at that point?
Yes.
Did you next see Ms. Clancy on November 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall why there was a 20-day gap between seeing her on the 2nd and then seeing her on the 22nd?
Well, I'm not sure. I would really be guessing if I said.
Okay. Did you learn at that appointment on November 22nd of 2022 that Ms. Clancy had started another program?
Yes.
And what program was that?
It was a South Shore perinatal mental health clinic.
And was that the first that you learned of Ms. Clancy being involved in that program?
Yes.
Did she tell you she was thinking about doing it, or that she was already enrolled in that program?
That she was enrolled in it, and that what it sounded like she was going to be transferring her care there.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was starting a new medication?
Yes.
What did she tell you she was starting?
She said she was going to start Prozac.
And did she also tell you that what she was currently using for medication?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Ativan and the Benadryl.
And did she tell you that was for sleep as needed?
Yes.
And so you had put in place a plan on November 2nd to taper off the Ativan, but on November 22nd, she was still on the Ativan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And had she tapered off or reduced the dose, to your knowledge?
I don't have it documented exactly what dose she was taking on that date. She was just still taking the medicine.
Still taking it, okay. On that date, did Ms. Clancy deny suicidal and homicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she show any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she also tell you that she was going to be transferring her therapy care to that South Shore Perinatal Health Clinic?
Yes.
So basically at that point, the plan was for her to receive her mental health care at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic and no longer see you? Was that
Yes.
the plan? Okay. Was there also discussion of a return to work letter that day?
Yes.
And did she request that from you?
Yes.
And did you give her a return to work letter?
Yes.
And was that authorizing her to return to work immediately or on January 1st, as the previous form had said?
I don't remember what date it was for her to return to work. I don't think it was immediate.
Did you then have a further appointment with Ms. Clancy on December 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And how is it that, she was planning on transferring care to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic on November 22nd, but then on December 1st, she has an appointment with you?
So patients can schedule their own appointments. I'm not involved in the scheduling. I can schedule an appointment if someone asks me to, but they can schedule it without my awareness. So she had scheduled it.
Okay. So she hadn't reached out to you in advance to ask about it. She just scheduled an appointment with you for December 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that appointment, did she tell you that she ended up not returning to work?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
That she wasn't getting better.
And in what ways wasn't she getting better?
She had tried the Ativan taper, but without the Ativan, she was having a lot of difficulty sleeping. So she tried a few different medications, a few different medication combinations, but she was having trouble with them.
And did she tell you what types of medication she had tried?
Yes.
And what were those?
Trazodone 50 to 150 milligrams was minimal effect. Ativan and Benadryl combination was helpful. Then she added the Prozac 10 milligrams with the Ativan and Benadryl to help with the sleep, but she still had worse sleep, so that was stopped. Then she tried a combination of Remeron with Klonopin, but she felt disoriented, had rebound anxiety, and it was of minimal help. Then she tried Remeron and Seroquel, and that was prescribed, but she didn't take it.
And these medications that she was talking to you about, those weren't prescribed by you, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that those had been prescribed by her provider at South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
And what is Trazodone?
The category is an antidepressant, but the doses that we use are low, so it's really a sleep medicine.
And what is the lowest dose of Trazodone?
50.
And what is the highest?
It can go very high, up to maybe 600.
Okay. So the 50 to 150 milligrams that Ms. Clancy told you she had taken, is that on the lower end of the dosage?
Yes, it's the commonly prescribed dose, again, because it's mostly used as a sleep medicine. So those are the normal ranges.
Okay. And Prozac, I think you had said earlier, was an SSRI?
Yes.
And that was a medication Ms. Clancy had told you she had taken in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
With no side effects then?
Yes.
And she told you on December 1st, 2022, that the Prozac had worsened her sleep?
Yes.
And then what is Remeron?
Remeron is mirtazapine.
And what's that?
It's another antidepressant.
And what is Klonopin?
It is a benzodiazepine like the Ativan.
So prescribing Remeron as an antidepressant and Klonopin as an anxiety medication, is that an unusual combination?
No.
And then she told you she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel, but hadn't started that, correct?
So I think she had started the Remeron, but maybe hadn't started the Seroquel yet.
Okay. And did she also tell you that she was having some intrusive thoughts on the Remeron, so she was planning on stopping?
Yes.
Did she tell you what those intrusive thoughts were?
She said it was a feeling like I'm going to die.
Not a feeling that she wanted to kill herself, but a feeling like she was going to die.
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation?
Yes.
What was her response?
So she denied having suicidal ideation, but she was feeling pretty badly. She said she was close to it, meaning close to having some suicidal thoughts, and that she was feeling very hopeless. But she didn't have any active thoughts of hurting herself, didn't have any intention of doing anything, didn't have any plans.
Did she also tell you, and this is a quote in the records on page 144, I think it's my problem. I keep reaching out to different people and not sticking with the plan.
That's what I documented.
Okay. And did you discuss that with her, that concern that she kept reaching out to different people and wouldn't stick with the plan?
Yes, I advised that she have one person who is managing the medications.
And why is that important?
So that it's very clear what's happening.
And what is the importance, if any, of sticking with a plan, a mental health plan?
Well, the importance of sticking with a plan. Obviously, the psychiatrist comes up with a plan for very particular reasons. And so, sticking with the plan is advisable.
When you prescribe psychiatric medications, do those medications take effect immediately?
No.
How does that effect start to happen in a person?
Well, it depends which medicine. Some medicines do work very quickly, like the benzodiazepines, Ativan and Klonopin. But the medicines that prevent anxiety, the medicines that prevent depression, those do take a long time to actually kick in.
And why is that?
So the way that the medications interact with the brain, the serotonin receptors, the way that they change the neurotransmitters, it takes time for those changes to happen.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Ms. Clancy about bipolar disorder that day?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
So it was mentioned because of the poor reaction she had had to some of her medications, the insomnia. So we discussed whether these side effects she was experiencing indicated she had bipolar disorder. But when that was assessed, it was not deemed that she had bipolar disorder.
And why was that?
Because she really didn't meet the criteria.
And what criteria didn't she meet?
So there's a number of different criteria for bipolar disorder, or specifically looking at mania, because she did have some symptoms of depression, but the other side is mania. So the most important one is euphoria. So actually 7 days of continued euphoria with very high energy levels. That's the most important one. But then in addition to that, you need some other things like potentially pressured speech, grandiosity, which is like a person feeling superhuman or godlike. You might see increased risk-taking behaviors. Usually those are significant risks, like somebody having affairs or using drugs, things that really negatively impact their life. The person might have a decreased need for sleep, which is not just insomnia, but it's truly not needing the sleep and having enormous amounts of energy otherwise.
What is pressured speech?
It means talking very fast, so fast that it's really hard to interrupt them.
And did you ask Ms. Clancy on December 1st questions that would potentially elicit whether or not she met that criteria?
Yes.
And did any of her responses to your questions indicate any instances of mania in her past or present?
No.
What was the plan going forward from that day?
So at this point, she was still seeing the doctors or the providers at South Shore, and so they were still managing her medications. So the plan was that she had an appointment with them tomorrow. She was considering taking the considering taking the Seroquel without the Remeron because she had had side effects with that, but that wasn't decided on. That was something to consider. And we also talked about starting a medicine called lamotrigine. I just gave her some information about the medicine. And we also talked about her going to a partial hospitalization program, which provides extra support for people who are really struggling.
Lamotrigine, is that Lamictal?
Yes.
And did you prescribe it to her that day or just discuss that option with her?
Just discussed on that day.
Why did you discuss that option with her?
Because it was clear that she had depressive symptoms and she was not tolerating some of the other antidepressants. So I thought that might be another option to explore.
And you also discussed with her a partial hospitalization program?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because she was really having a hard time. She had, mentioned those thoughts of feeling hopeless and the intrusive thoughts. So I referred her to a program that would provide extra support. It would be a program that she went to every single day, not hospitalized. She could still stay at home and be with her family, but that she would have all day care every day for, as long as that was needed.
And what program was that you referred her to?
The HRI program.
What does HRI stand for?
It's a hospital. I'm not sure what it stands for.
And where is that program located?
It's in Massachusetts, I think Brookline.
And when you referred her, when you talked about that program with Ms. Clancy and referred her to that program, what was her response?
Well, I gave her the information for it. It's a program where the patient can call and schedule their intake appointment. So I gave her that information.
And was there any concern at that point? You had mentioned earlier that it's important to have, one provider prescribing medication, knowing what you're taking. You knew she was going to the South Shore Perinatal Program. Was there any concern about discussing medications with her, like Lamictal, on the first, when you knew she was seeing these other providers?
Well, she continued to see me in more of a supportive role, and I was just trying to help her, give her as much information that could potentially be helpful. So it was something for her to discuss with the other providers.
Did you ever reach out to South Shore or to get those records, or ask Lindsay for some type of waiver to get the South Shore records?
No, I didn't. And, the reason why is because she was very aware of what the medications were. She was very able to communicate what the different treatment decisions were. She was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary.
And you were aware she was a labor and delivery nurse, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware she was familiar with medications and she was able to communicate with you on a level that's not a typical patient, correct?
Yes.
Did you next see her on December 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you make that appointment with her, or did she reach out as she did on the December 1st and make her own appointment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that appointment on December 16th, 2022, what did you discuss with her that day?
So she was still not feeling well. She said, I'm having a really rough time. She said she found something that was helpful for her sleep, Valium and quetiapine, which is Seroquel. She said it finally works, but feeling very depressed during the day, no motivation, had some SI, suicidal ideation. So she went to Mass General emergency room, declined inpatient. She was feeling hopeless, but didn't have any intent or suicidal plans.
So when she told you that she had some suicidal ideation, did you ask her specifics about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
So she described it as this hopelessness, like a fear of not getting better.
Did she have a plan on a plan to kill herself, or a plan of how to kill herself?
No.
And you mentioned she told you she went to Mass General Hospital Emergency Department because of these feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you that they had offered her an inpatient program at McLean and she had turned them down?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she turned them down?
I don't remember.
Did she tell you about plans? Did she tell you what she was taking for medication at that point and the plans for medication?
She said she was taking a mixture of the Valium and the quetiapine, and there was a plan to increase the quetiapine, but currently she was taking 200 milligrams.
And did she also talk to you about the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She said that she was referred and appointments were being scheduled.
And were you familiar with that program?
I've heard about it.
Okay. What type of program is it?
It's one of those partial hospitalization programs that I had mentioned, but it is focused on postpartum. So I thought that was a good fit.
Did she tell you during this appointment that she thought that her depression was related to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she thought that?
She thought there was some coinciding of the timing in which she started the Seroquel and started feeling more depressed.
And did you note in the records that it was unclear if Seroquel was causing the depression as reported? She was more depressed the last visit before taking it?
Yes.
Can you just explain that, what your observations were?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Seroquel was making her worse because she did already seem depressed before she had started the Seroquel. So I wasn't sure. I thought it was possible, but.
What was the plan going forward from that appointment?
So the plan was for her to go to this Women and Infants program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts, to go back to the emergency room.
And was she also planning to start Lamictal 25 milligrams daily?
Yes. At that moment, given how the depression was continuing and worsening, I did feel like after we had discussed the Lamictal numerous times that I did need to step in and prescribe that for her.
And you prescribed the 25 milligram daily dose for her?
Yes.
What's the lowest level of Lamictal that you would prescribe?
25.
And what's the highest?
So in psychiatry, typically 200, but I mean, it really can go up to 400 or 500.
And so again, you prescribed the lowest dose to start with, correct?
Yes.
And was she to continue with the Seroquel that she had been prescribed by the South Shore perinatal program?
Yes.
And what about Valium?
So I didn't make a recommendation on the Valium. I think there was a plan already in place on tapering it that I supported.
And did you do anything in terms of reaching out to her providers at South Shore Perinatal to let them know you were adding a prescription, or did you communicate with Ms. Clancy about letting her providers know?
I communicated with Lindsay about that, and she was so good at giving me all of these updates about what she did with them. I figured she would tell them when she next saw them.
And did she tell you that she would update them?
I believe so.
Was the next time you saw Ms. Clancy on January 6, 2023?
Yes.
And how did that appointment come about?
January 20. Oh, January 6th.
So
Here we go.
again, I don't often do the scheduling. I'm not sure exactly whether I had scheduled that or she had.
Did you learn during that appointment that Ms. Clancy had just been discharged from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Ms. Clancy tell you about her current mental state and what had happened between your last appointment on December 16th and now this appointment on January 6th?
So she was continuing to feel depressed and attributing it to the Seroquel that she had been taking. So the idea was going to McLean so that she could be safely taken off of the Seroquel.
And was it at McLean, according to Ms. Clancy, that she had tapered off the Seroquel?
Yes. I need a pause.
And so on January 6th, did she tell you what she was prescribed at that time?
I'm listening to this whole time, and I'm like, wait, sorry.
Whoa, big cough.
And I'm thinking, we haven't heard anything about how horrible, like, what she was going through was. It's just making it seem like, she was having some symptoms. So I'm sending her to an inpatient. She's going to go check herself into McLean so she can safely get off the Seroquel. Well, what wouldn't have been safe about it? I feel like, and that she is just underplaying everything. And that's just like the sense I'm getting. I don't know, because I'm left like, there's gaps in what's like, this doesn't make sense. Like, whoever wrote this story left parts out is how I'm feeling. Because it's like, I just heard an echo. Because I just don't know, like, why you're checking yourself into a hospital to safely get off Seroquel. Where's the safety? Where's the danger? If so far we haven't heard any words about suicidal ideation, homicidal ideations, intrusive thoughts, like dark thoughts. We haven't heard these words yet. So why do I need to send her to, like, for the first one, she made the explanation that, well,
I think we're real close to the end of the day.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
No, I mean, my point is, I want to hear all this, but I think that we're like,
they're going to do cross tomorrow.
they're definitely not doing cross today.
Right. All right. Well, then just, keep it going. That's all I was wanting to say anyway. It's just, I feel
Well,
like,
I mean, like, I want to have that conversation though. I mean, you're right. She strikes me as a box checker. She's got, like, she's clearly prepped. She's coming in, like, there's no fluidity. There's no story being told here.
No.
It's like, oh, why don't you have her on? And then you move around. It's like, okay.
Why? What happened?
Like, there is none of that. Like, you know what? This thing is going to live in the cross. We're going to get her off script, and she'll have all weekend to prepare for it. But you know who else is going to have all weekend to prepare for it? Kevin.
Right.
And we'll see. Because when she starts getting grilled, it's easy on direct. She's just puking out her shit. Of course she's underplaying everything. She's like being sued. She's coming
By-
off like,
by
oh,
both
everything. I mean, even
Clancys.
Psychosaurus Rex is like, well, like based on what she's saying here, it sounds like a totally reasonable treatment plan.
Well, that's what I was hearing. Like, I'm listening to her and I'm like, if I know nothing and I'm hearing this, I'm like, all right, well, this all
Right.
sounds pretty good. It
That's
sounds
me.
right.
Like, I know nothing. Like, I have zero personal experience with any
Well, yeah,
kind
no,
of.
I mean, like, know nothing about this case because I have already formed certain opinions. And
Well, I
that's
mean,
why
like, I'm
jurors
talking
don't-
about like if I know nothing about prescriptions and how they affect me at all. Like, that's
I know
me. Like,
nothing
I'm
either.
I'm like
Right.
I've never taken shit.
Right.
Like, I
I don't
mean,
know.
the most I've ever taken was like a 0.5 when I got prescribed Valium, when I told the doctor I was fucking stressed out. And I took those as needed. I had that bottle for like 3 years or whatever. They were the smallest, they were the teeniest little things I'd ever seen. I don't even know if they worked, but like that's the extent of it. In my entire
No, I remember when you were taking them and they definitely worked.
You
It was
do?
like a little period of time.
Oh, and I was real pleasant. It's an absolute joy to be around.
Yeah, you were. You're just stressed.
Yeah.
I love you.
Yes.
And what was that?
Trazodone 100 milligrams, Ativan 1 milligram, and melatonin 5 milligrams.
And are these all low doses of these medications?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had current suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what did she say?
No.
Did you ask her if she had homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you observe any signs or symptoms of psychosis in her presentation, answers, or behavior?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her about whether she was having side effects from these medications, the trazodone and the Ativan and the melatonin?
Yes.
What was her response?
So the only side effect she felt was that potentially when the Ativan would wear off, she would take it at night, and then in the morning it would wear off, and she would feel more anxious after it wore off.
And in terms of the trazodone, did she say she had any side effects from the trazodone?
No.
And melatonin, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is a chemical that the brain makes that tells us it's time to go to sleep. It's associated with the circadian rhythm. It's not a prescription, actually. It's a medicine that you can pick up in over the counter at the pharmacy.
And is it just to help regulate sleep?
Yes.
What was her mood according to Ms. Clancy on that date?
She was feeling numb.
Numb?
Numb.
Did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, she still appeared quite depressed.
And in what way? Was that her affect?
It was, yes. Her affect was congruent, meaning it was the same as her mood.
So, just so we can understand, so if I tell you I'm happy and I appear happy, is that congruent?
Yes.
And if I tell you I'm happy but I appear sad, is that incongruent?
Yes.
And is that important when evaluating a patient?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes it's not congruent, and there could be all sorts of reasons why, but it's just something to pay attention to.
And so on this day, though her mood and her affect were congruent.
Yes.
Okay. And was there a plan formulated for that day? On that day?
Yes. So the plan on that day was to increase the trazodone to 150 milligrams. She had previously taken that dose and tolerated it well. She had just come off of the Seroquel at Mass General, at McLean. So we were still in the phase where we were monitoring to see if the depression might get better off of that medicine.
And is that why you didn't immediately prescribe a new antidepressant?
Yes.
Was she to continue the Ativan at 1 milligram per night and the melatonin at 5 milligrams per night?
Yes.
And I believe in this note for under condition, you wrote deteriorating?
Yes.
And why is that?
So It sounds like a very strong word. I will give some context.
See, downplaying
that
right there.
It's not my
Boom.
choice of a word. I have three
Oh.
options when I'm filling that out. I can say a patient is improving, unchanged, or deteriorating. So she wasn't improving and she wasn't really unchanged. She appeared a little bit worse than the last time I had seen her. So the best word is to say deteriorating.
Okay.
Now, Psychosaurus
Was there
Rex,
anything about her
let me know.
presentation or
That right
affect
there is
things that she
downplaying.
told you that led you to believe
Out of her
that she
way.
was in imminent danger of harming
fucking downplay
herself or
that
someone else?
No, there wasn't. And we had, she was feeling depressed and we had a plan to address that.
Is there something you can do if you have a patient who you think is at risk of harming themselves or others?
Yes.
And what is that?
I could issue a Section 12, which would mandate that they be brought to a hospital for treatment, or at least for evaluation and then possible treatment.
And did you feel that was necessary at that time with Ms. Clancy?
No.
And when you're evaluating a patient, taking the history, looking at their current state, looking at what the answers they give you to the questions, are you reliant on the information that they give you?
Yes.
So if a patient withholds important information, is it hard to make a diagnosis or a plan?
Yes.
Was your next appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was discussed at that appointment?
So she said that the trazodone increase was helpful. She was still getting that rebound anxiety the day after she took the Ativan. The mood was okay, but she was feeling like she was still flat. She wasn't able to cry, but she said she was able to laugh a little bit, and hadn't been having recent thoughts of suicidal ideation.
Had not been?
Had not been.
And did you also ask her if she had any homicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No.
Did you notice any signs or symptoms of psychosis?
No, I did not.
Did you have a discussion with her about trying an antidepressant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that discussion?
So at this point, she had been off of the Seroquel for a couple weeks and she wasn't getting better. So I thought that suggested the Seroquel might not have been what was causing depression, and it was depression. So that was what we needed to treat.
And what were your suggestions for treatment of the depression?
We considered some different options. We didn't pick a medicine on that date, but we considered amitriptyline and Wellbutrin.
And Wellbutrin was one of the medications she had taken when she was in nursing school, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed those medications on the 9th. Why wasn't a decision made that day?
Because we had made a different medication change because of that rebound anxiety with the Ativan. We decided to switch that to diazepam, which is Valium, and it has a longer half-life, meaning it's broken down by the body much more slowly, so you're less likely to get that rebound anxiety. And also the nice thing about the diazepam is it's easier to stop gradually. You can every week or every couple weeks, you can increase the dose by just 1 or 2 milligrams. So it's a lot easier to stop. So I felt that was a better alternative. And she also wanted to be off of the Ativan, so and be able to sleep without that kind of medicine.
And I don't think I asked you this before, but what is rebound anxiety?
It just means that when the medication that treats the anxiety gets out of the system, the anxiety comes back, and it comes back even worse.
And you explained it a little bit, but what is a half-life of a medication, and what does that mean in terms of the body processing it and how it affects you?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but it's basically the time it takes for half of the medicine to be broken down by the body.
And that tells you or indicates to you how long it lasts in the system?
Yes.
And so you were saying that Valium, the diazepam, the Valium might avoid the rebound anxiety because it's slower to leave the body. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Clancy send you, after this appointment on the 9th, January 9th, did she send you emails on January 11th, 2023, asking you about your knowledge and thoughts on ketamine therapy and whether that would be a good option for her?
Yes, she did.
And what was your response to that?
Would have been a lot better than what the
If you
hell
can't
you
find it, I
guys
can
were
bring it up to
doing.
you.
That's my personal opinion
I
on
have
it.
it. So I mentioned that it's a great option, but it can be hard to get the insurance coverage for it. Usually you need to have demonstrated that you've tried 4 different antidepressants first, and so that it might be necessary to try another medicine first.
Okay. In that email where she was asking you about ketamine therapy, did she tell you that she was, did she say, I'm still feeling a very low mood, no motivation, just very depressed. This has been going on for months now, and I'm getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. Do you remember that being part of the email?
Yes.
Had she indicated thoughts like that to you before, wanting something that would work quickly to help her feel better quickly?
I mean, she may have said that once or twice.
May have. You don't even know. Now you're just making shit up.
Do you know where, strike that. Did you ever recommend ketamine therapy to you, or is this something she broached to you in this email for the first time?
It was something I had considered because at this point she was,
like a drug
was
addict.
starting to be a bit treatment resistant, and ketamine is a treatment for treatment resistant depression. So it's a reasonable thought, but I didn't think we were at that point yet.
I do.
And you mentioned that insurance companies usually require you to try 4
You mean because you wouldn't get paid
antidepressants, is that
anymore?
correct?
Yes.
She wouldn't need to come to you.
And when
for
you say
every 25
treatment
minute
resistant,
session?
is that someone who is in depression, but the typical medications aren't working for them?
Yes.
And did you have an appointment with Ms. Clancy on January 16th, 2023?
Come on, she's got to be talking about
Yes, I did.
suicidal
And what was your
ideation
interaction
now.
with Ms. Clancy on January 16th?
Her mood was still very low. She was still depressed. It was she was able to get out of bed and take care of her basics like hygiene and eating. Her concentration was fine, and she was doing what she needed to do to take care of her baby, though she subjectively felt like the bonding was forced with the baby.
She told you that the bonding felt forced with the baby?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she had suicidal or homicidal ideation?
I did.
And what was her response?
No.
Did she show any of the signs or symptoms of psychosis on that day?
No, she did not.
Did you have a discussion about a Valium taper?
Yes.
And why did you have that discussion? Who brought that up?
That was because she really did not want to have to take a benzodiazepine medication every day for sleep. So we discussed how to come off of that medication safely.
And that, again, is that like taper off to take a little bit less each time?
Yes.
She wanted to
did
get
she
off
agree
of
with
it.
that plan?
Yes.
She wanted to get
Was a decision made at that point on which, if any, antidepressant to take?
No, we had not made a decision. Oh,
I haven't heard anything
At
about
this point,
400 milligrams of
we
Seroquel
did
yet. Where's Loletta?
go ahead and decide to try the amitriptyline.
And what
Doesn't
is
even know about
amitriptyline?
Loletta?
So it is a
Joletta?
tricyclic antidepressant.
What does that mean?
It's an older antidepressant that's been around for very many years. It helps treat insomnia and some pain, headache conditions as well.
And the dose that you prescribed, did you say it was 10 milligrams?
Yes.
Is that the lowest dose?
Yes.
And what's the highest dose?
Can get quite high, maybe 150.
And so again, you started her at the lowest dose. Why was it that throughout this time you're treating her and trying these different medications that you always start at the lowest dose with her?
That's standard practice because the medications, they have side effects, and the lower the dose, the more mild the side effects are, and it gives the patient time to acclimate to the medicine, and then you gradually increase it depending on how they're tolerating it.
And what was the plan going, well, strike that, what was her mood and affect that day?
It was depressed, mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
And at that point in time where she's denying suicidal ideation, denying homicidal ideation, showing no signs of psychosis, were there any grounds for you or any reason for you to seek a Section 12?
No.
Your next appointment with her was January 23rd, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, all of these appointments were virtual appointments, correct?
Yes.
During this appointment, what was her mood and affect?
Mood was depressed, affect was depressed and flat.
Did she tell you she had started the amitriptyline?
She did.
And did she tell you if there were any side effects to that?
It didn't appear that there were side effects.
What was the conversation or interaction with her that day on the 23rd?
So she said she was doing all right, a little more anxious, and the anxiety was described as the feeling of her heart racing. She had a decreased appetite as well. She was on only 2 milligrams of Valium at this point and feeling more anxious in the morning. Mood was the same, flat, anxious, no motivation, numb. She has to force herself to get out of bed and out of the house, but is able to do that. And she is sleeping okay.
And did you ask her if she had suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation on the 23rd?
Yes, I did. What
was her response?
No.
And did you notice any symptoms or signs of psychosis that day?
No.
Was there any difference in her rate of speech or speech pattern?
No.
Was there any difference in her ability to think or communicate in any way?
No.
Was there any change in her your evaluation of her judgment or insight?
No.
What?
Did you still consider her insight poor at that point?
I did.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
Why were you still considering her insight poor?
So I think there were just a couple of things that came up throughout our 14 visits that suggested that to me, like I explained earlier. But later on, it was it had to do with her over attribution. It seemed to the medications about certain symptoms that she was feeling, meaning
over attribution,
how
to
she
the
felt about the
symptoms.
Seroquel, how she felt that was making her depressed, when in reality I think she was just depressed. It was related to her thoughts about medications and how she was feeling.
So would it be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication?
Sustained.
In your mental status exam of her on the 23rd, how was her appearance?
She was appropriately dry.
You're muted, babe.
Because you keep muting me. I want to
No,
watch
I'm done
this.
with that. Your thing works
Let's watch this thing. Watch after Reddington objects. Look at this prolonged stare.
I think she was just depressed. So it was related to her thoughts about medications and how she was feeling.
So would it be accurate to state that instead of accepting that she was depressed, she was placing the blame on the medication?
Sustained.
In your mental status exam of her on the 23rd. How was her appearance?
She was appropriately dressed.
How was your rapport with her?
You could see from the
It
top
was
up.
appropriate.
From the top up.
How was her speech?
It was appropriate.
Of course
How
it
was her thought, content, and process?
Totally normal.
Appropriate.
And how's that
How
insight
was
there, babe?
her cognitive abilities?
There were no
Wonder how the
deficits.
insight was.
And her psychomotor activity?
Normal.
What was the plan going forward on that day?
So we were going to continue the same dose of the diazepam because she was feeling a bit more of the anxiety. So we said to slow down the taper.
Easy on
and
direct.
We increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams, thinking that would also help with the sleep.
And at any point in time, did she tell you she was planning to kill herself?
No.
At any point in time on the 23rd, did she say she was planning to kill her children?
No, absolutely not.
At any point in time during your interaction with her in that session, was there anything about her affect or demeanor, her behavior that indicated to you that she was a danger to herself or others?
No.
Was there any reason, based on your evaluation of her in that session, that would give you grounds to file a Section 12 on her that day?
No.
They've got to be able to say how she's in
Throughout your time treating Ms. Clancy, did you continue to recommend that she attend individual therapy?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's very important.
And is there a reason it's important, or like what are the benefits?
Yeah, it has many studies have been done to show the efficacy of therapy as a component of treatment for depression and anxiety. So, some people may only do medicine, some people may only do therapy, but the best response is a combination.
Thank you, doctor. I have
All
nothing
right,
further.
telemedicine psychiatrist.
Great sidebar.
Court's done for the day.
I definitely got some bias in my head. Just about
Commonwealth
the whole.
is not resting, obviously.
No, obviously. You're going to be down there next year like 3 or 4 days.
No. I
They
think
still
she
have to
might
put
be-
on the
I think
evidence of the search.
I don't know, man. I guess
They're
but
doing that.
that'll take 10 minutes.
That's true. Well, no, I mean, because I'm like over here thinking in my head, like this woman just wants someone, as long as you want to pay for your 25 minutes, you get your 25 minutes. Like
I can't think of anything more exciting than being in there when Kevin crosses her. It actually worked out just fine.
Watch this film, please.
All right, so members of the jury, we're gonna break at this point. I'm gonna excuse you till Monday morning, 9 o'clock. The schedule, I'm gonna suggest it'll be similar to today. It should be pretty much a full day. We are still, if not on schedule, ahead of schedule. All right, so I just kind of want to let you know that. So
Okay.
now you're gonna have the weekend, and so I just kind of want to reiterate those instructions I've been giving you every day. Because you know the questions I'm gonna ask you on Monday, right? And so I'm gonna instruct you and remind you, don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research on this case. Don't take any field trips and happen to drive by any place that you have questions about. It's also very important that you don't read anything about this case or similar cases that might come up. All right, and don't listen to anything, don't watch anything. You've gotten a fair amount of evidence so far. We've been here for a couple of weeks. You don't have all the evidence, all right? And so it's important for you to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is basically shut your mind off until Monday, all right? I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you, so I hope you have a nice weekend. Get rested. We'll see everybody on Monday. And again, thank you so much for all your time and your work on this. And I really do hope you have a nice weekend. We'll see you Monday. Okay?
Court, all rise. Sure, my name is Joseph Lopez, raise one of the chairs. This way, please.
What?
Court, this court's in session. Proceed.
All right. And Counsel, if I could ask you to come one more time, basically just talk about kind of the schedule for Monday.
All right. Allie was trying to dip on us, y'all. She's like, I'm just gonna lay down for a bit. I'm like, we're wrapping it up. Wrapping it up. I threw you under the bus, babe. Told everybody you were trying to lay down for a little
I
rest.
couldn't hear you because I didn't have my
I know. That's
headphones on.
why I told you.
I said I need a mental health day.
Yeah.
A little mental health day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
all right.
people here, though.
Yeah. All right. So let's run through it. So obviously Monday, the cross. I believe Allie's absolutely right that they're probably gonna wrap with
better see. I
What?
might have court.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Cameron's on duty.
She's, she doesn't even Wi-Fi yet.
She better
So
get her
you have
Wi-Fi.
these big plans. I'm all right on Monday.
All good. All good.
I never schedule Mondays if I don't.
She made a commitment. She made a commitment to her father.
I can handle myself.
I want
getting
you
ready
guys
for
to be on
college.
together.
We'll do some, but I'm not going to make her, do it all day like us.
Secretly, I'll be really poking her via text message.
She's trying to get ready for college.
College starts in a month.
If she wants to come on, she'll come
whole
on. That's how
whole
we'll do
apartment
it.
set up.
I don't
whole
like to
things.
pressure people.
I'm not pressuring her.
I know you're not. I'm just saying. She knows that I'll be here and she can get on with me whenever she wants.
Oh yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. So yeah,
I
Monday.
more want her to come fill my bed while you're gone. I asked her who's going to snuggle with me while Dad's gone, because usually Cam would hop in bed and we'd watch TV late if you left for a night or whatever.
Oh
like
yeah.
in Indiana.
Yeah.
I kind of hated that. I kind of hated that woman, and maybe it is like my own bias adding to it. I didn't like the way.
I mean, she was a Commonwealth witness.
I mean, but
look,
like when she would say the thing like,
she appeared far more knowledgeable than Dr. Goodheart.
She did. She knows her medications.
She's got her medications. She got the big pharma list on lock. There's no question about that. She seems
perfectly, it was just like the little things. Like when she was like, all right, I'm just gonna say I use this word. It sounds bad. It sounds bad. Like why are you so trying to make it sound like there was nothing wrong with this woman at all? But then you're sending her to inpatient programs, partial inpatient
What I didn't
programs.
hear at all was, aside from prescribing her shit, how they were treating her. Like, okay, like everything was about the shit that they were pumping into her system.
Was it a real practice, or was it just she was an online available?
I don't know. I saw a couple people in chat saying that she was, at least in terms of that gig, was a few months in. I don't know when she got out of school. And I don't know.
I think she said she was a doctor for psychiatrist for 4 years.
Right. As of now,
Right.
which means that she just became a doctor,
Oh.
right? When Lindsay.
Yeah.
He says on this matter.
Oh,
They're back.
he just said they're in recess till 9 on Monday.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, if she's 4 years a doctor, that means she was green
Yep.
and experienced in terms of practicing. Like she was
Yeah.
fresh when Lindsay came out.
And I would like to, I'm dying. I'm sure it'll come out in cross, or it won't if it's not relevant. If her notes say why she put her insights as poor, because this whole explanation that her insight was poor because she was blaming the medications for how she was feeling instead of recognizing how she was feeling. You wrote her insights were poor like day 2.
Wow, it just switched to vintage evening radio jazz from the 30s and 40s. Smooth swing and vinyl background music. Wow. That's what it hit. It went right to that right after court. Huh. Very telling. The algorithm's trying to tell me something.
That your wife's ready for her mental health break.
Oh, yeah.
That I say goodbye and you finish from here.
All right, you can say goodbye. I'll wrap it. I'll wrap it up.
I go talk to Cameron and Hunter because she's about to leave and I'm sad. All right. Love you. Bye, guys. Thanks, babe.
Love you. Bye. All right. Let's go through. I threw all the jewels up. I don't know if I gave Kelly a family hug. If you're still here, hopefully. Welcome. Dreamcatcher, you both are so adorable. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your life. Well, thank you for having an interest in either one of those things. Thank you. And thank you for the dono. Denise Feldman, new member. Family hug. Welcome. Milky Joe, are you meeting up with Kevin whilst in Mass, Bob? I sure would love to. I'm sure it wouldn't be until after the trial. I mean, when you're on trial, there's no downtime. None. I mean, can you imagine the amount of prep work that's going in? Because it's, he's got his cross that he'll work on over the weekend. I'm sure a majority of it's done. But now that he's heard her direct, there's going to be additions. But then he's got his entire case in chief. He'll be talking with his doctors, his experts over the weekend, making sure all the witnesses are lined up so that he can try the case in the order he desires. It's a lot. It's exhausting. He'll need a vacation after this trial. But yeah, I'm certainly assuming that I'll be there through closings and verdict, and certainly would like to have a meal with them. And thank you, Milky. Julie Jensen, travel fun, Bob. When are you leaving? Sunday. I will be at Logan International at 4:30 Sunday afternoon. I'm only 5 hours away, but can't meet up. Boo. Wish I could. Me too. Yeah, and as far as the meetup goes, people are starting to send me some recommendations, which I love. I'm not familiar with the area, so I really appreciate all the recommendations. But yeah, when I figure out where that's going to be, I'll be announcing it. I'll have it all over the place. Community page, Facebook group, X here. I'll be talking about it. Trying to encourage you guys to come and hang. And thank you for that, Julie. Appreciate that. Noodles, Mom, I hop in and out due to work. Is it possible to try to keep the witness's name clear? Comments that stay long term, cover them. Thanks for covering this. Yeah, like I find that most of them are not covering the witness's name. It might cover like the big graphic. I think on Monday, I'm going to encourage Allie to start using the AP's feed. It's very clean. There's nothing on the screen other than a little AP logo in the lower right-hand corner. But what that means is that we're going to have to be on top of the game in terms of witness names. So, but there's not going to be nearly as many for the defense, so it'll be easier. Thank you for that, Noodles. Karen Gavin, family hug, welcome. Debbie 2050, family hug, welcome to both of you. Love having you in. Selena K, new here, good morning. Welcome. We're thrilled that you're here. And then Soap, when I was dealing with my horrific echoing issue. Bob, you're not echoing, only the court feed is echoing. Either way, I appreciate that. But I mean, you guys don't need to be hearing any echoing. That sounds like I can't hear the echoing, so I don't understand the annoyance level, but I can imagine that it would be annoying. And then Soap comes back. The witness could have been an email, or this witness could have been an email. I assume that you're speaking of Goodheart. I agree. And then Soap came back. Hey, Bo Peep et al. Got time to prep and coordinate the travel of witnesses like these? Then you sure as shit have time to prep a basic cross. Clowns. I mean, she is crossing. When she's only using leading questions, that is a cross-examination. She has pretty much crossed every single witness that they've put on the stand. Optopop, I think I addressed that one earlier, but thank you again. True Crime Junkie NC, I agree, Alia. That was back early in the morning, so who knows? There's so many things to agree with Alia about. Could have been anything. Safi Bay, who the F has long conversations with a YMCA employee? You're in and out of. I agree, Bob. Over this, people can be dying inside, but put a smile on. No question about it. I think most of us do. Can you imagine the amount of shitty days that we encounter in terms of people that we're dealing with that we have no idea because people are putting on a face? I would imagine a bulk of the people all of us deal with on a daily basis are probably having some kind of issue in their life and are keeping it to themselves. What's up? What's going on?
I'm just realizing all those numbers are YouTube.
Oh, you mean Twitter? No, we had good numbers. We had good numbers. Let's see. Monty Paul, but thank you, Safi Bay. Monty Paul, I have bipolar 2. This treatment of mental illness is what scares me into not discussing it with anyone. Makes my point. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Lindsay was in the industry. If it becomes a real concern with her, if she discloses too much, that it's going to end up with her in a padded cell or her losing guardianship of her children, you know, she might not be as forthright as one might hope. But the other point is that I think that everybody in the mental health industry, from psychologist to psychiatrist, understands that concept. I mean, you have to account for that. You know, it's like the concept of me understanding that when my clients come in and tell me I didn't do it, I have to be cognizant, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that they may, in fact, may have done it. And you know what I do to figure out whether or not they're being truthful with me? I look at the evidence when I get it from the state. I go to the records. That's the missing ingredient here in this case. Thanks for sharing, Monty, and thanks for the $10. Appreciate it. Brenda's bullshit, 25. Appreciate that. Clancy Trial or Bust. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Michael, member for 8 months. I'm joining late. Did he rule on the defense's motion? In part, he ruled on it right after the hearing, and then there's one little thing out there. One of the doctors he took under advisement. So, and I haven't seen an order come through, and I don't remember him saying what his decision on that was. So that's where that's at. Thank you for being a member for 8 months. Christine Red, $2. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oops, clicked on a jewel. So many jewels. Christine Red came back with another $2. Where is surveillance video of the LC fall out of the window? I love that question. I mean, maybe I'll drive by the house. See, but it's 4 years later. Like, Ring cameras are way more common now than they would have been 4 years ago. It's not to say they were uncommon then, but they're not nearly as common as they are now. But yeah, I mean, you would think. It's always interesting that some of these cases that mysteriously nobody has a Ring camera on the entire block. But I mean, in that particular situation, you basically have to have the neighbor across the street with their Ring camera. And I don't know what's in frame in that Ring camera. I don't know how far it zooms out. I don't know. It's an interesting question, though. And thank you. Cat Lady Ballerina. Official voluntary units are locked too. Some hospitals also have voluntary, involuntary patients on the same unit. Thank you for the intel. And thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Damn Gina, I've been prescribed literally every med Lindsay Clancy was. You can absolutely have side effects with one dose. I was awake and panicked for 48 hours after one dose of Zoloft. These prosecutors are plain ignorant. I mean, look, they've got a case that they're trying, and, you know, I consider it to be dirty pool. If they're being disingenuous, if they know better and they're still putting the case on in the way that they're doing it, it's shitty. It's gross, you know, but I mean, they're locked into their shit at this point. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Amy Bergman, Reddington is locked in, and I love it. I love him. It's great. Thank you, Amy. Brooklyn, Timu Doctor. Oops, another jewel. All the jewels. Gave the love to some of our Venmos. I'm going to have to finish up with the Venmos. We got some more after these. Sarah, thank you so much for the 25. Appreciate you so much. Beth, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. Maria, thank you for the 20. Gonna get Kevin that whiskey when he's available. Jen, thank you for the 20. We really appreciate that. Heartless Soul, $10. This doctor and doctors like her are the reason I suffer through my depression and insomnia. It's a depressing thought. It really is. Thank you for sharing. And I'm sorry you're going through that. Claire Elizabeth, family hug. It's always good to back up a semi to extremely depressing super like that with a family hug. So I'm giving that family hug to you as well, Heartless Soul. Katie Fitzer, welcome to the family. And there's your family hug. Rooting for Jesus 92. This is actually painful watching this lady. I can't wait for cross-examination. He's going to eat her lunch. He didn't feast on her quite as much as I thought he might. I think based on the death stare from Tufts there that I pointed out and went back and we looked at, I think it's going to be a pretty combative cross on Monday. OG Feisty Cooter, let's get Bob to Mass, $5 solid. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Miss Rattle, 5 British pounds. Ooh, I had to go out pretty early in the direct. Has he drawn first blood? Should I rewind? I mean, he handled that with great aplomb, you know, like he was actually pretty gentle with her, I thought. But thank you so much for the 5. Carly 50. Family hug. Welcome. Love to see it. RMS, Mass Injustice. $2 for cussing, LOL. And we cuss over here. So you don't have to put it in the swear jar. You're allowed. You know, my position is that oftentimes cussing is warranted. It's true. It's true, but thank you nonetheless. Luna, appreciate you being a member for 2 months. This doctor gave me the chills. You know, scary stuff. Ritzy one, $5. Have they mentioned weaning prior to med change? If anybody would have done it, this was prior to Tufts coming on. It would have been Tufts. Took me a year weaning and starting new med for MDD before finding the right one. And I only went through 3. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for the 5. True Crime Addicted 20. Thank you. Can you put my chat up to mark spot, please? I did. I hope it worked. I got to run to a meeting, but don't want to miss a second of this. And get your ass to Mass. I'm coming. Thank you so much for the 20. 22 Black Dog. Family hug. Welcome. Hello. $5. Pretty sure I heard there are a few nurses on the jury. That would be optimal, frankly. I mean, but it could play either way, though, right? Never know. Thank you for the 5. Kissy Hag. Family hug. You know, Hag. Come on. Appreciate you becoming a new member, too. Dom's mom, member for 28 months. Hey, I did not lose my seniority. Never. We know. I don't care what the number on the tube says. I know how long you've been. Bam. You're an OG. Discworld Edge Witch. Interesting. $5 Canadian. In my opinion, it's a systemic issue too. Docs are pressured to maximize quantity of clients seen over quality of care. Plus, postpartum training isn't mandatory. Great points. I threw that up, actually. It was a really, really good comment. And very, very true. Thank you, Discworld. I appreciate that. Amber Bergman, $5. The audio is all over. I heard it on TikTok this morning. I'm sure you're referring to the either shut it off or shut her up audio, which we played. Or did I ever actually play it? Skylar K, $10. Appreciate your hard work and coverage, Motta's. Justice for Lindsay Clancy and Richard Allen. Thank you so much, Skylar. I agree on both counts. Mrs. Jägermeister, $10. Thank you very much. To all the family who this testimony is triggering for, big family hugs. Take care of yourselves. It was sweet sentiment. Thank you very much. Old Dog SJ, new member. Family hug. Welcome to the family. All right, Jules. Mushy Bunny, Esquire. Family hug. Sweet little mushy bunny. Welcome. All right, Midnight Moon, $5 behind, but first psych is a joke. So seeing if she could get it together enough, that's in quotes, to set up a follow-up care, not trauma-informed language. I'm a therapist. I threw your comment up too. Appreciate the intel and the $5. Thank you, Midnight Moon. Sarah Be Creative, $10. They still won't let me send anything less than $10. That's crazy. I think there's a slider. Isn't there a slider? Like on my phone, when I send a super, there's a slider. I don't know. Are you on your computer or your phone? I don't know. I rarely am ever on my computer when I'm watching a live, so somebody else's live. I don't know. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I feel bad that you're being forced to give $10 when you'd rather give $2. But at least it's money that is very well spent. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We truly do. Distracted Therapist had some great comments in here. Poor insight is a marker for insight into disturbance in mood, not medication compliance. Yep. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Distracted came back with another 20. The mental health field is so broken that we allow someone with no experience to make these independent decisions. I was a know-it-all once too. It takes years of experience to be competent, and this is why I don't offer virtual appointments. Good point. I mean, look, they call it practicing medicine. They call it practicing law for a reason. Michelle, new member. Aw, family hug. Welcome, welcome, Michelle Herndon. Happy you're here. Melmo 21, $50. ADHD hadn't crossed my mind until today. Many women/girls are misdiagnosed and given anxiety/depression meds that worsen symptoms. The H in ADHD can be internal, so overthinking, racing thoughts, and not being able to sleep. Dopamine hits definitely come off as manic. Thank you for the great intel. Appreciate that. Danielle says there's a huge stigma in professions for people with mental health issues. 100%. I mean, without question. And I wish these doctors would acknowledge that. I mean, that's going to be the defense doctors, right? I mean, these doctors saying that does not fit their narrative. So you're not going to get that from them. Thank you for the 5 and the comment. Melmo came back, $5. So this lady isn't just doing the talk therapy. She is allowed to prescribe meds. WTF. Indeed. I marked this. Were you guys being ageist in the chat? Was it reverse ageism? Like you were shitting on Tufts because she's young looking? Be nice. Be nice. We don't like any isms in here. Shitty. Melmo 21 came back, just trying to hit the target. But this is why when people, latest ex Taylor Frankie, going inpatient to switch meds, especially with the fast act / long use meds. Great point. Great point. Thank you. Wow. Genuine. $100 travel money. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. How generous. Very, very grateful. Thank you so much. And then Sarah, R0310, $10. She was, this is a quote, she was very medically sophisticated, so I didn't think it was necessary. End quote. Biggest crock of shit. This kid needs her license taken ASAP. Sorry, I'm a few minutes behind. Angry emojis, 4 of them. Melmo comes back, and CW had the audacity to try and object, saying defense was repetitive earlier. Like, we get it. Witness number 10,000 was saying she took meds. Truth. Dreamcat Catcher, why is she allowed to say what Lindsay has said without proof except her notes? I mean, for the purposes of whether or not it's hearsay, they consider it non-hearsay because it's a statement against interest, at least in terms of the way they're trying this case. So, but she's going to get crossed on it. Never forget, there's always a cross-examination that follows a direct. You know, I mean, that's the whole point of a direct. You're trying to frame something just so it appears just so. And that's when you come in with the cross, move the needle. Boris, $10. The lack of knowledge of BH in what providers do is surprising to me. This provider is actually more thorough than most. the cross will be interesting. I agree. I mean, she definitely knows her meds. But I'm anxious to know what the other treatment was. You know, I mean, she struck me as a bit of a, box checker. Check, check, check. Oh, yeah, I said she should go do some group therapy. Yep, I referred her over here. Yep, I went to. To me, it's not actual treatment. I mean, I think that the medication has to go hand in hand with actual therapy. Maybe it's just me. But thank you. Cat Lady Ballerina official, $5. I worked in psych and left the field because it's so tough. Even at the subpar baseline of psych treatment, the treatment Lindsay received was abysmal. I mean, that's how it appears to me, but I'm no doctor. You know what I mean? So I appreciate your comment. Damn, Gina. Aw, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. And then Nicola Graham, $20. I'm so confused. What does the CW want us to believe? It's not just you. It's hard. It's hard to figure where they're going with it. Truly. That she was an amazing mom, acting completely normal, then suddenly killed her kids in a cold, calculated way. Yet she was also faking everything. It makes no sense. It's a great comment and true. They're all over the place with it. They don't know. They don't know. That's the thing. They're guessing. That's what I'm always talking about. These are all theories. They can't crawl into Lindsay Clancy's mind. Can't do it. And unfortunately, Lindsay got the treatment that she got. So that's what they're stuck with as their evidence. You know, I mean, it's a tough case. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Takesy v Baxi, 5 pounds British. New here, and I loved watching this with you both. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you from Scotland. Oh, it's one of my motherlands. This case is so important. I could not agree more. It's critical. Thank you so much, Takesy. And we're so glad that you're here with us. History and homicide. Use this towards a nice breakfast one day, Bob. I shall. Thank you so much. History. Love you. J-Man says autism should be considered / ruled out too, especially since underdiagnosed in women causes paradoxical reactions to meds and med mismatches. Thank you for the intel. Appreciate that. And the 5. Great comment. SF, Texas. $5. I'm thankful my daughter's job lets her take days off if she needs a mental health break. 100%. I mean, every job should do that. But it still seems like we're a long way away from that. Hopefully, a case like this helps move that needle. Sky Goddess sent a Cash App. I'll check. Thank you, Sky. And then Boris finally agree, Bob, with RX. It's sadly mostly boxes. Boxes being crossed will be good. It's a broken system. Yeah, I mean, you got to do more. You have to do more. Just have to. All right, let me go through the rest of the Venmos. Fresher. It's taking forever to refresh. I mean, forever. What the hell's going on? All right, I'm just going to reopen it. Okay. There we go. Oh, okay. All righty. let's see, I think I left off with I think Kim, our daily Venmo angel, sent 25. As always, thank you so much, Kim. We adore you. Virtual juror again also sent an email about when I worked nearly 10 years inpatient psych. I ran groups like they talked about. Feel free to read out loud if you want. Long though, I will. Like stuff like that. I'm definitely gonna keep it for the mental health awareness live because it's so valuable. Like I don't want to throw it at the end of a live. I want it to, like, I'm going to incorporate because I've had a lot of professionals send emails as well. It's quite a collection. It's quite a collection that I've gathered. Thank you, Virtual. We always appreciate you. Jody, shake that ass in mass, $8 via Venmo. Thank you so much. And then Andrea came back. I don't know if you want me to read this one. You sent $2. Noted. Wow, that is an incredibly generous offer. I'm not going to even read it, but wow. Thank you for that. And I want to read the email that you sent during that same live because I read it over the break and it's very informative. Andrea's mother works in a mental health facility, in a state hospital specifically. And I think is it your mom? I can't remember if you said it was your mom. I'll have to look in it. But she's a nurse in a mental health facility, and it's eye-opening, to say the least. But thank you, Andrea. I really, really appreciate you very, very much. And then Cindy, 20. Godspeed on your travels to Mass. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then let me check the Cash App real quick. I did get some Cash Apps. Oh, Donnie Not Wahlberg sent 20. Shipping up to Boston. Love that tune. Love that tune very, very much. Thank you so much, Donnie. Give you a little heart there, right there. All right. Sky Goddess sent 25. Thank you for being boots on the ground. Thank you, Sky Goddess. We appreciate that. I'm excited about doing it. And Danielle came back with 50. She gave 100 the other day. Incredibly generous. Getting your ass to Mass, you and Allie are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you for your incredible generosity. I really appreciate it. And then I'll check PayPal last, just to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. All right. Okay, from Marcia, the animal lover, thanks for your hard work and dedication to bringing us great content. 25 via PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then let's see. I think I got Dom's mom sent me a PayPal yesterday. I thought I got it in at the end, but if I didn't, thank you very much. I love you. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, cool. I think that's everything. All right, so I think so. I think I'm good. I think so. You know, unless something changes before Saturday or Sunday rather. But I think I'm in good stead. So thanks for asking. Bob, my friend, lives in Plymouth and she is sending me a few places as recommendations for the meetup. Ooh, I love it. Send it to bob@defensediaries. That's my email.com. Like I want all of the recommendations. Like perfect world is that we wouldn't be mingled in with the rest of the people that are out enjoying a nice summer night. I'd like to have kind of a an area set off to itself, whether it's a room, if it's outdoor, a section, whatever, just so we all kind of know who's who. You know, and obviously you're free to wander out with the mortals out there, but you know, I'd like to perfect world have it, because like when we did it, like I said, with Runkle, it was great. We had our own little room. It was actually a pretty big room. It was nice. It had a ton of tables. People ordered food and ate. You know, there was a lot of places to sit. I was able to bounce around and talk to all kinds of people. It was great. It was a great setup. I'd like to find something like that. And thank you so much, Shelley. I appreciate you. Not only for that 20, but even more importantly for helping out, helping make my life a little easier. So thank you for that. All right. So keep sending the emails, keep leaving the voicemails. If you are in the medical profession, especially mental health side of it, we would love to have you on the live. Remember, if you have a story, if you want to share it, because I think it's so important, and you want to come on to the live, I will be dropping the link during that particular live in the actual chat. All you're going to have to do is click on the link. It'll bring you backstage. The only thing that we have to remember is I think I only have a certain number of seats back there. So like if you're trying to click on it and we already have the seats filled up, you'll just have to wait until somebody drops off and then you'll be able to come in. But I'm so looking forward to that. I think it's just going to be an amazing day. I truly do. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. And then again, I'll be boots on the ground Monday in the courthouse. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. And when I get the details of the meetup, I will make sure to plaster it everywhere, because I'd love to meet as many of you as humanly possible in real life, give you family hugs, give you stickers, have great conversations. I love that. I'm a very social creature, so I really look forward to doing that. So, all right, y'all, mods, you've been amazing all week. Thank you for your incredible hard work. I love you so very much. Tracy, I love you so much. Thank you for your help. Oh, you know what, Tracy, there is one last thing that I think is interesting that I think I do want to do before we go. I almost forgot. Tracy sent me a Karen sent me an email, and she became a member on August 7th, and I didn't give her a family hug. Karen, family hug. I'm sorry. I usually am very good about never missing giving family hugs. My apologies. I hope you're in here to see that hug. If not, if you're in Mass, make sure you're at the meetup. Give you a real life, in-person family hug if that's your thing. All right. So this is the one thing that hey, all right. Okay. How's that smooth jazz? Okay. All right, where the hell is it? It's so weird. Disappeared. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, little document? Oh, I see. I see what you've done. You're here lurking in between. Oh, there it is. Okay. So Reddington filed another motion today, and this is an interesting one. So it's going to be a two-parter. Actually, what I should do first is I'm going to play. So this particular woman, Emily, went viral the other day because she worked at McLean as a social worker. Okay. So I'm gonna pull that up because somebody shot it into my ex chat, I believe. And let me see. I don't know if it was Charlotte who did it, or maybe somebody tagged me with it. Tags are, let's see. Let me go to these. Okay. Oh, God. Reading through Twitter is so exhausting. All the fighting. All the fighting. All right, where the hell is it? Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Let's see. All right, bear with me. I'll find it. Okay. Oh yeah, reminder. I will be doing the Edric Faust fundraiser tomorrow over on Misdemeanors channel. So make sure you're checking that out. Make sure you are checking that out. Okay, bear with me. I gotta find it. I could have sworn somebody sent it to me. Okay, wait. Maybe it was down in here. It was deeper. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Does anybody, you guys know what I mean? The social worker who gave like the dirt. If you've got it, send it to my Twitter. I looked at it. I'm like, oh, awesome. I want to play that on the live, and now I can't find it. So annoying. Let's see here. It's bizarre. I just cannot find it. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Okay. Is anybody telling me? Let's see. So the plan is to do it on the next off day. But somebody brought up a really, really good point that maybe I should do it on a weekend because people have jobs. And it might be hellish and difficult to try to wrangle mental health professionals if they're working during the day. All right, hold on. Let me see. Oh, wait. Okay. Damn it. Yeah, Unk Alert is right. I'm unking right now, hard. Some hard unking. That's what the kids call old people. Oh, yeah. I don't know where it went. Do any of you guys have an idea what I'm talking about? Any of yous? Damn it. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, wait. That's the fundraiser. Tracy, you're always so helpful. It was the wrong help for what I'm looking for. Got nothing. Not one person in chat is aware of what the hell I'm talking about. Okay. Well, we're not going to watch the video, but you'll find it. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to throw up. We're going to go through the motion real quick. So this was filed by Kevin today. Defendant's motion for addition to the list of witnesses. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above numbered indictment through counsel and respectfully moves this court for permission to add to the defendant's list of witnesses, Emily Thorndike, LICSW. Ms. Thorndike is presently the owner and licensed independent clinical social worker of the Wise Mind Therapy Practice. She graduated from Dover Sherborne High School, received a BA in sociology from Hartwick College in 2013. That was my major too, sociology major, and a master's in social work from Boston College in 2019. She is licensed in the Commonwealth of Mass. He gives her license. Ms. Thorndike was employed at the McLean Hospital. Hold on, I got to get the scroll on. In the short-term unit, STU, she was employed for 5 years as a mental health specialist from May of 2014 through May of 2019. And clinical social worker, case manager from September of 2019 to December of 2021. So she worked in the short-term unit for approximately 7 years and 7 months. Ms. Thorndike literally worked the unit that Lindsay Clancy was presented to on New Year's 2023. She left a year prior to Lindsay's admission. A copy of her CV is attached. Of particular interest is while employed by McLean, she was a community resource counselor, a social worker intern, and a social work clinical case manager. Ms. Thorndike would testify based solely upon her firsthand observations and 8 years of experience while employed at McLean's short-term unit between 2014 and 2021. As indicated, she was not employed on the unit during Lindsay's admission, and she has no personal knowledge of Lindsay Clancy, her treatment, medical record, or care. Ms. Thorndike's testimony would be limited to her experience and observations of the routine policies, staffing structure, clinical roles, patient care and practice, and operation of the short-term unit as personally observed during her employment at McLean. Ms. Thorndike left McLean to start her own business. She had no disciplinary issues or personality conflicts with McLean's management, and in fact has friends and associates that are still employed there. Ms. Thorndike was incensed over the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy, wherein the prosecutor intimated that McLean Hospital was one of the best hospitals in the country, and that Lindsay Clancy was offered a number of therapeutic and counseling type interventions while at McLean from December of 31 through January 4th of 2023. Ms. Thorndike would testify to the actual facts of the staffing and lack of resources during weekend and holiday periods, as well as the repeated use of clay coloring books and purported group therapy sessions supervised by unqualified individuals who no psychiatric or social work experience. The defendant is entitled to present rebuttal evidence to the government's misleading cross-examination of Patrick Clancy, where the government portrayed McLean Hospital as being a five-star facility, bending over backward to, in effect, provide Lindsay with appropriate counseling, therapy, and treatment while she was there for the short-term stay prior to her discharge after being cleared by the management at McLean Hospital. Defense counsel and Lindsay Clancy have never met, spoken to, or had any relationship whatsoever with Ms. Thorndike. In fact, Ms. Thorndike did not reach out to counsel, but rather when counsel observed a post that she put on TikTok, which was relevant material and directly contradictory to the impression created by the government on cross-examination of Patrick Clancy, counsel's private investigator, Robert Jones of Fairhaven, Massachusetts, reached out and ultimately located Ms. Thorndike and assisted in Ms. Thorndike meeting with trial counsel to arrange for her testimony. Look at that. Look at that. Social media. Social media. Social media. It's powerful. It is powerful. Got some late jewels. Thank you, Caitlin Austin. Thank you. Galastakia. Worthwhile. Appreciate that. Oh, another one from Galastakia. Or should I say Galastachia? Gotta let me know. It's very tricky because I always want to say galactic. It's not quite that. So interesting. I wish I could find that video, but you guys will have to go on the talks. You'll have to find it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That's just my Twitter link. Like, not one of you sent me the link. It's unbelievable. If you did, it's 10 minutes ago, and I'm not scrolling for 10 minutes. Oh, it's just send it to Bob at Defense Diaries or Bob at DefenseDiaries.com. That goes directly to me. Oh, good. Karen was still there for her family hug. Oh, you're not from Massachusetts. Okay. You should still come to the meetup, but I'm glad I got your family hug to you. All right, y'all. That's it. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you're on Replay Crew, make sure you leave a comment. Get this thing out in the algo. If you love our coverage, think about becoming a member. If you really, really love our coverage, tell your friends, tell your family, have them come on in. We think the water is fine. All right, you guys, I love you so very, very much because without you, just be an old man bringing his ass to Boston. Bye.